He gasps for air, sweat dripping down his neck as his chest heaves with the sudden, violent exertion of awakening. The rain lashes against the stone walls of the massive structure known as Avalon, the sound of his ragged breathing echoing through the cold downpour. A sudden, sharp realization strikes him, his eyes widening in disbelief as the gravity of his situation begins to sink in amidst the chaos. Slumped against a cold metal railing, he stares out at the familiar architecture, recognizing it with a sinking heart as the very game world he had spent countless hours mastering. The truth is undeniable. He was once a mere player on the other side of the screen, but now he is physically present within this digital realm, no longer a spectator. Catching his reflection in the rain-slicked glass of a nearby window, he sees a version of himself that feels both familiar and hauntingly alien in this new context. Frustration boils over as he questions his new existence, wondering why he has been cast as a lowly pig instead of being granted the legendary cheat skills typically bestowed upon those transported to such worlds. He sits at his desk, his eyes fixed on the clock as the second hand ticks toward the hour. The office is quiet, the fluorescent lights humming overhead as the time finally reaches 6 o'clock. Immediately, he pushes back from his station and stands, his movements sharp and purposeful. He slaps his hands onto the desk, leaning over his keyboard for a final moment before grabbing his backpack. As he makes his way toward the exit, the rhythmic clicking of keyboards from his colleagues continues unabated. A brief acknowledgement of good work follows him, but he doesn't slow his pace, his mind already elsewhere. Out on the bustling city streets, he blends into the crowd of commuters, the neon signs of the district reflecting in his eyes. He reflects on the audacity of a coworker leaving exactly on time, considering the current pressures at the office. His footsteps fall heavy on the pavement as he hurries along, his thoughts consumed by the digital world waiting for him. He knows his coworkers likely attribute his haste to his obsession with that game. Back at the office he left behind, his absence is noted by those still chained to their desks. They marvel at the desperation he shows for something they consider to be nothing more than a trivial pastime. He reaches his sanctuary and grips the handle, the metal cold against his palm. Even as he acknowledges that others see it as just a stupid game, the anticipation of what lies beyond the door is palpable. Stepping inside, he is greeted by his private haven, a room lined with meticulously arranged figures and a large screen that dominates the space. This is his true domain, far removed from the drudgery of his professional life. He gazes at the specialized headgear resting on his desk, noting with satisfaction that his brisk pace brought him home 10 minutes earlier than usual. This steel castle was built for one purpose: to facilitate his life as Dunex. With a sense of ritual, he pulls the goggles down over his eyes, the world of reality fading away. The interface of Dungeon Explorer Chronicle flickers to life, and he prepares to inhabit the identity he truly values. He plunges into the digital abyss, the transition from reality to the virtual world of Dungeon Explorer Chronicle manifesting as a weightless descent through a void of light and data. As he lands, the history of this world echoes in his mind. What began as an obscure title soon dominated the VR MMO genre with its breathtaking visuals and visceral combat, becoming a name known to every serious gamer. The explorer finds himself deep within a cavern, dwarfed by a colossal golem of jagged stone that looms over him like a silent, ancient sentinel. He curses his past haste, realizing that in his rush to log out earlier, he had saved his progress in this precarious, monster-infested corner of the dungeon. Despite the danger, a confident smirk plays across his lips as he acknowledges his own obsession with the challenges this world provides. This dedication extends beyond the screen, as he practices his forms in the physical world, his movements sharp and punctuated by a focused shout. Outside his quiet suburban home, the sounds of his rigorous training ring out through the air, a testament to his commitment. He pauses, chest heaving and sweat slicking his brow, the intensity of his physical preparation matching the stakes of his digital adventures. Checking the time, he notes with satisfaction that his schedule is perfectly aligned. Finishing work at 5 o'clock leaves him just enough time to prepare for the massive 6 o'clock update. Sitting on the edge of his bed, the anticipation is palpable, for as a selected beta tester for the upcoming expansion, he knows he cannot afford to miss a single moment of today's monumental event. He reclines on his sofa, the weight of his unique position as a beta tester for the upcoming update settling in. The promise of exclusive rewards for his participation fuels a quiet anticipation within him, knowing that this opportunity is far beyond what any average player could hope for. Driven by this excitement, he begins to prepare, pulling on his fingerless gloves and adjusting his gear. Though it is still early, the urge to dive into the digital realm is too strong to ignore, and he readies himself to depart for the event venue. Moments later, he stands atop a jagged precipice within the game world, his dark tunic fluttering in the wind as he surveys the vast, rocky expanse below. The area designated for the event seems quiet, leading him to believe he has arrived well ahead of schedule. As he observes other players gathering in the distance, he senses an unsettling aura emanating from them, prompting a decision to keep his distance. He remains confident in his own abilities, dismissing the need to interact with those he deems less skilled, even as they boast about their own powers. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he wonders if he is truly nervous, but he quickly brushes it aside with a smirk. He knows his strength is sufficient to claim the beta rewards, viewing himself as fundamentally different from the common players who rely on numbers rather than individual prowess. The clock finally strikes 6, signaling the commencement of the massive event that will allow a select few to glimpse the future of the world. He stands resolute amidst the chaos, fully aware that as a dedicated explorer, this is a moment he cannot afford to miss, regardless of the challenges ahead. After the intensity of the digital battlefield, the scene shifts abruptly to the quiet solitude of his bedroom. He sits up in bed, the transition from the vibrant game world to the mundane reality of his room, leaving him momentarily disoriented as the morning light filters through the window. He stares blankly for a moment, the lingering adrenaline of the event clashing with the stillness of the morning. The boundary between his life as an elite tester and his existence as a student feels increasingly blurred. Soon, the routine of daily life takes over as he makes his way toward the school building, his mind likely still half submerged in the digital landscapes he just left. He walks alone, a solitary figure amidst the flow of other students heading to class. Inside the classroom, he sits silently at his desk, unaware that his peers are whispering about his recent odd behavior. They note that while he has always been a bit unusual, his actions lately have become increasingly strange, marking him as an outsider even in the physical world. He walks away from his desk, ignoring the whispers of his classmates who wonder if he has finally grown bored of his games. They note that while he still heads home on time and keeps his desk cluttered with memorabilia, the desperate edge he once carried seems to have vanished. He carries the weight of the weeks that have passed since the beta event, the stress visible on his face. As he reflects on the ordeal, he concludes that the experience was nothing short of a nightmare. His memory of that hell begins with the descent of a colossal beast from the heavens. He stood alone on the barren earth, a mere speck beneath the shadow of the high dragon. The creature's arrival was a cataclysm, its massive weight crushing the landscape and instantly vaporizing a tenth of the gathered players in a blinding explosion of dust and debris. It didn't stop there, immediately unleashing a chaotic barrage of searing lasers while its impenetrable scales shrugged off every desperate counterattack. Even the most skilled warriors found their blades useless against its thick hide. Though the dragon was eventually brought down, the victory was hollow, bought with the lives of half the participants. Standing before the massive carcass, the survivors realized that this slaughter was merely the prologue to a much greater trial. Without warning, the very ground beneath them gave way as the event venue began to disintegrate into a void of floating ruins. He was forced into a frantic race against time, navigating the crumbling platforms while dodging lethal traps in a desperate search for an exit from the dying game world. His path was soon blocked by a horde of monstrous sentinels, led by a towering, shackled beast that loomed over the fallen. With a sharp cry, he plunged into the fray, his movements a blur as he cut through the lesser monsters in a frantic bid for survival. He lunges forward, his eyes wide with the adrenaline of the desperate struggle as a hulking, chained beast looms behind him. The creature, a mass of muscle and iron, swings its heavy shackles, forcing the young warrior to stay in constant, frantic motion just to stay alive. He watches in stunned silence as a sudden, violent spray of blood erupts from the monster's torso. Before the creature can land another blow, an unseen force tears through its flesh, leaving it reeling from a lethal strike that came out of nowhere. He turns his gaze toward the source of the intervention, finding a hooded figure standing amidst the settling dust. The woman, her face partially obscured by her cloak, maintains a calm but ready stance, while he can only stare back, his expression a mix of exhaustion and wary curiosity. They both stand small against the horizon as a new, even more terrifying assembly of monsters emerges from the gloom. A dragon, a towering wolf, and a massive serpent converge on their position, a grim reminder that in this collapsing world, survival is often less about skill and more about the cruel whims of fortune. The warrior stands before the towering monolith, his resolve hardening as he stares at the impossible challenge ahead. He knows that such a feat is beyond most, yet he refuses to back down from the daunting task. His face is etched with strain, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes his limits, convinced that no one else possesses the strength or the sheer will to succeed where others have failed. The scene shifts abruptly from the digital battlefield to the mundane world, where the rhythmic click of dress shoes on pavement replaces the sounds of combat. He leaps into the air with a triumphant shout, his voice echoing through the quiet residential street as he celebrates a victory only he could achieve, his school uniform a stark contrast to his inner triumph. Later, back in the quiet of his home, the young man sits in his white shirt and tie, the adrenaline of his secret life slowly fading into a pensive, weary silence. He steps onto the cool tiles of the bathroom, the steam beginning to rise as he prepares to wash away the physical and mental fatigue of the day's trials. Collapsing onto his bed, he gasps for air, his body finally feeling the full weight of the immense effort he exerted within the game world. Despite his exhaustion, his hand reaches out with renewed purpose, fingers sliding into the familiar grip of his dark gaming gloves. He quickly prepares himself, pulling his technical goggles over his eyes and checking his messages. A surge of excitement hits him as he confirms the arrival of the long-awaited update mail. With a confident smirk, he settles back, the glow of the interface reflecting in his goggles as he prepares to dive back in, knowing that this new development changes everything. He recoils in surprise as a sudden notification flashes before him, warning that installing the patch and starting the game will result in being transported inside. The phrasing of the license agreement is unsettling, catching him off guard with its ominous implications. Staring intently at the interface, he ponders the literal meaning of those words, wondering if starting the game truly implies a physical transition into a digital realm. He quickly dismisses the notion as a mere figure of speech or perhaps an immersive setting, though a lingering doubt remains in the silence of his room as he prepares to proceed. Shaking off the unease, he concludes that game administrators are notoriously eccentric and that overthinking their dramatic flair is a waste of time. He is here to play, regardless of their strange warnings. A prompt suddenly materializes, offering a choice between an automated selection or a custom-built persona for his new journey. He notes with a hint of anxiety that his status as a beta tester prevents him from using any of his previous characters, forcing him to start entirely from scratch in this new version of the world. Opting for efficiency over aesthetics, he selects the automatic option for his appearance and abilities, reasoning that he can always make adjustments later if the initial results are unsatisfactory. The system confirms the completion of his setup. With the configuration finalized, a surge of energy signals the beginning of the process, and a final command echoes the start of the adventure. As he remains seated, his physical form begins to fragment into shimmering digital particles, the reality of the room dissolving around him as the transition takes hold. The world of flesh and bone vanishes completely, replaced by a vast, geometric expanse of light and data as the integration into the digital realm reaches its peak. He opens his eyes, the world coming into sharp focus as the digital haze of the transition finally clears. Before him lies a massive, tiered auditorium, filled with rows of seated figures all facing a central stage where a formal ceremony is underway. As the man at the podium speaks into the microphone, offering congratulations to the newly enrolled first-year students, a jolt of recognition strikes. He knows that face. It is the familiar visage of the Academy's headmaster from the game's lore. His gaze shifts to the front rows, where the most prominent students are gathered, including a girl with striking silver hair and the intense, red-haired boy he remembers all too well. The speaker continues, explaining that the Academy provides the best environment for them to polish their talents and meet the nation's high expectations. But his mind is racing as he identifies these key figures. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow as he stares wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, confirming his deepest suspicions. Looking around the vast hall once more, he notes the incredible scale of the environment, realizing that this is indeed the largest game world in the country. The sheer quality of the surroundings is staggering, as if the developers replaced entire chapters of the game with this hyper-realistic update. His heart begins to race as the sheer impossibility of the situation sinks in, and he can't help but feel a surge of disbelief at the reality he now inhabits. He grips the edge of his seat, his knuckles white, trying to convince himself that the hyper-realistic textures and lighting are merely advanced computer-generated imagery, despite how tangible and solid everything feels to his touch. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he takes a shaky breath, commanding himself to stay composed. He knows he must gather his thoughts and rely on his experience as a veteran player to navigate this unprecedented situation. He begins to question the very nature of this reality, concluding that while it resembles the game he knows, it is fundamentally different from the digital experience he remembers. Touching his face, he recalls that playing the game normally requires specialized goggles and gloves, yet he cannot feel if he is wearing them or if they have somehow become part of his physical being. The realization strikes him with the force of a physical blow. He has been transported directly into the world of the game, and if this isn't a dream, then this place is a perfect, living recreation of the digital realm. Looking down at his hands and limbs, he is struck by a profound sense of alienation. Unable to comprehend the transformation his physical form has undergone in this transition. Narrowing his eyes in deep thought, he begins to categorize the possibilities of his predicament. He weighs the options. Either his consciousness alone was pulled into this world, or his entire physical being was overwritten to fit this new reality. Regardless, the inability to log out leaves him with more questions than answers. Surveying the rows of empty desks in a nearby classroom, he determines that his only path forward is to follow the narrative of this world, knowing that the only way to potentially leave is to reach the designated logout point within these walls. As the echoes of the headmaster's voice signal the end of the entrance ceremony, he watches the crowd begin to disperse, a traitorous thought crossing his mind. Does he truly wish to return to his old life? When the announcement for Class E to exit rings out, he realizes his place in this new hierarchy, noticing the familiar faces of the silver-haired girl and the intense young man among the departing students. Walking through the corridors, he accepts his status in the lowest-ranked class, finding a strange comfort in the idea that being at the bottom might shield him from the arrogance and scrutiny of those in the higher tiers. He stands amidst the rain of his own thoughts, weighing the heavy choice between his mundane past and this fantastical new reality. While the allure of meeting his favorite characters is strong, the practical burdens of his old life, work and rent, still tug at his mind, making him wonder if he truly wishes to return. Despite the uncertainty, a sense of optimism initially takes hold as he believes he has been transported in a favorable state, ready to face whatever comes next. This confidence begins to waver as he trudges up the stairs, his breath hitching with an unexpected heaviness. He resolves to live this life to the fullest, even as the nagging fear that his original body might be gone forever lingers in the back of his mind, complicating his plan to reach his classroom. As he ascends the grand staircase of the nation's premier adventurer academy, the physical strain becomes impossible to ignore. Every step feels like a monumental effort, leaving him gasping for air in a way that feels entirely alien to his memory of himself. Startled by the sensation, he raises a hand to his face, only to find his fingers thick and unfamiliar against his skin. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow as he frantically examines his own reflection and feels the soft, heavy contours of a body that is definitely not his own. A cold dread washes over him as the truth finally clicks into place, his eyes widening in sheer terror at the identity he has inherited. He remembers the history of this form, a loathsome individual who once harassed the academy's elite and sought to undermine the very heroes he once admired from afar. The memories of this character's shameful actions flood his mind, painting a picture of a social pariah. The memory of the villain's downfall is vivid. A public disgrace where the noble Narumi Sayuda stood triumphant over the pathetic, defeated figure of the one known as Butao, who was ultimately purged and expelled for his crimes. Now, trapped within this 100-kilogram frame, he realizes the cruel irony of his situation. He hasn't just entered the game. He has become its most despised obstacle, saddled with a physical debuff that threatens to derail his every ambition before he can even begin. He watched as the heroine, Haze Keru, drew near, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the vicinity. She was a paragon of excellence, a national kendo champion whose academic prowess matched her athletic skill. Her reputation was one of grace and impartiality, treating all her peers with the same level of respect and kindness. However, that kindness did not extend to the man now inhabiting this body. The memory of Butao's past transgressions, a shameful act of harassment on the school stairs, had etched a deep, justified hatred into her heart, making him the sole exception to her benevolence. While she harbored resentment, others viewed him with nothing but disdain. To the elite students like Narumi Sayuda, he was merely a pathetic obstacle, an unpleasant background character who didn't even warrant the status of a rival in their eyes. The weight of this reputation caused him to tighten his grip in frustration. He cursed the moment he had selected the auto-pick option during the transition, never imagining it would land him in such a social and physical minefield. As she walked away to join the other central figures of this world, he resolved to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Since she already despised him, any sudden move would only invite further suspicion and trouble in this unfamiliar reality. Suddenly, a sharp, involuntary spasm gripped his chest. His hand flew to his uniform, fingers digging into the fabric as an unexpected sensation surged through him, catching him completely off guard. This sudden wave of unease was jarring and unfamiliar. It was a visceral reaction that felt entirely separate from his own consciousness, as if the body itself were reacting to a ghost of a memory that didn't belong to him. He paused, staring into the distance as a troubling realization dawned on him. It seemed that the previous owner's lingering emotions and fragments of memory had not been entirely erased, remaining anchored to the flesh he now inhabited. The list of complications was growing by the second. A body weighing over 100 kilograms, a legacy of being hated by the heroines, and now, the haunting remnants of Butao's psyche. Despite the mounting stress, he decided to head toward the classroom, clinging to the faint hope that a way to log out might still exist. He realizes with a heavy heart that the world he once navigated as a game has transformed into a reality far beyond his control. Now inhabiting the body of the reviled Butao, the familiar narrative path of Dunex has shattered. He contemplates the impossibility of reconciling with Keru, knowing that the weight of Butao's past actions and the visceral hatred of others are now his to bear. Sitting in the quiet of the classroom, he hunches over his desk, the silence between him and the girl nearby thick with unspoken tension. His face glistens with a nervous sweat as he steals a glance at her, while she remains perfectly composed, her gaze sharp and analytical as she studies him. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of recognition or perhaps a new suspicion dawning as she focuses intently on his every move. She continues to stare with an intensity that feels like a physical weight, while he stands before her, metaphorically crushed by the labels of his new existence, the hatred of his peers, the intrusive memories of the original body, and the literal burden of his physical form. Outside, the rain lashes against the academy walls, a somber backdrop to the realization that his initial transition into this world was only the beginning of a much deeper descent. Standing at the threshold of a new chapter, he looks out into the hallway, bracing himself for the reality that his second life is no longer a game to be played. Memories of his countless playthroughs as the heroic Dunex flash through his mind, a stark contrast to the complex web of relationships and rivalries he must now navigate in the flesh. His breath hitches as the true weight of his situation settles in, the digital remnants of his past life flickering beside him as his new, uncertain journey truly begins. He finds himself trapped in a cruel new reality, having been transported into the world of a game within a body that weighs over 100 kilograms. He is haunted by the knowledge that the women of this world, including the stern and beautiful Emma, already harbor a deep-seated hatred for him due to the previous owner of this body's history of harassment. She is not the only problem, as he realizes with horror that he has inherited more than just a physical form. The unwanted feelings and impulses of the original Butao still linger within him. He stands before his silent classmates in the schoolroom, the crushing weight of his social isolation feeling as heavy as his own physical frame. He catches a glimpse of Emma at her desk, her expression twisting into one of pure, unadulterated contempt as she pointedly avoids making eye contact. She makes her feelings painfully clear, and the rejection stings so sharply that he can only manage a pained, tearful laugh while struggling to keep his composure. He can only conclude, as he looks out at the school grounds, that the bridge between him and those around him is utterly burned, and her disdain for him is absolute. He scans the unfamiliar classroom, his eyes searching for a specific spot. Finding his nameplate on a desk, he realizes the harsh reality of this world's academic structure. Seating is strictly determined by grades, meaning he cannot simply choose to sit near the influential Akagi. The rigid system has relegated him to the very rear of the classroom, isolated from the higher-ranking students. His placement in class confirms his status as the lowest-ranked student in the entire year, a realization that weighs heavily on him as he contemplates his position at the bottom of the hierarchy. He recalls that this institution is no ordinary school, but a super elite academy for adventurers where the entrance exam is notoriously difficult, far beyond standard testing. The fact that the original inhabitant of this body, the one they called Bu Tao, somehow managed to pass such a grueling trial is a mystery that leaves him deeply puzzled. Despite the confusion, he tries to bolster his spirits, acknowledging that simply securing a place in such a prestigious school is a feat that should grant him at least a small measure of self-assurance. His internal monologue is interrupted by the sound of footsteps and the door sliding open, drawing his attention toward the front of the room. A tall, stern-looking man in a sharp suit strides in, commanding the students to take their seats as he prepares to begin the first homeroom session. The man introduces himself as Mirai Hajime, a graduate of the prestigious Adventurers University, and as he begins to explain the school's curriculum, the young man realizes that the events are unfolding exactly as they did in the game's original scenario. He observes the classroom, noting that while the situation mirrors the Dunex scenario he knows, the reality of it feels far more tangible and dense with information. As the instructor speaks, the young man feels the immense weight behind every word, perceiving the man more as a seasoned soldier than a mere teacher. Looking ahead, he notices the palpable anxiety radiating from his classmate, Sakurako, whose tension is almost thick enough to touch. His mind drifts to the brutal reality of the world outside, where seasoned warriors face off against terrors in the dark depths of ancient caverns. In this land, the life of an adventurer is a prestigious path, one that brings fame and glory to those brave enough to face monstrous beasts in open combat. However, the competition is fierce, and only those granted the title of dungeon diver are permitted to descend into the most dangerous depths. Back in the classroom, the instructor continues his lecture, emphasizing that the status of a student at this elite academy carries significant weight and exclusive privileges. Despite the gravity of the lecture, the information feels distant and surreal to him, as if he is merely reviewing facts he had already mastered long ago. He realizes that if returning to his old life is impossible, he must commit himself fully to this new path and begin planning his career with absolute seriousness. The instructor concludes by highlighting the vast array of opportunities awaiting those who manage to graduate from such a prestigious institution. He explains that the curriculum is designed around practical experience, with students diving into dungeons as part of their core lessons. This hands-on approach ensures that they are prepared for the realities of the field, while also allowing corporations to scout for talent directly from the academy. Continuing his lecture, he reveals that the very name of their world, Dunex, is derived from this singular focus on dungeon exploration. It was a deliberate choice to center the entire societal structure around these subterranean challenges. This focus is driven by necessity, as the resources harvested from these depths are the lifeblood of the global energy industry. Because of this economic importance, the academy serves as a prime scouting ground for major corporations and institutions. They look to recruit the most promising students to advance their own dungeon research and progress their industrial goals. Watching the presentation, the young man realizes that passive survival won't suffice. To secure his future, he must approach the dungeons with a new level of aggression. He is broken from his thoughts when the instructor begins the distribution of the terminals, calling students forward to receive the essential tools of their trade. The teacher urges them to use this opportunity to its fullest, emphasizing the importance of working with their classmates to succeed. The teacher eventually calls his name, handing over a small, white box that contains the key to his progression. He opens the container to find a sleek, black device, feeling a surge of hope that its familiar interface might hold the secret to returning home. The youth fastens the terminal to his wrist, noting how it mimics the appearance of a modern watch, while serving as the gateway to the world's complex systems. This device functions as a comprehensive interface, providing real-time status updates and essential data alongside standard communication features. It allows a diver to monitor their growth and physical condition with a simple glance, bridging the gap between the physical world and the digital systems that govern it. He stares at the glowing screen of his terminal, his eyes widening in disbelief as the words "logging out" flash before him, signaling a desperate attempt to escape this reality. Upon opening the interface, he is confronted with his own reality, a level 1 newbie with the peculiar skill Glutton. The realization of his current standing and the meager stats displayed on the screen hits him like a physical blow. He clutches his face, his breath hitching as he stares at the abysmal numbers. With a meager 7 health points and strength that barely registers, his status is nothing short of pathetic compared to the world around him. The weight of his situation forces him to slump over his desk, a groan of pure frustration escaping his lips. He mutters to himself about how he is unfortunately starting to grow accustomed to this constant string of disappointments. Desperation takes hold as he frantically scrolls through the menus, searching for any sign of a logout function. He reflects on the miserable traits of his current vessel, a hated failure who once weighed 100 kilograms, and pleads for an escape from this nightmare. But the system offers no reprieve. His frantic search ends in a cold, sweating silence as the truth settles in. There is no way out of this world. He sits in the quiet of Class D, the reality of his permanent entrapment weighing heavily on his shoulders as he stares blankly at the terminal. Meanwhile, at the front of the room, the instructor adjusts her glasses and concludes the day's session. She offers a hollow wish for the students to have a meaningful school life before officially dismissing the class. Across the classroom, the atmosphere is far less somber as the imposing figure of Kura Isamu reclines lazily in his seat, exuding an air of bored superiority while the other students begin to stir. Nearby, Emma's patience wears thin as she demands to know how much longer she must remain in this subservient position. A classmate scoffs in response, reminding her that as the lowest-ranked students, they are bound by Korea's whims until he decides to move. A sharp, arrogant smirk pulls at the corner of the leader's mouth as he finally stirs. He tells them to relax, promising he will be leaving soon, but only because he intends to go and harass the students in Class E next. He had left the room in a tense silence, leaving the boy known as Bu Tao to grapple with his own grim reality. He realized with a sinking heart that there was no returning to his old life. He had been transported into this world as his avatar, a cruel twist of fate for someone who had always dreamed of the world of Dunex. The young man stared at his identification, the weight of his situation settling in as he acknowledged that, despite his dreams, he was stuck in this body. His gaze fixed on the terminal screen, where a single, mysterious word stood out among his meager stats: glutton. He reflected on his long history with the game, having played Dunex since his student days and even surviving a brutal tester event through what he considered pure luck, yet nothing in his years of experience prepared him for this. Yet, he found himself completely stumped, slumping over his desk in frustration because he had never encountered a skill like this in all his time playing. He knew that obtaining a rare skill from the very beginning was a stroke of incredible fortune, the kind of advantage players would spend hours re-rolling their characters to achieve. He found the glutton skill to be an enigma, its name suggesting a voracious appetite, but its actual function and application were entirely unknown to him. He decided that his only path forward was to reach the dungeon immediately, hoping to gain experience and find a way to overwrite this skill, all while desperately wishing its name wasn't a commentary on his physical form. The blonde leader and his entourage burst into the neighboring classroom, their presence an immediate and suffocating threat to the students of Class E. He allows his subordinate to take the lead, the man bellowing at the students of Class E, calling them a pathetic lot and demanding their absolute attention as the classroom erupts in confusion. He continues his loud proclamation, introducing his leader, Korea Isamu from Class D, and announcing that Korea will be selecting a subordinate from among them. Korea stands with an air of supreme confidence, looking down on the room with a cold, detached gaze. With a cold, commanding tone, the leader himself orders everyone to display their status and skills immediately, his arms crossed as he asserts his dominance over the stunned classroom. In response to the outrageous demand, Emma stands up from her desk, her expression firm and her hands planted firmly on the wood as she prepares to challenge the intruders. She speaks out, questioning the audacity of someone barging in to handpick subordinates and reminding them that even as classmates, they have no obligation to reveal their private status to anyone. Her defiance emboldens the others, with several students murmuring their agreement and pointing out that the demand is completely nonsensical and lacks any authority. One student even dares to shout that Class D isn't significantly higher in rank than they are, while Korea remains silent, his gaze fixed and unbothered by the growing dissent around him. Stepping forward to confront him directly, she demands to know who they think they are to make such demands of her class, refusing to be intimidated by their presence. He finally speaks, his voice dripping with condescension as he asks if she truly believes they are on equal footing, his eyes narrowing with a predatory intensity. The weight of his words hits her as he reveals a harsh truth. While Class E is just starting, those in Class D have been diving into dangerous dungeons since the age of 12, possessing experience far beyond their own. She stands frozen as Korea looms over the class, his voice dripping with condescension. He reminds them that their levels are fundamentally different, shifting from a request to a cold, hard order for them to surrender their terminals. As his words hang in the air, a crushing, invisible weight suddenly descends upon the room, silencing the students and pinning them to their seats. The pressure is physical, causing beads of sweat to roll down Suda's face as he struggles to process the overwhelming sensation. Beside him, Emma grits her teeth, her expression hardening against the unseen force that seems to vibrate through the very floorboards. Standing at the front of the room, Korea's associate watches the struggling students with a look of bored superiority, his presence adding to the stifling atmosphere. She manages to maintain her composure, though her breath hitches under the strain. The lackey merely scoffs at her resilience, unimpressed by the meager resistance the class is putting up. He then bellows for them to stop complaining and obey, revealing that the crushing weight they feel is aura. It is a specialized skill designed to cow those of a lower level into submission, and he demands they present their terminals immediately. This particular technique is usually reserved for the depths of a dungeon to intimidate monsters, making its use here, against fellow students in a classroom, a blatant and cruel display of power. He feels the full brunt of the skill, his mind racing as he realizes this is what it truly feels like to be suppressed by a superior level. Suddenly, the lackey's finger snaps toward him, singling him out from the crowd. He shouts for the fat one in the failure seat to step forward, catching the young man completely off guard. The blunt insult leaves him reeling in shock, his eyes wide as he processes the lackey's aggressive demand and the derogatory label thrown his way. He reluctantly extends his arm, presenting the terminal as the aggressive student barks for him to hurry up, punctuating the demand with a cruel insult about his weight. Upon seeing the data, the lackey scoffs with pure disdain, declaring that such a low status makes him nothing more than a background character unworthy of further attention. While the bully continues his tirade, he accepts the verbal abuse in silence, internally noting that his plan to appear as a weak, unremarkable student is working perfectly as the aggressor laughs in his face. Having finished his mockery, the aggressor turns his back on the boy, his gaze already searching for the next target among the suppressed students of Class E. He points a finger toward a young woman in the front, shouting for her to be next, which causes her to jump in surprise and stammer out in nervous confirmation. She steps forward with visible hesitation, her hands clasped nervously in front of her as she prepares to face the same scrutiny. As she introduces herself as Sanju Sakurako, the boy watches from the sidelines, recognizing her name and the significance she holds within this world. She is no ordinary student, but a central figure known as a heroine in the Chronicles of Dunex, possessing a status that grants her a unique role in the unfolding story. Her presence was a primary reason for the widespread acclaim of the Dunex records, as her specific perspective is the key to unlocking the path of the primary male figure. Despite her importance, the lackey looks at her terminal and sighs, noting that her level is a mere 1 and her current abilities are far from impressive. She stands frozen as the man's voice drips with a mock kindness, offering her a place in their elite group simply because of her appearance. It is a hollow invitation, framed as a special treatment, that feels more like a demand, as he suggests her beauty is her only ticket into their ranks. Her confusion deepens as she looks down, her legs trembling slightly under the weight of the unwanted attention. Nearby, the young man with the messy black hair observes the scene with a grim understanding of the situation. He realizes that the sheer gap in power has left the rest of the class immobile, knowing that even a collective effort from everyone in Class E would fail against Korea's overwhelming influence. He clenches his fists, a silent resolve hardening within him despite the odds. As the lackey reaches out to grab her shoulder, questioning her lack of gratitude for his generosity, and telling her she should be happy, the tension reaches a breaking point. The girl flinches away from the touch, her discomfort plain for anyone to see as she struggles to find a way out of the confrontation. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air as the class's top-ranked student interjects, his hand gripping the lackey's arm to halt the harassment. He declares firmly that her feelings are obvious and she clearly dislikes the situation, stepping into the role of the protector just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. She reflects on her journey, recalling the quiet determination she felt the moment she enrolled in the adventurer's school. A sharp, focused gaze narrows, observing the classroom atmosphere with intense scrutiny. He steps forward, his presence commanding the room as he introduces himself as Akijiyama, leaving a bewildered lackey to question his sudden, bold entrance. With a confident smirk, he declares his ambition to become the strongest man in the entire school, or at the very least, that is the goal he has set for himself. This bold proclamation causes a ripple of reactions. His own eyes remain fixed and determined, while Sakurako looks on, her expression one of startled realization. The lackey erupts in disbelief, shouting about the newcomer's apparent lack of respect and questioning if he truly understands the hierarchy he is challenging. Amidst the growing clamor, a heavy silence falls as a towering figure rises from his seat, casting a long shadow over the ambitious newcomer. He closes the distance, his voice dripping with condescension as he dismisses the boy as a mere child who has no concept of what it truly means to be an adventurer, warning him not to get ahead of himself. He stares down the newcomer, issuing a direct challenge to test the validity of the claim to being the strongest. He offers a month of preparation, his voice dripping with condescension as he asks if such a timeline is acceptable. Continuing his proposal, he clarifies that this will be a formal duel governed by safety protocols to ensure no lives are lost, despite the intensity of the coming clash. He leans in, warning that the school is filled with individuals as powerful as monsters. If his opponent cannot even best him, then any talk of being the strongest is nothing more than a delusion. Without a moment's hesitation, the challenged youth accepts the terms with a sharp, confident grin, questioning if there was ever any doubt in his resolve. The surrounding students watch in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and growing tension as the weight of the agreement settles over the hallway. Turning to depart, the aggressor acknowledges the name of his future opponent, only to be met with a chilling warning to prepare for the loss of an arm when they finally meet in combat. As the tension breaks, his friends rush forward, their voices filled with a mix of concern and genuine awe at the boldness he just displayed. Amidst the lingering excitement, she stands slightly apart, her voice trembling as she offers a stuttering thanks for his intervention, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. He responds with a warm, genuine smile, explaining that his actions are driven by a desire to become a noble adventurer, much like the figures he has always looked up to. Watching him closely, she realizes that this shared sense of admiration for such nobility is the very reason she chose to enroll in this academy in the first place. She reflects on her complex relationship with her fiancé, Narumi Suda, admitting that her drive to succeed was fueled by a desperate need to distance herself from him. This desire for distance was a far cry from her past, as she looks back on memories of a time when things were simpler and their bond was unspoken. Even then, frustration often bubbled to the surface. She recalls chiding him for trailing so far behind her on the walk home, though she secretly preferred the boy he used to be back then. Her mind drifts further back to their childhood, remembering how he would bravely step in to protect her from bullies despite his own fears, his gentle smile offering a comfort he seems to have lost in the years since. The contrast is painful, as she views the current Suda as a mere shadow of that courageous child, a realization that turned her escape into the primary goal for her entrance exams. However, her plans for a clean break were shattered the moment she stared down at her own acceptance results, only to find another name alongside hers that she never expected to see. The shock registered instantly, her eyes widening as the reality of the situation began to sink in and her carefully constructed future was thrown into disarray. He had stood there, wearing that familiar, cheerful expression, and announced with startling confidence that he too had been accepted into the adventurer's school and was looking forward to the years ahead. The revelation left her reeling, struggling to process the fact that he had followed her even here, a move that felt both incredible and deeply unsettling to her sense of independence. Now, standing in the quiet of her home, she considers his family, the kind people who run the local general store, and finds herself viewing him in a new light, concluding that whatever he did to get in, it likely wasn't through illicit means. She is momentarily stunned, the weight of a desperate plea hanging in the air. The memory of that moment remains vivid. Suda's parents had bowed low, their voices trembling as they begged a young woman named Kiru to teach their son the way of the sword. Despite the imposition, she found herself unable to turn them away. Her connection to the Narumi family was a long one, built on years of kindness they had shown her since she was a child. This rigorous training was meant to be a reward for the boy finally passing his entrance exam. As they jog through the park, she watches the heavy-set youth struggle for breath, wondering just how much hidden effort he must have exerted to achieve his goals. To her surprise, his sheer persistence has actually begun to impress her. Yet, old habits die hard, and he remains prone to oversleeping and overeating whenever the pressure eases. During their sessions, he often stops to complain, arguing that the training is pointless since leveling up will eventually grant him all the stamina he needs. She stares back, unimpressed by his attempts to find a shortcut. He insists that he can just focus on leveling up a little bit at a time, but she sharply cuts him off. She warns him that from level 4 onwards, the path becomes exponentially more difficult, and relying on easy gains is a recipe for failure. Despite his protests, he continues to push his body to its absolute limit, his face twisted in a mask of exhaustion and grit. She questions why she is dedicating herself so intensely to his growth. Having clawed her way into the academy through sheer willpower, she finds his initial lack of discipline frustrating. Looking at him now, she admits that getting into the school was an incredible feat, but her worry lingers. If he doesn't build a proper foundation, he will be defenseless when he eventually has to face the elite upperclassmen. She leans over, her expression a mix of sternness and concern as she addresses the exhausted boy. Apologizing for the intensity, she warns him that the adventure school will be far less forgiving than their current sessions. To keep him moving, she offers to adjust her speed to match his flagging pace. This predictable kindness is something she knows he expects from her. She realizes that her tendency to soften the blow has become a pattern he relies on. Looking away, she acknowledges to herself that this has always been her nature. Her desire to be supportive might be the very thing holding him back. As they continue, the steady rhythm of their footsteps on the dirt path underscores her internal conflict. She notes his outward composure, a confidence likely born from the simple fact that he managed to pass the entrance exams, regardless of his actual readiness. Her gaze lingers on his struggling form, recalling how he used to be. She carries a heavy sense of guilt, believing that his current lack of physical discipline is a direct result of her own leniency during his formative years. Even when he offers a tired, innocent smile, she remains troubled. She concludes that by giving him too much leeway, she failed to instill the necessary grit, and that her entire approach to his training must change. A new, colder resolve settles over her features. She decides that if he cannot keep up on his own merits, she must be prepared to leave him behind for his own good. With that thought, she surges forward, widening the gap between them. The young, heavier version of the boy is left trailing in the distance, a stark reminder of the mountain he still has to climb. Even as she pushes him, her mind remains fixed on the harsh reality of his situation. Below this memory, her hands press firmly against a flat surface in the present, grounding her in the gravity of her current reflections. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes her, pulling her back to the classroom. She stands tall in her academy uniform, her eyes wide as a crucial piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place. She was no longer the only one observing the boy's lack of progress. In the classroom, Akagi stood among his peers, lamenting that if only Suda possessed a fraction of the drive shown by the top students, things might be different. The others listened in silence, the weight of the comparison hanging heavy in the air. He, however, seemed entirely disconnected from the gossip, his gaze fixed intently on the notebook open on his desk. Even when a voice called out to him, he remained lost in his own world, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The instructor approached his desk, her presence immediately commanding attention as she questioned his unusual silence. She looked down at him with a mixture of professional concern and growing frustration, demanding to know what was occupying his mind so completely today. Startled by her sudden proximity, he scrambled to his feet, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. He fumbled for words, his face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and urgency as he tried to formulate a response. He quickly offered a hurried apology, claiming a sudden and pressing engagement required his immediate departure. Though she watched him with a skeptical, narrowed gaze, she ultimately gave him leave to go, her arms crossed as she processed his abrupt exit. As she watched him disappear through the doorway, her thoughts drifted back over the past 2 weeks of their training sessions. She realized with a heavy heart that despite her efforts and the promise she made to his parents, Suda showed no real motivation to improve, making her wonder if it was finally time to bring their lessons to an end. A cold clarity settled over her as she admitted a harsh truth to herself. The affection she once felt for him had withered away entirely. This lack of emotional connection made the prospect of continuing his training feel like an exercise in futility. Meanwhile, the young man hurried away, his mind racing with a very different set of priorities. He knew he lacked the luxury of time for social calls or casual training. His sole focus was on increasing his strength at an accelerated pace to meet the challenges ahead. There was a singular, daunting obstacle looming over his life. A problem so significant that it demanded his absolute and immediate attention above all else. This burden was none other than the binding magical marriage contract that linked him to his instructor. For her part, the thought of being legally tied to him filled her with a growing sense of dread, fearing that he might eventually use the power of the contract to demand things of her that she was not prepared to give. She stares ahead with a grim determination, her mind racing with the urgency of her situation. Before anything else can go wrong, she realizes she must find a way to void the marriage contract as quickly as possible. Beside her, Yuma offers a bright, confident smile, seemingly oblivious to her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Suda is left reeling, his face pale and eyes wide with shock as the weight of the situation finally begins to sink in. The journey begins at the mouth of a cavernous dungeon, where a group of adventurers gathers. The air is thick with anticipation as they prepare to delve into the unknown depths, marking the start of a new trial. Following the conclusion of his time at the adventurer school, the path leads toward a specific destination, the residence of Hayes Kiru. The town stretches out below, a quiet collection of buildings and walled estates under the afternoon sun, seemingly peaceful despite the challenges ahead. He arrives at a building marked as a general store, the sign overhead partially obscured. The young man pauses, his dark hair barely visible against the storefront as he hesitates before the entrance, unsure of what he will find inside. Standing before the door, he grapples with a strange sense of displacement, questioning if he truly has the right to step inside. Despite the logic of the situation, the threshold feels like a barrier he isn't quite ready to cross, as if he is an intruder in his own life. As a hand reaches out to offer a comforting touch, he admits to a deep-seated reluctance about entering a home that feels entirely foreign to him. Yet, a conflicting thought surfaces. Technically, this place is supposed to be his own, a fact that only deepens his internal confusion. The door opens to a warm greeting from two familiar faces, a young girl in an oversized hoodie and a woman wearing a domestic apron. They welcome him back with casual ease, surprised to see him home so early, leaving him frozen in a state of utter disbelief as they treat him like a beloved family member. His eyes widen in a mixture of shock and overwhelming emotion, tears pricking at the corners as the reality of the situation sinks in. The sight of these people, who should be his family, triggers a visceral reaction he cannot suppress, forcing him to confront the life he has inherited. He eventually makes his way to a room that is unmistakably his, though the state of it is appalling. Surrounded by piles of trash and clutter, he realizes that while this is Narumi Suda's space, the filth and disarray are a stark contrast to any sense of belonging or comfort. He stands amidst the clutter of his room, struck by a sudden, inexplicable wave of nostalgia for a family and a home he has only just met. This lingering sentiment, he realizes, is not his own, but the residual influence of the original inhabitant of this body. Looking back on the faces of his mother and sister, he notes how their appearances mirror the polished designs of heroines from a game. Yet here, they are his flesh and blood. The realization that these people are truly his family in this reality begins to sink in. Beyond the walls of this small room, the world itself seems to be expanding, manifesting details and complexities that were never present in the digital version he once knew. It is as if the gaps in the game's lore are being filled by a living, breathing reality. This unexpected depth brings a surge of anxiety, as he considers the possibility that his knowledge as a player might be rendered obsolete. If the world has evolved beyond the game's parameters, his supposed advantage could vanish entirely. Driven by a need for certainty, he feels a growing urge to test his capabilities within the confines of a dungeon. The desire to confirm his place in this world and the limits of his power becomes a pressing priority. A flash of frustration crosses his features as he grips the edge of a shelf, his mind racing with the implications of his situation. The weight of this new life is a physical pressure he can no longer ignore. Surveying the chaotic state of his living quarters, he is confronted by the sheer volume of trash and discarded items littering the floor. The physical mess reflects the internal disarray he feels. Reaching down, he retrieves a discarded plastic bottle, his gaze fixed on the mundane task ahead. He decides that before he can tackle the mysteries of this world, he must first bring order to his immediate surroundings. As he begins to clear the debris, a strange sensation takes hold. He finds himself instinctively knowing where every item belongs. What he once dismissed as a nuisance, the lingering memories of the original Suda, is proving to be a practical tool for navigating this life. While he works, his thoughts drift back to the invitation he received from Kero earlier that day. He ponders the extent of his access to these borrowed memories, wondering if he might eventually be able to recall any detail of this world's history at will. He discovers a peculiar document amidst the clutter of his room, a magical contract bearing his name alongside Keru's. Though it appears to be nothing more than a child's messy scribble, he feels a strange weight to it, silently pleading with the original inhabitant of this body to grant him strength for the trials ahead. He is suddenly struck by a memory of a younger version of himself and his childhood friend huddled over a desk, finalizing their childhood pact with earnest intensity. He finds that the specific details of that day remain elusive, slipping through his fingers like sand, yet the lingering sense of its importance is undeniable. Deciding not to discard it, he tucks the paper away, trusting his intuition. He finally completes the cleaning, taking a moment to appreciate the order he has restored before resolving to head out and test his capabilities. He arrives at the imposing facade of the dungeon facility and approaches the reception desk. He He declares his intent to enter the depths, prompting the attendant, Emma, to request his identification. He feels a jolt of panic upon realizing he lacks the proper credentials, leading him to offer a hasty apology for his oversight. He provides his details after she recognizes him as a student from the Adventurer Academy, allowing him to bypass the standard ID requirement and register manually. He takes his entry ticket and moves toward the gates, acutely aware of the skeptical glances he might be drawing from the seasoned warriors nearby, who likely doubt his readiness. He joins a throng of adventurers gathered before the towering, obsidian void of the dungeon portal, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of damp stone. He stands at the very edge of the unknown, gazing into the darkness and preparing to test his newfound instincts against the dangers that lie within. He steps across the threshold, his gaze fixed forward with a quiet, unwavering intensity. Moving into the darkness, he grips the handle of his bat, his eyes darting as he adjusts to the dim light of the passage. He joins a stream of others, their silhouettes blending into the deep shadows of the long tunnel stretching out ahead. Emerging from the passage, he finds himself in a vast, rocky cavern teeming with activity and light. He surveys the bustling crowd, noting that the sheer number of people makes the area feel more like a tourist attraction than a dangerous labyrinth. Realizing he has successfully crossed the barrier between his world and the dungeon, he decides it is time to push further into the unknown. As he continues his descent, the sounds of the crowd fade, and he observes that the path has become much lonelier the further he progresses. Suddenly, a dark, swirling mist begins to coalesce on the cavern floor right in front of him, halting his progress. He watches as a translucent, gelatinous creature takes shape from the shadows, its two large eyes staring blankly from within its bulbous body. He recognizes the creature immediately as a slime, and, despite a flicker of nerves, he readies his weapon for the coming confrontation. With a sharp exhale, he brings the bat down in a powerful arc, the impact rippling through the creature's soft, yielding form. He narrows his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead as he focuses intensely on the path ahead. Panting heavily, the young man pushes forward through the narrow, rocky corridor, the weight of the moment finally hitting him. This is his first true dungeon, and his very first mission of subjugation. A nervous, almost disbelieving smile flickers across his face as the reality of his situation sinks in. He truly has stepped into the world of the game he once knew only through a screen. He continues his trek, bat resting casually on his shoulder, as he weighs the notoriously poor drop rates of these early floors against a specific theory he wants to test based on the maps he has memorized. Emerging into a much larger, open cavern, he stops in his tracks and declares that he has found his intended destination, the notorious slime room. This particular chamber is famous among players for a unique mechanic where the gelatinous creatures merge together to increase their level, making it the ideal location for anyone looking to rapidly grind for experience. Confronting a small, quivering slime that lets out a startled squeak, he raises his bat with a confident smirk and challenges the creature to a fight. Suddenly, more of the translucent monsters begin to hop toward one another from the shadows, their bodies fusing into a larger, more formidable mass as he watches the process unfold in real time. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins to swing his weapon with rhythmic precision, trusting his ingrained instincts as a veteran player to guide his movements as he lashes out at the growing threats. Finally, he stands before a significantly larger foe, a level 2 slime, his gaze fixed intently on the creature as he prepares for the next stage of the encounter. He slumps onto the cavern floor, chest heaving as he catches his breath. The grueling effort has finally paid off. A surge of energy confirms he has reached a new level. This sensation of rising power is intoxicating, a stark contrast to the inadequacy he felt compared to the elite students. He realizes with a smirk that this feeling of growth could easily become an addiction. Looking around the desolate chamber, he finds it strange that such a prime hunting ground for beginners is completely deserted. The silence of the cave is heavy, broken only by his own breathing. He retrieves his discarded bat, noting that while the area isn't restricted, its isolation makes it the perfect laboratory for testing his limits. His thoughts turn to the mechanics of this world, specifically the skills that usually remain locked behind high-level requirements. However, he recalls 3 specific exceptions to this rule. The first is the aura he witnessed the aggressive students from Class D utilizing to bolster their presence. Then there is Torch, a utility skill for generating light, which he remembers Emma manifesting with a simple gesture. Finally, he recalls Sakurako's ability to perform small healing, a vital restorative power that rounds out the trio of accessible skills. He understands now that these abilities can be triggered through his terminal's interface, or, more instinctively, through specific physical movements. With a focused gaze, he reaches for the interface on his wrist, ready to put this theory into practice. He focuses on the concept of manual activation, realizing that by moving his body in specific ways, he can trigger skills without relying solely on his terminal. A small, brilliant sphere of light coalesces at the tip of his finger, confirming his theory that physical intent can manifest power. This success leads him to ponder the striking similarities between this reality and the game he once knew, noting how little difference there truly is. Encouraged by how naturally the manual activation felt, he decides to push his limits further, eager to see what else he can manifest through physical movement alone. With a surge of confidence, he grips his bat with both hands and lunges forward, roaring the name of a powerful technique, Void/Shock. He puts every ounce of his strength into the swing, expecting a devastating result. However, the anticipated explosion of power never comes, leaving him standing in the silent cave with his bat held awkwardly aloft. He sighs in disappointment, realizing that despite his efforts, he hasn't actually mastered the skill yet. It seems intent alone isn't enough to bypass the need for true learning. Just as he begins to accept his failure, a faint, mocking echo of the skill's name ripples through the air. His eyes widen in pure disbelief as a strange sensation washes over him, and he realizes with a jolt of fear that something is very wrong. Suddenly, a colossal wave of destructive energy erupts from his position, tearing through the rocky floor and walls of the cavern. The sheer force of the unintended blast sends him reeling backward, his voice barely a whisper of shock as he witnesses the devastation. The blinding light of the slash continues to carve a path of ruin through the chamber, shattering stone and sending debris flying in every direction. He can only watch in stunned silence, dwarfed by the overwhelming power he somehow unleashed. He reflects on a history with the dungeons that began when he was only 12 years old. Despite the inherent risks that claim the lives of half the adults who venture within, he had been thrust into that environment from a young age, forced to adapt to a world of constant peril and struggle. This long history of struggle often led to humiliating outcomes, as he was frequently seen being carted away on a stretcher while others looked on with a mix of pity and dismissal. He had become the living embodiment of failure, holding the ignominious title of the second lowest-ranked individual in Class D, a position that many felt was an expected outcome for someone of his standing. The weight of those memories fades as he slowly begins to stir, his eyes fluttering open in a daze as he returns to the waking world. Above him, a woman watches with a calm, professional gaze, waiting for the first signs of true consciousness to return to his weary face. He blinks, the blurred shapes of the room slowly sharpening into focus as the fog in his mind begins to lift. Finding himself in the guild's medical office, he listens as she explains that he was found unconscious near some slimes after completely exhausting his magical reserves. He can only offer a weak, confused query about his whereabouts, his body still feeling the heavy toll of the previous day's exertion. By the time he is fully alert, it is already Saturday evening, a full day since he first stepped into the dungeon's depths. He looks out at the sprawling city, the realization of how much time has passed weighing heavily on him. He chooses to keep the true cause of his collapse to himself, deciding it would be too embarrassing to admit he fainted from mana depletion against such low-level opponents. As she continues her checkup, he maintains his silence, already planning his next move. He walks away, keeping his secrets close. He realizes that explaining the sudden activation of an unlearned skill would only make him sound delusional to the guild staff. Stepping out into the city, he contemplates the weight of his new reality. He is burdened by 4 debilitating debuffs, abysmal stats, and the lingering, intrusive memories of the original Butao, while being loathed by a key figure in this world story. Upon returning home, a sense of dread washes over him as he senses a 5th debuff attempting to manifest within his body. The sight that greets him in the kitchen is overwhelming. Platters piled high with glistening, deep-fried croquettes and carriage. Recalling the bloated image of his former self, he politely requests a significant reduction in his meal portions from now on. This sudden change of heart leaves his mother and sister in a state of disbelief, especially since he is turning down his favorite fried dishes in favor of a diet. His sister's eyes widen in shock, questioning if he is truly prepared to trade his beloved meat for vegetables. As the family gathers around the table, his father notes his recent awareness of his weight, while his sister remains his most loyal supporter, insisting he is perfect just as he is. A month passes in a blur of training and tension, culminating in a fierce duel between the school's top prospects, Korea and Akaji. The intensity of the competition is merely a prelude. Beyond these school rivalries lie the threats of higher-class students and the looming shadow of a global conflict that will soon demand everything from them. While he remained elsewhere, the focus returned to the quiet resolve of the Narumi household. Suda sat at the table, a bowl in hand, realizing that he needed to begin preparing for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing the peace wouldn't last. As he chewed thoughtfully on a piece of meat, his mind drifted to the necessity of leveling up. He knew that gathering information about this world and the mysterious circumstances of his transport was paramount, especially now that he had fully inhabited the role of Butao. Looking around the dinner table at his mother and sister, he felt a pang of unease, finding the dynamics of this family a bit troublesome for his current mission. In order to achieve his goals, he knew he had to act right now, starting with a clear plan. Later that night, he sat under the dim glow of his desk lamp and began meticulously documenting his situation. He noted his weight, the animosity he faced, and his current stats, frustrated by the fact that he still had no concrete clues regarding the transport that brought him here. His thoughts then turned to the previous day's events in the dungeon, specifically the inexplicable activation of an unlearned skill. It was a phenomenon that, by all logic of this world, should have been impossible. He pondered the implications of this anomaly, wondering if he was the only one capable of such a feat. The problem wasn't just his own ability, but whether others in this world could eventually tap into similar powers. Recalling his struggle against the monsters, he remembered the frustration of being unable to level up as expected. If he truly was the only one who could use these unique skills, it placed a massive weight of responsibility and danger on his shoulders. Scratching his head in frustration, he realized that if the events of this world began to deviate from the story he thought he knew, everything would descend into chaos. To prevent that, he decided that his top priority had to be mastering his movement skills. Exhausted by the mental strain, he collapsed onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. He resolved to return to the guild the following day to continue his progress. Sitting back at his desk, he looked at the mounting list of tasks before him. The path ahead was long, and the things he needed to accomplish were only continuing to pile up. He prepares to leave for the day, but his mother stops him at the door, her voice laced with worry as she asks if he's truly fit to go out after the events of the previous day. Before he can fully reassure her, his younger sister bursts into the hallway with a shout, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and desperation as she begs him to take her along to the dungeon. He manages to slip away, leaving the apartment complex behind, while his sister lingers at the entrance, her gaze fixed on his retreating back with a lingering intensity. As he walks through the city, lost in thought, he inadvertently collides with another student, prompting an immediate and polite apology from his lips. The stranger, a tall youth with long, dark hair, recoils from the contact, his expression souring instantly as he realizes who has bumped into him. He sneers at the sight of the classy uniform, mocking the boy for his lack of focus and dismissing him as a fool, before his eyes shift to something standing just behind his target. There, standing with her arms crossed and a defiant scowl, is the boy's younger sister, who has evidently followed him despite his earlier refusal. She doesn't hesitate to confront the older student, her voice sharp as she demands he show some respect and apologize, reminding him that even an adventurer should have basic manners. Clearly caught off guard by the young girl's ferocity, the Class D student huffs in annoyance and turns to leave, muttering a dismissive remark under his breath. He waves a mocking hand over his shoulder as he retreats, offering a sarcastic cheer for the lowly Class E students, leaving the siblings standing together in the shadow of the tall buildings. He stands there, enduring his sister's sharp tongue as she berates him for trying to leave her behind. She calls him a mere slime, her frustration boiling over because he wouldn't take her along, while he can only wonder why she even showed up in the first place. As the argument continues, he realizes the situation has become far more complicated than he anticipated. If she stays by his side and witnesses him practicing his unique skills, his secrets will be exposed, making everything much more bothersome. She, however, is far too energized to notice his concern, her eyes sparkling with the desire to hunt monsters and explore the depths of a dungeon. She mentions sensing a strange aura, her excitement reaching a fever pitch as she begs to join the fray. He quickly attempts to de-escalate her enthusiasm by reminding her of the guild's strict regulations, noting that those under 15 are generally barred from entering dungeons. To appease her, he suggests a compromise, registering her at the guild, though he secretly knows he is just buying time. The suggestion seems to work, and she finally decides to head off on her own, though she leaves him with a parting word of both relief and lingering worry. Once she is finally out of sight, he takes a deep breath, the tension leaving his shoulders as he prepares to focus on his own objectives. His path leads him away from the bustling streets and into the quiet, imposing halls of the guild-affiliated library. Seated at a secluded desk, he begins his investigation into the mysterious activation of his skills, hoping the archives hold the answers he needs. He ponders the mechanics of magic in this world, comparing the manual casting he just performed to the concept of auto-casting or shortcut keys from the games he once knew. The transition of these digital mechanics into physical reality remains a profound mystery to him. With a heavy tome open before him, he decides to start his research with the fundamentals of auto-casting, determined to master the system that now governs his life. He listens intently as Emma explains the fundamentals of magic, noting that it involves a simple prayer while channeling one's internal power. It seems far less complicated than he had initially imagined. Following this revelation, he retreats to the quiet of the library to delve deeper into the mechanics, specifically focusing on advanced techniques for experienced practitioners. As he flips through the pages, his eyes widen in shock at the section detailing manual casting, a concept that seems to defy his current understanding. The realization hits him hard. Despite the text describing it as a standard for skilled users, he has never once managed to perform a manual cast himself. He begins to question the very nature of his abilities, wondering if his unique skill is something entirely unknown to this world or perhaps intentionally suppressed. He acknowledges that while others like Akagi seem to progress with ease, his own path to mastering even basic skills is becoming increasingly arduous. Frustration boils over, and he leans back with a heavy sigh, the complexity of the problem feeling like an insurmountable wall. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he is forced to admit to himself that he truly understands nothing about the system he is trying to navigate. He takes a moment to observe his surroundings, noting the unusually high number of students from his own academy filling the library, which only deepens his confusion about the reality of their situation. His quiet contemplation is rudely interrupted by a familiar, mocking voice as a sneering student from Class D looms over him, hurling insults about his weight and calling him a slime. The bully continues his taunts, leaning in close to mock his apparent inability to cast skills and sarcastically suggesting that even someone as pathetic as him should be able to handle a low-level monster by now. He looms over the seated boy, his voice dripping with a mocking disbelief that echoes through the quiet library. Suda can only stare up in shock, the weight of the accusation hitting him like a physical blow. While he relishes the confrontation, the rumors he speaks of have already taken root elsewhere, as a young blonde girl insists on the truth of the story to her companion while resting outside. Within the school halls, Emma joins the conversation, recounting the whispers she had heard about a student named Narumi who was supposedly unrecognizable and had suffered an embarrassing defeat at the hands of a mere slime. She is met with eager curiosity by Sakurako, who leans in to demand every detail of the scandalous tale, while the subject of their gossip sits nearby, his spirit visibly sinking. Back in the library, the antagonist leans in close, his sneer widening as he recounts seeing the boy being carried away on a stretcher from the dungeon's very first floor. His words trigger a vivid flashback of that day, showing a disheveled version of the boy in a tracksuit, his face a mask of exhaustion and failure. He had been brought low, collapsed on the cold ground of the dungeon, completely spent and broken by the encounter. He is haunted by the sheer humiliation of the memory, and a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he realizes the extent of the rumors circulating about his supposed incompetence. It is almost too much to bear, the weight of the public shame pressing down on him until he feels he might vanish. He is further tormented by the bully, who laughs as he suggests that the weaklings of Class E are only good for carrying equipment and offers a condescending form of protection. He continues his verbal assault, casually mentioning how having more slaves would improve the mood of Class D, reducing the students of Class E to mere gophers. Suda tries to offer a polite refusal, but the pressure is mounting as the taller student looms over him. The weight of the situation causes beads of sweat to form on the young man's brow as his eyes widen in growing distress. Because of the intense pressure, he realizes that a suffocating aura is being directed solely at him, a sensation he hasn't forgotten from previous encounters with powerful individuals. The long-haired student leans in closer, his expression one of cold certainty as he asks if there is any intention of refusing the demand. Suda feels a crushing sense of defeat, realizing he stands no chance against such an overwhelming presence. He continues to mock the boy, calling him a small fry from the lowest class and reminding him that in this adventurer school, he is considered absolutely nothing. The insults hit like physical blows, making it clear that refusal isn't an option for someone of his status. Under the weight of these words, the boy feels as though he is sinking into a vast, dark abyss, isolated from the world around him by his own inadequacy. With his spirit breaking, he stares blankly ahead and softly agrees with the cruel assessment of his worth. The realization takes hold completely, and he internally screams that he truly is nothing, his face contorted with the pain of total submission. Alone in his mental darkness, he laments the loss of the one thing he was proud of, his head-mounted display skill, which has now vanished entirely, leaving him truly powerless. As he looks around the empty classroom and catches a glimpse of the composed Emma, he concludes that there is no longer a place for him in this school and that his disappearance from the class is inevitable. She watched him with a cold, knowing gaze, her thoughts confirming the cruel nature of the world they inhabited, where the strong inevitably preyed upon the weak. Around them, the whispers of other students filled the hall, their mockery echoing as they ridiculed those at the bottom of the hierarchy, a harsh reality he understood better than anyone. He let out a hollow, self-deprecating laugh, tears streaming down his face as he questioned why he was even crying over a fate he had already accepted. Seeing this display of vulnerability, the long-haired student from Class D pointed and laughed, drawing even more attention to his public breakdown. The memory of past humiliations and the physical weight of being cornered surged back, contrasting sharply with the quiet, domestic scenes of his life outside these walls. Amidst the darkness of his thoughts, the image of his younger sister appeared, her small frame standing defiantly as she fiercely protected her brother from the world's cruelty. Her eyes, wide and filled with a fierce, innocent loyalty, served as a reminder of the one person who truly believed in him. He looked at the simple meal laid out on their table, realizing that even in his deepest despair, there was still something precious worth clinging to. Sitting in the quiet of his home, the weight of his responsibilities and the love of his family began to ground his drifting spirit. His hand tightened into a firm, resolute fist as he finally recognized that his reason to keep fighting had been right in front of him all along. He had a place where he truly belonged. The tension in the room is palpable as the high-ranking student from Class D sits across from the pair, his posture relaxed yet predatory. Sakurako stands protectively near Suda, her gaze fixed on their antagonist as they navigate this dangerous social minefield. He remains silent for a long moment, his narrow eyes scanning them with a cold, calculating indifference that speaks volumes of his perceived superiority over those he deems beneath him. Breaking the heavy silence, she reaches out and firmly grasps Suda's arm, urging him to leave this confrontation behind. As they turn to walk away, the air remains thick with the bully's unspoken threats. But their departure is abruptly halted when the long-haired student lunges forward, his hand clamping down on her shoulder with bruising force. He leans in, his face inches from hers, sneering as he demands to know if she truly believed she could simply walk away from him without consequence. His composure cracks into a mask of manic intensity, sweat beading on his forehead as he roars that he was in the middle of a conversation with her brother. She glares back, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, refusing to be cowed by his sudden, unhinged outburst. Seeing the aggression escalate, Suda's voice trembles as he demands an apology for the rough treatment of his companion. He stands his ground, though his wide eyes and the sweat on his brow betray his internal panic at the escalating violence. In response to the challenge, the bully's temper flares completely. With a sharp shout, he lashes out, his fist connecting and sending Suda reeling backward with a cry of pain. He was still reeling from the impact, but the focus shifted as Sakurako's gaze sharpened with a protective fire. She lunged forward, seizing the aggressor's wrist to halt his next move. The Class D student sneered, his face twisting in a mask of arrogance as he spat a vile insult at her. Their exchange quickly devolved into a heated argument, with her demanding an apology while he remained defiantly cruel, even threatening to involve his own family. Amidst the shouting, a strange, involuntary impulse began to stir within the boy on the ground. Suddenly, he surged upward, his heavy frame slamming into the bully in a desperate, uncoordinated tackle. Sakurako could only watch in stunned silence as the boy she knew as Butao finally fought back. He locked his arms around the taller student, pinning him in a powerful bear hug that effectively neutralized the threat. Internally, his mind screamed in confusion as his limbs moved with a will of their own, driven by a surging sensation he couldn't control. The bully looked down with utter contempt, his pride wounded by the fact that these siblings were standing their ground against him. Another student leaned in, barking questions and adding to the pressure, causing the boy to tremble in fear even as he refused to let go. Sakurako called out to him, her voice trembling with worry as she saw the sheer distress and exhaustion etched into his tear-streaked face. Despite the bully's demands to be released, the boy held fast, and a faint, shimmering aura began to manifest around him, signaling the awakening of a hidden power that even the aggressor couldn't ignore. He feels the weight of the situation, his vision narrowing as he prepares for the worst, the words of a final stand catching in his throat. Suddenly, a commanding voice rings out, demanding an end to the confrontation as a figure clad in gleaming silver plate armor steps between the combatants, forcing them apart. The knightly figure turns toward the aggressor, offering to take the boy's place in the fight, leaving both the bully and the young man stunned by the unexpected challenge. From the sidelines, the girl with the ribbons watches in disbelief while the young man realizes exactly who has come to his rescue, his eyes widening in recognition. The bully's eyes narrow in suspicion, questioning why a high-ranking student from Class A would bother to interfere in such a lowly dispute between lower-ranked peers. This newcomer is revealed to be Tenma Akira, a formidable presence whose reputation as the second-ranked student clearly precedes her. She explains her desire for harmony among her colleagues, though her casual tone belies the tension of the moment as the others look on in stunned silence. Realizing he is outmatched by her status and power, the long-haired student finally relents, his face tight, with suppressed rage and frustration. He turns on his heel and storms off, hurling a final insult and a promise of future retribution over his shoulder as he retreats from the hallway. Once the threat has passed, the armored girl lets out a sigh of relief, her intimidating aura vanishing as she admits how frightening the encounter actually was, much to the surprise of the onlookers. She stands there in her full plate, her voice muffled by the helm as she addresses him. He, meanwhile, recalls a cruel rumor about her being cursed with an unsightly body, forcing her to hide within that steel shell. With a cheerful gesture, the armored warrior gives a thumbs up, commending him for his effort, and even offering a kind word for his little sister. He can only stare back, his expression a mask of bewildered silence. Having finished the encounter, he turns to leave, announcing his intention to finally lose the persistent relatives who have been shadowing him. As he moves, a sudden weight leans against him, and he finds himself face-to-face with a tearful companion. The young woman is overwhelmed, her face wet with tears as she stammers out a heartfelt apology and a word of thanks, her voice thick with emotion. He is caught off guard by her sudden outburst, realizing that if anyone should be apologizing for the day's events, it is him. Recognizing the need for a change of scenery, they agree to move on to a more private location. Above them, the vast sky is filled with drifting clouds as the afternoon wears on. Later, while resting on a bench, she explains that her quick return was because she never actually entered the guild, knowing full well that middle schoolers are barred from the dungeons. With a look of newfound determination, she reveals her true motivation. She, too, harbors the dream of becoming an adventurer. She looks down, her expression a mix of regret and vulnerability as she offers a sincere apology. She admits that her stubbornness and lies were merely a desperate plea for attention, hurt by the distance he had placed between them since the entrance ceremony, even ceasing to use her name. Her words cause him to sink into a deep, contemplative silence as he stares at the terminal in his hands. He realizes that his sudden urge to protect her likely stemmed from the lingering emotions of the body's original owner, Butao, who clearly harbored a deep affection for his younger sister. He continues to grapple with the weight of his new existence, feeling a wave of guilt for occupying a life that wasn't originally his. He begins to wonder if the boy whose place he took was actually a much better person than he had initially assumed. He eventually breaks the heavy silence with a formal apology of his own, explaining that his recent neglect was due to the overwhelming demands of his studies at the adventurer school. He promises her that, from now on, he will make a genuine effort to be more present in her life. His promise brings a look of profound relief to her face, her eyes widening as she accepts his words. She pleads with him to stay safe and avoid unnecessary risks, reminding him that his well-being matters deeply to both her and their sister, Kano. She watches him closely as he maintains a stoic expression, inwardly resolving to emulate the kind of brother Butao would have been, ensuring his actions align with the expectations of the family he has inherited. He is rewarded with a radiant, joyful smile as her previous worries seem to vanish in an instant, replaced by a newfound sense of security. She walks beside him as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the path, but pauses when he suggests that she head home ahead of him. She questions his own plans with a hint of lingering concern, wondering why he isn't returning with her. He stands alone once she departs, a determined spark igniting in his eyes as he contemplates the freedom his new status as an adventurer grants him. The prospect of finally entering dungeons and increasing his strength fills him with a sense of purpose and excitement. He finally reaches the safety of his home, announcing his arrival as he steps through the door. He is immediately greeted by the warm, surprised voice of his mother calling out his name from within the house. She observes the young man's injuries, noting the contrast to his state 2 days prior. He dismisses her concern, insisting he is fine, while she points out that his sister is currently in a foul mood. He turns his attention to the young girl, who is perched atop a chair with a defiant, pouting expression. It becomes clear to him that her frustration stems from being left behind during his recent dungeon excursion. He leans closer and offers a solemn vow, promising that he will personally escort her into a dungeon when the time is right. This promise has an immediate effect, as her eyes widen with pure excitement. He reasons that such an experience is unavoidable anyway, should she choose to pursue the path of an adventurer in the future. She responds with a skeptical, narrowed gaze, though the initial anger has clearly begun to meld away into a playful challenge. Later, as the family gathers around the dinner table and the mother serves a warm meal, he begins to voice his newfound ambitions. However, the scene shifts abruptly to the school grounds, where he is now pressed against the earth in a deep, humiliating bow of apology. The sight of this desperate submission draws a look of utter bewilderment and contempt from the long-haired student standing over him. As he remains low in the grass, the harsh reality of the school's hierarchy is laid bare. Those in Class E are subjected to systematic mistreatment for a specific, cruel purpose. The upperclassman erupts into mocking laughter, revealing that forcing such pathetic displays is merely a tactic used to break the spirits of lower-ranked students and drive them to quit. He looms over the memory of Suda's past defiance, where even a desperate rebellion was crushed the moment the second rank intervened. Back in the present, the tall student looks down with pure contempt as Suda remains pressed against the pavement, desperately pleading for mercy and explaining that his earlier arrogance was merely a lapse in judgment fueled by a desire to impress his sister. He begs the bully to ignore the rumors, his voice trembling as he prostrates himself in the middle of the walkway. As the humiliation continues, a hollow realization settles within him. He accepts his current insignificance, vowing not to defy or harbor any ill will if it means survival in this rigid hierarchy. The bully's sneer widens at the sight of such total submission, mockingly acknowledging that Suda has some guts for taking such a pathetic pose before ordering him to move their little display elsewhere. He responds with a quiet, obedient affirmation, his gaze fixed on the ground as he reminds himself that his purpose in this world isn't to live out some grand, idealized fantasy. His true objectives are far more grounded. First, to investigate the nature of the transport that brought him here, and ultimately, to find a way back to the world he once called home. Later that evening, surrounded by the warmth of a family meal, he watches his mother, father, and sister, feeling a surge of protective instinct and a desire to ensure a place for someone as out of place as himself. While he eats, he considers the life of the boy whose body he now inhabits, resolving to repay the debt he owes to Butao by making something meaningful of this existence. As the night deepens and he lies in bed, the weight of the upcoming school week hangs over him, knowing that the true test of his resolve begins on Monday. He clenches his fist with newfound determination, focusing on the immediate goal of gaining power and leveling up, knowing that only through strength can he achieve his ends. He watches over his family as they sleep, the weight of the future pressing down on him. His mother and sister rest peacefully, unaware of the turmoil in his mind. His gaze shifts to his father, whose quiet slumber reinforces his resolve. Clenching his fist, he acknowledges a singular, driving desire, the strength necessary to safeguard those he loves from the trials ahead. Looking out over the quiet neighborhood as dawn breaks, he realizes that to maintain control, he must ensure the world adheres to the script he knows. Any deviation from the original game's events represents a threat he cannot afford to ignore. Later that morning, while he is mid-meal, the sharp chime of the doorbell interrupts the domestic quiet. His sister, Kano, peers toward the entrance and mentions that a familiar visitor has returned, prompting him to look up in confusion, wondering who could be calling so early. Stepping to the entrance, he pulls the door open to find a surprising sight. Standing there in her pristine school uniform is Sanju Sakurako, her presence an unexpected start to the new week. Hajime ventures into the depths of a dungeon, flanked by Keru and the large student. He contemplates the inherent dangers of such an undertaking, finding a strange sense of resolve in the company of his friends as they navigate the dark corridors. He drifts into a memory from before their school days, recalling a cryptic promise exchanged with Keru. This thought is intertwined with the fragmented memories he possesses of the large student's past, making him question the nature of their current bond. As they walk together in the present, the silence between them becomes heavy. He finds the situation incredibly awkward, his eyes darting nervously as their footsteps echo in the corridor, highlighting the growing distance between them. He desperately searches for a common topic to break the ice, wondering if the large student would have been more talkative in this situation. He realizes that Keru is the one who seems to despise that student the most, yet she remains remarkably faithful to her own path. They continue down the long, sterile hallway, the distance between them physical and emotional. Neither speaks, leaving only the sound of their rhythmic walking to fill the void. Suddenly, she breaks the silence, her voice calm but cutting. She mentions having heard a rumor that he was recently defeated by a mere slime, a detail that pierces through his attempts at composure. The comment catches him off guard, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face. He grits his teeth in frustration, his thoughts flashing to the long-haired individual who must have spread the embarrassing news. She stops and looks back at him with a cold, piercing gaze. She begins to offer an apology, though her expression suggests there is a much harsher truth she intends to deliver. She explains that she and Akagi have already formed a party, her voice carrying a weight of finality as she delivers the news. Because of this existing commitment, she regretfully informs him that she cannot join his own party, standing firm in her decision. The news hits him hard, his expression darkening as he struggles to process the rejection, while an observer notes his visible distress and negative reaction. He is well aware that she joined Akagi's party early on, the two of them dedicated to saving the world together, a bond so close she already refers to him by his first name, Yuma. Later, as he trudges through the school corridors, he reflects on how the world still feels like a game, his thoughts drifting to the misfortune of his neighbor, Narumi Suda. He enters the classroom, the atmosphere thick with the presence of his classmates who are gathered in small groups, their attention quickly shifting toward him. Immediately, Narumi Suda approaches him with a mocking grin, loudly questioning the rumors of his humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere slime. He is soon joined by the surrounding students who add to the ridicule, their whispers and laughter echoing through the room as they marvel at how someone could lose to the lowest of monsters. Amidst the growing clamor, Yuma Akagi interjects, his commanding presence silencing the room as he tells the others to stop their harsh words and show some restraint. He then turns to offer a sincere apology, explaining that everyone is simply on edge due to the events of the previous Friday, including himself. He stands as the focal point of the game world, a vessel for the player to inhabit. Hajime watches him, realizing that any misstep in his own behavior could ripple outward, altering the established narrative of this world. Beside him, the large student listens, his expression a mix of awe and uncertainty. This sense of caution weighs heavily on the large student, who resolves to be careful. His internal resolve is punctuated by a sharp warning from a classmate, telling him not to be a burden to Class E. Across the room, the air is thick with the hushed whispers of their peers. They question why a figure as prominent as Yuma would bother defending someone they've already labeled as livestock, viewing the association as a stain on his reputation. He dismisses the cruelty with a casual word of encouragement, telling his companion not to let the insults get to him. The large student agrees, though privately he is unsettled. According to his knowledge of the original story, the derogatory nickname Butao shouldn't have surfaced this early. Turning his attention elsewhere, the golden-haired youth offers a bright morning greeting to Kiru. Hajime observes the exchange from the periphery, wondering if Yuma's unexpected intervention is the catalyst for these subtle shifts in the timeline. As the class settles, Hajime remains isolated at his desk, the vibrant social dynamics of his classmates making him feel like an intruder in a world he should know. The arrival of the instructor, Mirai-sensei, shifts the atmosphere to one of academic duty. He reminds the gathered students of the necessity of forming groups, a prerequisite for any venture into the dangerous depths of the dungeons. This announcement is met with an outburst of pure adoration from the large student, who cheers for the teacher with unbridled enthusiasm. The instructor, unfazed, instructs the class to begin a new round of introductions. He decides on a structured approach, decreeing that the order of introductions will be determined by their current academic standing. With the order set, the teacher calls upon Yuma to lead the way. The young man rises with practiced ease, ready to take his place at the head of the class. He stands with an air of practiced confidence, announcing his name and his background at East Middle School. He declares his intent to walk the path of a warrior, wielding a one-handed sword with a clarity that commands the room's attention. Beside him, the girl with the dark headband introduces herself as Kiru, her voice steady despite the growing tension. As these high-ranked students set the tone, the others can only watch, feeling the weight of the social hierarchy being established before their eyes. He takes his seat as the instructor calls for the final introduction, a student named Narumi. Watching this, the young man with the messy black hair is struck by a sudden, sharp realization. His plan to remain an invisible observer is fundamentally flawed. He understands now that to survive this world and secure a place in a capable party, he cannot simply fade into the background. He must force himself to be more approachable, more cheerful, and more active in the story unfolding around him. The final student rises, his large frame casting a shadow as he declares his unconventional choice of a bat for a weapon. Despite his imposing size, he identifies himself as an aspiring priest, a jarring contrast that draws every eye in the room. He punctuates his introduction with an enthusiastic, two-fingered salute and a loud plea for his classmates' favor. The sheer energy of his outburst ripples through the quiet classroom, marking the end of the formal introductions. This boisterous display only serves to deepen the protagonist's internal unease. He stares forward with a grim intensity, his mind already calculating the risks of such unpredictable personalities in a high-stakes environment. In contrast to that internal tension, the large student beams with a wide, simple grin. He seems entirely oblivious to the anxiety he has caused, radiating a guileless cheer that fills the space. The classroom falls into a brief, expectant silence as the students process the diverse group they have become. They sit in their rows, a collection of warriors, priests, and mages-to-be, waiting for the next directive from their teacher. This quiet is only interrupted by the soft sound of the girl with the headband slumping onto her desk. The protagonist glances over, noting her sudden exhaustion or perhaps the weight of the expectations placed upon her. The instructor's voice cuts through the burgeoning whispers of students already plotting their future alliances. He emphasizes that the guild's facilities will remain essential resources even after their graduation, commanding them to take meticulous notes as he prepares to transition into the formal orientation. While the lecture proceeds, the large student maintains his pose of confident readiness. He remains a focal point of the room's shifting energy, a boisterous presence in a class filled with hidden agendas and growing anxiety. He walks among the crowd of students, his heavy footsteps blending into the collective rhythm as a quiet sentiment begins to circulate. Perhaps being alone isn't such a bad prospect after all. The large student's face is slick with sweat, his expression one of quiet endurance as the tour continues through the guild's expansive corridors. As the tour progresses, the instructor leads them into a vast, circular arena, explaining that this facility is designed for training and testing one's physical limits against simulated threats. Moving from the training grounds, they enter a well-equipped medical office where the teacher notes that a priest is always on standby to treat any injuries sustained during practice. He then turns to the class with a serious expression, delivering a final, crucial instruction. For their upcoming dungeon exploration, they must form groups of 3 to 5 people. Upon hearing this, the large student's expression twists into a mask of pure, silent rage, his thoughts darkening with a lethal intent directed solely at the boy who shares the instructor's name, Hajime. Unaware of the brewing animosity, the teacher checks his watch and dismisses the class for an hour, suggesting they use the time to visit the cafeteria and gather their strength. The students begin to disperse, the more prominent figures among them already moving with a sense of purpose as they consider their options for the hour ahead. Amidst the bustling crowd, the young protagonist finds himself surrounded by the frantic energy of his classmates, all of whom seem desperate to secure their place in a group. He observes the tension in their eyes, realizing that he isn't the only one feeling the pressure. The drive to level up has turned the simple task of forming a party into a high-stakes race. The large student, often mockingly called Bu Tao, is shoved aside by his peers as they scramble to form groups. Despite the disrespect, he clenches his jaw, determined to prove his worth and do his absolute best in the upcoming trials. He approaches a pair of classmates, hoping to find a place, but the rejection is swift and cutting. Korea dismisses him without a second thought, while Akaji laughs off the suggestion of teaming up with him as if it were a ridiculous joke. Undeterred, he tries another group, only to be met with polite but firm refusals. They apologize and explain that their ranks are already filled, leaving him standing awkwardly on the periphery of the social hive. He feels the weight of isolation finally take its toll, slumping onto a bench in a quiet corner of the hall. He realizes with bitter clarity that in this world, social standing and existing relationships dictate one's future as an adventurer, leaving a loner like him with no path forward. From his lonely vantage point, he watches the popular students, particularly the charismatic Akaji, who is already surrounded by a capable team. He tells himself that someone of that caliber would never have time for a perceived failure like him, further deepening his sense of inadequacy. He continues to observe the bustling cafeteria, noting how others look upon the elite students with a mixture of envy and awe. Even when the golden boy appears to turn someone down, he remains the undisputed center of attention. Suddenly, he notices the atmosphere shift as the popular youth pauses, his gaze sweeping across the room until it lands on a specific spot. He is stunned when the charismatic leader waves a hand and calls him by name, Narumi-kun, asking if he would like to join the party. He stares back in disbelief, his mind racing with suspicion that this must be some cruel prank or a bizarre magical trick. The idea of being recruited by the top student is so far-fetched that he struggles to process the offer as a reality. He looks into the other's friendly face and realizes that accepting this invitation will irrevocably shatter the story he thought he knew, plunging his predictable life into total chaos. Narumi contemplates the grave danger of the story changing. If Akaji deviates from the established script of the world he knows, the specialized knowledge that has ensured his survival will become entirely useless. He sits in heavy silence, weighing the implications of the offer. While he considers using Keiru's disapproval as a convenient shield to decline, he realizes that such a move would only complicate matters further and likely cause her more distress. In the distance, the social friction within the classroom is palpable. Whispers circulate among the other students about the perceived mismatch of the pairing, with some even pleading for the popular hero to be spared from the outcast company. The tension is suddenly broken by Korea's arrival. Finding herself without a group, she confidently proposes joining their ranks, her authoritative presence shifting the party's dynamic instantly. Soon after, the newly formed trio stands ready in their specialized dungeon attire. For the large student, this unexpected alliance presents a rare, strategic opportunity to probe for information about the world's central figures from within the inner circle. His internal calculations are interrupted by a sharp warning from Korea. She makes it clear that any misbehavior or stupidity toward her teammate will not be tolerated, forcing him to maintain a submissive and cooperative facade. Sensing the internal struggle behind his nervous expression, the charismatic leader leans in close. His gaze is piercing as he asks if there was something more the large student was trying to say. As they begin their trek into the dungeon, the large student remains deeply cautious. He questions the true motives behind the hero's career choice, while remaining acutely aware of the watchful, suspicious eyes following their every move from the sidelines. The atmosphere remains thick with unspoken questions and underlying tension. While the leader speaks with practiced ease, the others remain guarded, each processing the strange and volatile composition of their new party. He looks back one last time with a faint, knowing expression. With the party finalized, they venture deeper into the unknown, leaving the safety of the school behind. He stood with his back turned, his voice barely more than a whisper as he admitted that his feelings were likely rooted in simple admiration. Listening to him, Korea's gaze drifted as she recalled how adventurers once seemed like distant figures on a screen, a childhood fantasy she never expected to touch. She wondered if that detached perspective had always colored her view of their reality. He turned back with a sheepish, apologetic smile, lamenting his inability to provide a more profound explanation for his drive, settling once more on that singular word, admiration. Nearby, Narumi watched in silence, his eyes widening slightly as the weight of those words settled over him. To him, the young man before him was supposed to be nothing more than a hollow vessel, a digital shell designed for players to inhabit within the confines of a game. Yet, in this living world, he possessed a depth that defied his original purpose. Even when faced with overwhelming odds and a staggering difference in power, he had refused to yield, standing his ground with a tenacity that contradicted his own humble claim that admiration was a weak motivator. Despite the heroic aura he projected, he remained, at his core, just a high school freshman navigating a world far more dangerous than any classroom. Breaking his silence, Narumi clarified his stance, explaining that his desire to help wasn't born from a need to follow a scripted hero, but from a genuine wish to support the person behind the legend. Stepping forward, the large student looked both his companions in the eye and firmly stated that he found the young man's honesty and drive to be truly admirable, regardless of how he labeled it. The sudden declaration left both Akagi and Korea momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting from confusion to a quiet, reflective surprise as Narumi offered a warm, reassuring smile. He stands amidst the throng of students as the orientation on the second floor of the dungeon concludes, the announcement echoing through the vast, industrial halls. As he listens, the instructor reminds the gathered students that regular classes resume tomorrow, emphasizing that they must not be late. He grants them permission to spend the remainder of the day hunting within their respective parties, allowing them to gain practical experience. The charismatic youth turns his attention toward his companion, his sleek combat suit glinting in the light. He expresses a firm desire to make up for the time lost over the weekend and announces his intention to descend to the third floor, asking if the larger student is willing to join him. He stands directly before his friend, extending a formal invitation to join their party for the upcoming hunt. In the background, Korea and the rest of the group observe the exchange, waiting to see if their ranks will grow before they venture deeper into the dungeon. The night air hung still over the Haze Pavilion, its traditional architecture silhouetted against the dark, wooded backdrop. Inside, the steam of a hot bath offered a brief respite from the day's burdens. She sat submerged in the warm water, her long hair pinned up, her expression one of deep, weary contemplation as she stared into the distance. After drying off, she retreated to the quiet of a sparsely furnished room, her casual attire a stark contrast to her usual disciplined appearance. Her solitude was interrupted by the soft glow of a notification. A message from Sakurako appeared on the screen, catching her off guard and prompting a look of genuine surprise. By Monday morning, the scene shifted to the Narumi residence. A hand reached out, pressing the doorbell with a purposeful click, signaling an early arrival. The visitors stood waiting, dressed in a crisp school uniform, the fabric neat and the collar straight as they prepared for the day ahead. She stands at the entrance, offering a polite greeting to the young girl with twin tails. Having heard rumors of a recent hospitalization, she inquires about Suda's well-being with a hint of concern in her voice. The young girl, Kano-chan, dismisses the worry with a sharp tone, insisting that her brother is perfectly fine and needs no such concern. She remains firm, reiterating that he is in no danger despite the visitor's pressing questions about the severity of his injuries. Moments later, as the visitor waits by the door, the sound of frantic footsteps echoes from within. Kano-chan's voice rings out, alerting her brother that the persistent guest has returned. While she waits, a wave of self-reflection washes over her, as she acknowledges that her own distant behavior towards Suda since the spring break has likely fueled the young girl's hostility. The door finally creaks open, revealing the large, startled figure of the student she came to see, whom she greets with a simple and composed morning salutation. He looks on in shock as she hardens her resolve, explaining that returning to their previous, lenient dynamic would be a mistake before declaring her intent to nullify their old, magical marriage contract. Standing firmly on the doorstep, she reiterates her demand, making it clear that the childhood agreement they once wrote together must be formally canceled. She then shifts the conversation to the immediate future, deciding that they should walk to school together for the sake of efficiency, leaving him little room to argue. With a determined look, she vows to herself that this promise will be the catalyst to change everything, commanding him to move out even as he protests about his unfinished breakfast. She observes him as they walk, noting a shift in his behavior that dates back to the entrance ceremony. He seems different, almost unrecognizable in his mannerisms compared to the person she once knew. This new version of him carries himself with a strange sense of conviction that she finds deeply unsettling. When he confronts her about why she ignored his call the previous day, she offers the simple excuse of studying, though his intense gaze feels heavier and more focused than usual. He seems hurt by her response, questioning if her academic pursuits have truly overtaken the value of their lifelong friendship. She tries to soften the blow, insisting that isn't the case, yet the distance between them remains palpable. As they continue, she reflects on the most jarring changes. The relentless, pestering phone calls have ceased, and his once lecherous gaze no longer lingers where it should. Watching him, she wonders if such a fundamental transformation is even possible or if it's merely a facade. To find out, she decides to test his resolve, bringing up the rumors of his humiliating defeat at the hands of a lowly slime. She prepares to deliver the real blow, her voice steady as she begins to apologize for the decision she has already made. With a clear, unwavering tone, she reveals that she is already committed to a party with Akagi, nearly letting his first name slip in her explanation. Standing her ground, she makes it official. Because of this new alliance, she cannot join his group, effectively severing their professional ties. A heavy silence falls between them as the weight of her rejection settles in the air, leaving no room for further argument. She closes her eyes for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face as she processes the weight of their interaction. Turning to walk away, she hears him call out with a forced, boisterous cheer, claiming it is reassuring that she has Akagi by her side and wishing her well. Her gaze narrows, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated suspicion about the sudden change in his demeanor. The large student stands there, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he maintains his facade, though she remains convinced he isn't the type of person who could hide his true feelings so effectively. As their paths diverge and the sound of their footsteps echoes in the corridor, she wonders if he has truly lost all interest in her presence. Moving through the school's locker area, she tells herself she should be pleased with this outcome, yet a lingering doubt continues to gnaw at her. She continues her stride, leaving him behind in the crowded hallway, her expression remaining unreadable to those passing by. Suddenly, the quiet is broken by a group of students who corner him, one of them mockingly bringing up the rumor that he was defeated by a mere slime. Overhearing the taunt, she realizes with a start that the news of his embarrassing defeat has already spread throughout the school, confirming her fears that he has become the subject of public ridicule. She pauses as the laughter of the other students rings out, their cruel remarks about how even a child could best such a weak monster echoing through the air. She watches the scene unfold, her mind racing with questions about how someone could fall so far. To her, he has become the absolute bottom of the social hierarchy, a pathetic figure who lost to a mere slime. She remains silent as Haruna snaps at the group of boys, telling them to stop their mocking comments and show some decency. The room remains tense as students linger at their desks, including the quiet Hajime sitting alone, seemingly detached from the drama unfolding around him. His hand rests firmly on the desk, a silent testament to his internal focus, while the world around him continues its petty squabbles and social posturing. He stands in stark contrast to the others. On one side is the charismatic and powerful Yuma Akagi, while on the other, Hajime remains beside the disgraced Suda, highlighting the divide between the elite and the failures. The blonde youth's confident gaze and Hajime's intense, weary expression represent two very different paths within the school's competitive environment, one leading to glory and the other to obscurity. Looking at them, she realizes that her desire has always been to find a partner of that caliber, someone who truly stands out and can match her own ambitions. She carries a heavy burden on her soul, a magical contract that binds her heart. As long as it remains active, she is forbidden from loving anyone freely, a pathetic reality she must endure while staring at the glowing terms of her confinement. Her memories of that binding agreement are faint and hazy, yet the weight of its terms causes her to break into a cold sweat as she struggles to recall the exact nature of her chains. As she turns to walk away from her classmates, her thoughts linger on a specific, ominous line within that contract regarding the penalty for breaking it. The weight of the unknown consequence hangs over her like a shadow. She stands before a row of rental blades, her gaze caught by a familiar figure nearby. Approaching the young man, she addresses him as Hayes-san, noting she recognized his name from the register. He looks up, surprised by the sudden encounter. When he asks why she chose him, she explains that his courage in being the first to stand against Class D marked him as a worthy ally. Without hesitation, she extends an invitation for them to form a party. He accepts the offer with a resolute nod, and the two of them stand together before the arsenal, the foundation of their new alliance solidified. Later, deep within a cavernous training ground, he swings his blade with newfound focus. He realizes that while he doesn't harbor ill will towards Suda, the absence of the other's presence allows him to sharpen his skills with much greater clarity. He is joined by two others, Sanju Sakurako, a cautious aspiring priest, and Tachijai Naoto, a wizard who warns him to stay within range. They prepare for the trials ahead, knowing the confrontation with Korea is only a month away. Facing a looming, shadowy threat, he considers the immense power Korea possesses. Judging by the sheer pressure of the aura before him, he estimates his opponent must be at least level 10. The path forward is clear. Once they reach a certain threshold, they can choose specialized roles like samurai or saint. Each level gained not only brings them closer to these classes, but also significantly bolsters their physical capabilities. She watches her companions, her expression serious as she acknowledges the ticking clock. They are all currently without specialized roles, and the need to grow stronger before their time runs out weighs heavily on her. Despite the pressure, he looks at Sakurako and Naoto and feels a surge of confidence. With Korea mentioning a secret weapon in their arsenal, he truly believes that together, they have what it takes to succeed. He stands with Yuma as Kaoru approaches them in the hallway. She notes that she seems to be the only one left without a group and tentatively asks if she can join their party. She emphasizes her request with a bright, determined smile, making it clear that she personally wants to be part of their team. Following her inclusion, the trio, now joined by the large student, Suda, ventures into the rocky depths of a dungeon. They have traded their school uniforms for specialized, form-fitting combat suits, moving deeper into the cavernous environment. As they navigate the uneven terrain, Yuma suddenly calls out to catch someone's attention. The sudden shout causes Kaoru to startle slightly, a bead of sweat appearing on her brow as she looks toward him. He then turns his focus to their recent efforts, suggesting that there is room for improvement based on how they performed in the dungeon the previous day. Looking down at the group from above, the weight of his critique settles in. Kaoru acknowledges his point with a soft agreement, while Yuma brings up another individual, Kotoru-san, as a point of comparison. He continues to praise Kotoru-san's leadership and skill, noting how he commanded the rear guard and recently cleared the 31st floor. Kaoru listens, but internally, she realizes that he has deliberately shifted the conversation away from their own shortcomings. The large student, Suda, chimes in with agreement, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. Kaoru watches him, realizing that Yuma is being intentionally considerate. If Suda were to fully grasp the reality of their current situation, it might weigh too heavily on him. Her gaze lingers on Yuma, her eyes reflecting a mix of realization and appreciation for his tactful handling of the group's morale. She remains silent, her focused expression revealing the depth of her thoughts as she considers the delicate balance Yuma is trying to maintain within their fledgling party. She observes as Yuma turns to Narumi, questioning if he had been trying to voice a thought just moments before. She remains silent, her gaze lingering on the pair as she senses the unspoken weight behind their words. As the group continues through the cavernous path, Narumi shifts the focus, asking Yuma what his original motivation was for becoming an adventurer. He offers a slight, enigmatic smile in anticipation of the answer, while she watches him closely, her own thoughts beginning to swirl. He explains that his drive stemmed from a simple sense of admiration, his expression softening as he reflects on his journey. She turns her head away, the confession triggering a wave of uncertainty within her. While she understands his perspective, she finds herself grappling with a growing desire to distance herself from him, a realization that brings a sharp pang of conflict. The party trudges onward, the silence punctuated by a brief, self-conscious comment about the potential rudeness of their social dynamics. Later, back at their base, Yuma addresses the assembled party, Hajime, Keiu, Sakurako, and Naoto, with a bold proposal. He wants to officially invite Suda to join their group, seeking their honest thoughts on the matter. The wizard, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful frown, expresses his concern about the social repercussions of welcoming someone who suffered such a public defeat by a mere slime. Though he ultimately agrees to respect the decision of his leader. He listens as Yuma turns his attention toward the departing figure of the large student, wondering aloud what the boy truly thinks of the situation. Continuing his appeal, the group's leader acknowledges the potential burden this request places on his companions, but asks for their support in helping the boy, deciding to extend the invitation first and worry about the consequences later. While the strategist remains silent and contemplative, the leader remains undeterred, asserting that any social friction is secondary to their ultimate goal of defeating Korea. As the group disperses, Keiru privately resolves to express her disdain for the boy if ever questioned, while the large student watches them go, convinced that the leader's interest in him has already waned. Moments later, the leader approaches the solitary student with a direct proposal to join their party, confident that the offer is too beneficial to refuse. Stunned by the sudden gesture, the boy can only stammer out a question, unable to comprehend why someone of such status would want someone like him on their team. The surrounding companions watch the exchange in silence, their expressions guarded as they wait for the leader's response. The boy argues that their previous praise was merely a reaction to the result of driving away Class D rather than an appreciation of his character, but the leader cuts through his self-doubt, stating simply that the boy's earlier compliment was reason enough. He listens as the boy struggles to find the right words, offering a humble apology for his hesitation, but quickly reassures him that his honesty was more than sufficient. With a sharp, focused gaze, the leader challenges the boy's lingering insecurities, demanding to know why his past or his self-perception should even matter in the face of their current path. He continues his stern lecture, emphasizing that the first priority is to face Korea, a formidable level 11 opponent. He warns that adding someone who might be deadweight is a risk they cannot afford, even against a monster that a bear couldn't defeat. He is quickly challenged by the dark-haired youth, who argues that one cannot simply judge a person's worth by their class assignment, and that the teacher won't just expel someone without cause. His defense of the boy prompts the large student to finally speak up, his voice trembling with insecurity. He demands to know why he was even invited to the party if he's only going to be a burden, fearing he will stand out like a sore thumb and be miserable among them. He watches as the charismatic leader turns away, leaving his question hanging in the air. Nearby, the stoic swordswoman observes the exchange in silence, her expression unreadable as she processes the conflict. She continues to watch from a distance in the quiet hallway, the space between them reflecting the emotional distance she feels. As she looks at the faces of her companions, the determined dark-haired youth, the worried priestess, and the boy she once dismissed, a realization begins to take hold. The group is changing, and so is he. Her gaze narrows as she confronts a difficult truth within herself. She wonders if her own stubbornness made her refuse to see the growth in those around her. The internal monologue continues as she questions whether her previous interference was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation. Clenching her fist, she finally admits to herself that she may have been looking down on the boy all along, blinded by her own preconceptions. Suda Narumi finds himself in the thick of combat, swinging a heavy wooden staff against a pale, monstrous creature. The beast snarls, its skin taut over a skeletal frame, but the young man holds his ground, his expression a mix of fear and grim determination. He grunts with effort as more of the creatures close in, his uniform soaked in sweat while he barely fends off a lunging strike. The monsters are relentless, their hollow eyes fixed on their prey as they circle him in the shadows. Seizing a momentary opening, he brings his staff down with crushing force. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, pulverizing the monster beneath the weight of his desperate strike. He stands panting as the dust settles, watching a shimmering light manifest above him, signaling a sudden growth in power. The ethereal notification confirms that his hard-fought victory has finally pushed him to level 4. A full week has passed since he was first transported to this unforgiving world. He stands alone in the dim light of the dungeon, the silence of the cavern a stark contrast to the violence of moments ago, reflecting on how far he has come in such a short time. He realizes that to survive, he must forge his own path away from the others. He decides that diving solo is his best chance, concluding that it is safer to stay far away from the primary objectives that draw the attention of the masses. With his mind made up, he checks his equipment and begins his descent. He figures that since he has reached level 4, he is ready to test his mettle on the 5th floor, his footsteps echoing as he heads deeper into the unknown. He pauses on the winding stone stairs, reflecting on the milestone of finally reaching level 4. The vast, arched architecture of the dungeon looms around him, emphasizing his solitary journey. He understands that reaching this stage is considered the bare minimum for those seeking to become professional adventurers, as the path to further growth becomes exponentially more difficult. As he descends further into the dungeon known as Dunex, the environment itself is designed to test the unwary, with several complex gimmicks and traps meticulously prepared to halt progress. He navigates a narrow, rocky path, unaware of the specific dangers that lie ahead in the treacherous terrain. The path he follows leads to a fragile suspension bridge stretching across a massive chasm, its ropes swaying slightly in the stagnant air of the cavern. He stands at the precipice of the bridge trap, a daunting challenge that tests his resolve. Gripping his heavy axe, he stares into the dark void below, contemplating the crossing. Meanwhile, she confronts a pale, muscular orc, explaining the lethal mechanics of this trial. Crossing the bridge is not merely a physical feat. It triggers the creature's intense hatred. She warns that the true threat begins when the orc unleashes its war cry skill, a primal roar that summons a horde of its allies to swarm the intruder. She emphasizes the need for absolute vigilance once the bridge is crossed, warning that one must move swiftly to avoid being cornered by the merciless monsters. She explains that the strategy hinges on a single, decisive action, cutting the bridge. She continues, detailing how this technique yields massive experience points because the system attributes the fatal fall damage taken by the orcs directly to the one who triggered the trap. Deep within the dungeon, the young man discovers another bridge, but notes the late hour. He decides to perform a quick inspection of the structure before retreating for the night, already eager for the progress he will make the following day. He admires the cleverness of the dungeon's design, acknowledging that these specific environmental hazards are exactly what he needs to achieve his goals. Moving with practiced caution, he peeks around a jagged stone pillar to ensure the path ahead is clear of enemies. His heavy footsteps echo softly as he continues his steady advance through the cavernous halls. Finally, he arrives at a massive, ornate structure that he identifies as the gateway he has been searching for. While he appreciates the tactical advantage the gate provides, potentially adding 4 hours of hunting time to every excursion, a nagging suspicion begins to take hold. He reasons that if the world follows the logic of the game he knows, this portal should link directly back to the adventurer's school, yet the circumstances of its appearance feel unsettlingly strange. He stands alone in the cavernous stone chamber, observing the lack of other adventurers. It strikes him as odd that not only this area, but even the slime-infested rooms on the first floor remain deserted. The student notes that this eerie silence extends further, recalling that the prime hunting grounds on the 2nd and 3rd floors were similarly devoid of life. He resolves to activate the gate despite the unsettling emptiness, recognizing its utility for a player like himself. With a simple command, he initiates the auto-cast sequence. The young man watches as the stone archway erupts into a brilliant, blinding white light, illuminating the path ahead. He moves forward, his expression a mix of caution and determination as the threshold draws near. The student reaches out and feels the shimmering surface of the portal ripple beneath his touch before stepping through the barrier. He is momentarily suspended in a digital void, surrounded by floating geometric fragments as the world reconfigures. The young man is deposited in a vast, sterile room with tiled floors and large windows, a far cry from the damp dungeon. He navigates the quiet corridor, eventually finding a set of stairs that lead toward the upper levels of the building. The student realizes that the coordinates were precise. He has successfully teleported to the basement of the adventurer's school. Since it is a day off and the area is sparsely populated, he plans to slip away and head home before anyone notices his presence. The large student stands in the dim basement, having just emerged from the shortcut, but his moment of triumph is short-lived. A voice cuts through the silence from directly behind him, where Hajime looms with a questioning gaze, demanding to know what he is doing in such a restricted area. The school courtyard is nearly deserted as Hajime encounters the large student, Suda, standing alone. The unexpected meeting on a day off creates an immediate sense of curiosity. He narrows his eyes, pointedly asking what the other boy is doing at the school at such an hour on a weekend. In response to the blunt question, the larger boy looks startled, his eyes widening as if he hadn't expected to be noticed. Hajime maintains a steady gaze, silently wondering if his classmate is genuinely unaware of the nearby gate or if there is a deeper reason for his presence. The student's expression shifts to one of slight defensiveness, suspecting that Hajime might be doubting his ability to progress through the dungeon's 5th floor. He begins a rambling explanation, claiming he had intended to go home early but simply lost track of time. He mentions remembering something he forgot on Friday and decided to stop by the school to retrieve it on his way back from the dungeon. After listening to the lengthy excuse, Hajime offers a brief, neutral acknowledgement of the story. He offers a final, cryptic warning to the larger student, telling him to be careful before turning his back and walking away. As he moves further away, his eyes narrow with a sharp realization. For him, the truth has finally been confirmed. He reflects on the hidden gate, a structure that should be unknown to the general public, reasoning that if the other boy had known of its existence, he never would have questioned his presence there. The possibility that his teacher was aware of the secret and chose to ignore it weighs on him, leading him to conclude that, at the very least, he must operate under the assumption that everyone is already in the know. Looking up at the darkening, turbulent sky, he decides it would be wiser to stick to the standard route the following day to avoid further suspicion. By the next morning, the focus shifts to the large student, who stands at the edge of a rocky precipice, staring determinedly at a rickety suspension bridge he identifies as a notorious trap. Suddenly, a massive, crushing weight descends with a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the area. Undeterred by the nearby chaos, the boy cautiously tests the stability of the wooden planks with his foot, intent on verifying if the bridge can hold his weight. Satisfied with its sturdiness, he breaks into a heavy run, his footsteps thudding rhythmically against the wood as he hurries across the span. Reaching the safety of the far side, he pauses to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, exhaling a long sigh of relief that the crossing is complete. He stood at the edge of the precipice, steeling himself for the trial ahead. He knew the orcs were slow, but their strength was legendary. One wrong move would be fatal. As he surveyed the path, his eyes fell upon a crumpled figure lying motionless on the stone floor, groaning in pain. Rushing to the fallen youth's side, he found Naoto trembling and covered in grime. The wizard gasped for help, his voice cracking as he spoke of a friend and a deep-seated hatred that lingered nearby. The sight of the normally composed student in such a state sent a jolt of alarm through him. The wizard's pleas became more desperate as a pack of hulking, pale-skinned orcs emerged from the shadows, their massive forms lumbering forward with predatory intent. Seeing the imminent threat, he stood tall, positioning himself as a shield between the monsters and the wounded boy. With a grin set to his jaw, he gripped his makeshift weapon, his eyes narrowing as he calculated the distance. He knew he couldn't win a direct confrontation while protecting another, so he prepared for a desperate gambit. He hoisted the injured Naoto onto his shoulder, ignoring the wizard's pained grunts as he turned to flee. Behind them, the orcs let out a deafening roar that echoed through the cavern, their heavy footsteps shaking the very ground. Reaching the narrow suspension bridge, he didn't hesitate, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden slats as he sprinted across. The orcs were relentless, their snarling faces visible just a few paces behind as they crowded onto the unstable structure. Once he reached the far side, he quickly set Naoto down and turned back, a sharp blade glinting in his hand. He watched the monsters swarm the bridge, their weight causing the ropes to groan under the strain. With a roar of his own, he began hacking at the thick support cables, his blade biting deep into the hemp. He shouted a final warning as the last strand began to fray, the orcs realizing too late the trap they had walked into. A sharp, violent snap echoed through the chasm as the tension finally gave way. The bridge disintegrated, sending the entire pack of orcs plummeting into the dark void below. They flailed uselessly in the air, their roars of triumph turning into screams of terror as the abyss swallowed them whole. He watches as the orcs plummet into the darkness, their monstrous forms disappearing into the depths of the chasm. Beside him, the injured wizard clings to the edge of the precipice, both of them catching their breath after the narrow escape. Later, as the rescue team arrives to carry the wounded man away on a stretcher, he expresses a deep desire to thank the boy who saved his life. However, the searchers inform him that by the time they reached the scene, his savior had already vanished without a trace. Back in the quiet of his own room, the young man reflects on the grim news he later uncovered at the guild. Of the 6 members in the wizard's party, all were severely injured, and 2 have been confirmed dead. He tries to rationalize the tragedy, telling himself that it wasn't his fault, yet the weight of the loss begins to press down on him. The realization that people actually died in this world gnaws at him, making him feel as though he has made a catastrophic mistake in his approach to this reality. A haunting question echoes in his mind, forcing him to wonder if he had truly been enjoying this world or merely playing a dangerous game. Overwhelmed by guilt and the harsh reality of mortality, he clutches his head, realizing that his hesitation with the bridge trap and his lack of preparation nearly cost even more lives. He vows to reach his peak condition and increase his strength to survive. His internal turmoil is interrupted by his sister, who enters the room and calls out to him with a look of growing concern. Looking up with a face slick with cold sweat, he tries to mask his distress, offering a hollow assurance that he is fine when she asks if he is okay. He sits in heavy silence, his broad back turned to the room as the weight of his recent experiences settles over him. Across the table, his sister acknowledges his unspoken turmoil with a soft, understanding murmur, her gaze fixed on him as she processes the gravity of what has been shared. As the quiet stretches between them, his mind drifts back to the horrors he witnessed within the dungeon. Vivid, painful memories of bloodied faces and fallen comrades flicker through his consciousness, a stark contrast to the sterile safety of their home, leaving him momentarily lost in the trauma of the past. The young man finally breaks his silence, his hand trembling slightly against the wooden surface of the table as he speaks her name. The wide, empty space of the room seems to amplify the tension between the 2 siblings, highlighting the isolation of their shared burden. She leans forward, her expression resolute as she poses a dangerous question, asking if he is willing to venture back into the depths of the dungeon despite the legal risks involved. He stares back at her, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grapples with the implications of her proposal and the path that lies ahead. The quiet of the kitchen is marked by the mundane presence of condiments, yet the air is thick with the anticipation of a first foray into the unknown. Within this domestic setting, a sudden realization strikes the young girl, her eyes widening as she processes a startling proposition. Her brother leans in, his expression serious as he proposes a clandestine path into the dungeon, bypassing the official regulations. She voices her hesitation, fearing the repercussions of breaking the established rules and the trouble it might bring upon them. He acknowledges the risk of being caught, but counters with a pragmatic argument. If she intends to enroll in his school, gaining strength now is a necessary preparation. She gazes at him, weighing the weight of his words against her own ambitions and the dangers ahead. To further ensure their safety, he introduces the concept of a specialized skill known as a fake, designed to feed adversaries misleading data and hide their true status. She listens closely, her posture tense as she absorbs the technicalities of their potential deception. In response to his explanation, she remains puzzled by his sudden change of heart, reminding him of his previous staunch opposition to her involvement. He looks away, his thoughts drifting back to the harsh reality of how outsiders are mistreated and the violence that erupts every year, as seen in the recent library incident. Seeing her doubt, he clenches his fist with a newfound resolve, explaining that his primary motivation is her safety. He wants her to possess the means to defend herself when the world turns hostile. She watches him, moved by the depth of his protective instinct and the sincerity in his voice. Inspired by his words, a determined smile finally breaks across her face, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she accepts the challenge. She beams with a mischievous grin, clearly satisfied with the arrangement. Her brother, however, lets out a heavy sigh of relief, his face glistening with sweat as the tension finally breaks. As night falls over their quiet home, a somber realization settles in. While he is genuinely glad to see her happy, he knows that half of what he told her was a fabrication, a necessary deception to ensure her cooperation. The weight of his secret knowledge is heavy. He knows that as the narrative of this world unfolds, there are paths where countless lives are extinguished in the ruins of civilization. In the grand design of the original story, his family was never meant to be more than background noise, mere extras destined for a tragic or insignificant end. He understands that knowing the future is a double-edged sword. While it provides a strategic advantage, sharing that knowledge carries immense risk, making personal strength and leveling up an absolute necessity. The threat is real and visceral, embodied by the hulking, monstrous forms that prowl the shadows, ready to tear through anything in their path. His gaze hardens with a newfound resolve, acknowledging that protecting those he loves requires a ruthless determination that leaves no room for hesitation. A week passes in a blur of preparation and quiet anticipation as the siblings adjust to their new reality. He remains vigilant, his eyes scanning the environment for any sign of danger or the unexpected. Clad in a hooded poncho to obscure her identity, she questions their detour through the woods, but he reminds her that avoiding students who might recognize her is the only way to reach school safely. She had been listening to his plan with quiet intensity, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of gnawing anxiety. He wondered if telling her the truth about the dangers ahead was the right choice, knowing that for both of them, this operation was truly a matter of life or death. As they moved through the vast, echoing corridors of the facility, he kept a watchful eye on every corner. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat, but they pressed on with purpose, eventually reaching the outskirts of the designated combat zone. Upon reaching the jagged cliffs, the young man peered over a rocky outcrop to find their targets, a group of hulking orcs prowling the path below. He signaled for his companion to stay back, his heart hammering against his ribs as the reality of the hunt set in. He turned to her, his expression stern as he reiterated the plan one last time. He warned her that he was about to lure a massive horde of the beasts toward their position and sternly told her not to lose her nerve when the chaos began, emphasizing that there was no room for hesitation. In response, she offered a bright, fearless smile that caught him off guard. She reassured him that everything would be fine, simply confirming her role in the plan. All she had to do was cut the support string at the precise moment he gave the signal. He looked out over the long, precarious suspension bridge that spanned the deep chasm, remembering the preparation they had put in. Over the past week, they had meticulously tested every variable to ensure their trap would hold under the weight of the monsters. They had experimented with various tools to find the most efficient way to trigger the collapse. While he had initially suggested using a sword, a mace, or even a hand grenade, and had personally tried using simple scissors, she had ultimately decided that a heavy machete was the most reliable choice for the task. Now, as the moment of truth approached, she sat in silence, her gaze fixed on the bridge. The playful energy from before had vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp focus as she waited for the signal to act. Suddenly, the plan was in motion. He sprinted across the wooden planks with a horde of roaring orcs hot on his heels. As he reached the safety of the far side, he screamed for her to cut the rope, his voice barely audible over the thundering footsteps of the monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the heavy blade downward. The machete bit deep into the thick hemp rope just as the lead orc reached the center of the bridge, the tension of the line snapping with a violent crash. She watches in stunned silence as the horde of orcs tumbles into the dark abyss, their guttural cries fading as the bridge gives way. Beside her, the large student catches his breath, the immediate danger finally passing. The massive creatures are helpless against gravity, disappearing into the shadows of the deep chasm as the last remnants of the trap fall with them. Later, as they find a moment of respite within the rocky confines of a nearby cave, she offers a quiet apology to her companion for the risks they took. He sits across from her, his large frame slumped with exhaustion, but his expression calm. He reassures her, gesturing to his arm and explaining that he had prepared for such a scenario by purchasing high-quality gear made from demon wolf pelt. He insists that he is perfectly fine, despite the intensity of the lure. She remains somber, insisting that the apology is necessary since it was his first time participating in such a dangerous maneuver, and she feels responsible for the outcome. Her gaze lingers on the ground, the weight of the day's events still heavy in her mind as she processes the narrow escape. Suddenly, a sharp, localized pain causes her to gasp and clutch her chest, her body tensing as she collapses slightly. He quickly identifies the sensation, informing her that it is merely the physical manifestation of a rapid level increase. He is visibly taken aback by the sheer volume of experience she must have gained from the bridge trap, while she stares at her own hand, feeling a strange new power coursing through her. She reveals that she has jumped 5 levels all at once and asks for guidance on a potential job change that has appeared. He immediately warns her against making any hasty decisions, his voice sharp with concern. He begins to explain the intricacies of her current newbie class, noting that while it may seem unremarkable at first glance, it possesses unique properties that shouldn't be discarded lightly. He leans in, explaining the intricacies of their world's mechanics. He notes that with enough rigorous training, one can expand their skill capacity by 3 slots, a significant advantage for any adventurer. He continues his explanation, warning that the true impact of these choices is felt much later, describing the sensation as a physical jolt to the system. His companion listens intently, trying to grasp the weight of his words. Elsewhere, the fruits of labor manifest as a surge of power. A young warrior reaches the milestone of level 5, the energy of the achievement radiating outward. Within the dim light of a cavern, the group gathers to discuss their future paths now that they have reached the threshold for a job change. The leader of the group declares her intention to remain a fighter, while the athletic youth stretches his arms high, celebrating their collective achievement of reaching level 5. He is joined in his resolve by his teammate, who confirms his commitment to the thief class. As the deadline for their upcoming duel approaches, the young man remains focused, knowing there is only 1 week left before his match against the group's leader. The vast, sterile halls of the academy stood silent, the towering pillars casting long shadows across the polished floor. A lone figure moved through the expanse, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the architecture. He narrowed his eyes, a cold determination burning within them as he focused on the path ahead. Every muscle in his face was taut, reflecting a mind consumed by the upcoming confrontation. His broad shoulders shifted under the thin fabric of his training gear, the physical manifestation of the power he had honed. The silence of the hall only amplified the intensity radiating from him. Elsewhere, under the cover of night, a different kind of preparation was underway as the group gathered around a small light. Yuma leaned forward, her voice hushed but urgent as she warned the others about a potential trap at the bridge, insisting they keep this knowledge a secret. She continued her warning, gesturing emphatically as she explained the danger of others discovering their hunting spot, or, worse, thugs coming to extort information. Butao listened intently, his expression turning serious as the weight of her words sank in. He nodded in solemn agreement, acknowledging the necessity of their caution. Beside them, Keru remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground as she absorbed the tension of the conversation. She then turned her attention to the stout young man, questioning if it didn't bother him that she possessed such specific knowledge of the location. He stammered in response, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he struggled to find the right words. He eventually managed to brush it off, claiming he had simply stumbled upon the place by chance. She watched him, her expression unreadable, noting to herself that his unwavering trust in her was, perhaps, a little peculiar. She reflects on her past cowardice in the library, contrasting it with the grand reality of being enrolled in the prestigious adventurer's school. While she maintains a pleasant smile, her companions notice a strange shift in her priorities, as if she is methodically replacing one set of values with another. This behavior doesn't go unnoticed by the young warrior, who watches her with a skeptical eye, wondering if her frankness is merely a well-crafted facade. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the training grounds, where the twin-tailed girl grunts with effort as she heaves her heavy blade through the air. Across from her, the gray-haired youth moves with practiced precision, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he parries a phantom blow. The two engage in a rigorous sparring session, the tip of his blade coming to a halt just inches from her throat in a display of superior speed. She catches her breath, a small smile forming as she admits that the rhythm of swordplay is finally starting to make sense to her. Dropping to one knee from exhaustion, she listens as he offers his sincere thanks, acknowledging that his own progress is a direct result of her help. Nearby, the blonde girl remains lost in thought, her mind fixed on the task of replicating the formidable battle records of the white-haired antagonist. Despite her silence, he reiterates his gratitude for her assistance, though the weight of her secret objectives continues to linger in the air. She watches as the two companions face each other in the quiet of the training area. Yuma poses the question that has been hanging in the air. Does he truly believe he can defeat Korea? Akaji doesn't offer a hollow boast, admitting honestly that he isn't sure. He stands shirtless, the weight of the upcoming challenge etched into his features as he reiterates his uncertainty. The young woman with the twin tails leans back against a weathered wall, her gaze falling as she absorbs his blunt honesty. She is joined by the light-haired girl, who points out the harsh reality of his recent performance. Since reaching level 4, his progress has stalled, leading her to suggest that if victory is unlikely, withdrawing might be the only logical choice. Despite the logical arguments for retreat, his resolve remains unshakable. The thought of backing down is simply not an option. He explains that this chance to challenge Korea, however impulsive it may seem, is a rare opportunity he cannot squander. He acknowledges the disparity between their classes, noting that Class E lacks the level and experience found in Class D, making their position even more precarious. Continuing his reasoning, he argues that a withdrawal would only validate those who label them as cowards. To him, Running away ensures that their circumstances will never improve. His eyes sharpen with a renewed fire as he makes a final, quiet vow. He has no intention of tasting defeat. The warrior plants his feet firmly on the cold tiles, preparing his body for the grueling work ahead. He throws himself into a frantic training regimen, the sound of his heavy breathing echoing through the hall as he strikes at a forest of hanging sandbags, pushing his physical limits to bridge the gap in power. He gasps for air, sweat beads rolling down his face as he pushes his body to its absolute limit in the silence of the training grounds. His breath comes in ragged, heavy bursts, the physical strain of his relentless training evident in every labored exhale. This grueling regimen is a far cry from the simple days of window shopping, where the sight of expensive combat boots and Keiru's quiet presence were his only concerns. Memories of past encounters, of facing down savage beasts alongside seasoned warriors, fuel his current desperation to grow stronger and bridge the gap between classes. While he pounds the pavement in the dim light, his companions are equally committed. Keiru pushes through her own exhaustion with sets of push-ups, all under the watchful, analytical eye of their supervisor who meticulously logs their progress. The memory of Keiru's name being screamed as she lay broken in a crater serves as a haunting reminder of the stakes they face and the weakness they must overcome. Elsewhere, Butao finds himself in the company of the formidable Su Cookie, struggling to keep pace with her purposeful, commanding stride through the city streets. She pauses, a look of mild surprise crossing her face as she notices something unusual, while he stares in confusion, noting a sudden, vibrant red glow emanating from nearby. A quiet apology hangs in the air as a figure turns to walk away, the sound of their footsteps echoing with a sense of regret and finality. He stands frozen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he is confronted with a question he isn't prepared to answer, his mind reeling at the sudden turn of events. He is the subject of quiet inquiry as Yuma stands before the academy, her gaze fixed on the structure while a voice asks about his current state. Beside her, Sakurako adjusts her glasses, noting that while they managed to reach level 6 in a mere month thanks to Yuma's high motivation, the path ahead remains daunting and difficult. The sun glints off the sleek, curved architecture of the training facility where the next phase of their journey will unfold. Inside, Korea stands with arms crossed, a looming threat. The consensus among the observers is that despite his smooth leveling, the upcoming duel, dubbed Korea's event, is a death trap for the unprepared. Watching the preparations, Sakurako's brow furrows as she calculates the odds, realizing that even at level 6, a special weapon is practically a necessity for survival. She clenches her hands in a moment of intense worry, while the supervisor and other students like Su maintain their stoic, watchful positions in the background. The strategist begins to voice a denial, her eyes wide with concern as the image of the formidable opponent remains etched in her mind. He, however, stands ready, his hand resting on the hilt of his massive blade as a spark of confidence suggests he might have a hidden strategy to defy the grim predictions. The vast, sterile expanse of the combat arena echoes with a final, sharp inquiry, demanding to know if the participants are prepared for what is to come. Standing firm across from his opponent, the young challenger declares his constant readiness, his hand hovering near his weapon as he stares down the imposing figure of Korea, who looms with a quiet, predatory confidence. High above the floor, the spectators lean forward in anticipation, their collective breath held as the tension in the hall reaches a breaking point. Among the crowd, Su Cookie watches with a mixture of anxiety and focus, her hands clasped as if in prayer, while nearby students whisper mockingly about the futility of Class E's defiance against a powerhouse like Korea. Her concentration is suddenly broken by a boisterous greeting as a large, imposing student strolls toward the group, catching the attention of both Karu and the stoic supervisor. The newcomer, a broad-shouldered youth with long, dark hair, casually greets Sakurako, his presence a stark contrast to the somber mood of the others, while Kiru looks on with a sense of unease. He is immediately met with a stern reprimand from the supervisor, who adjusts his glasses and questions why the boy is idling about instead of attending to his duties, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. He gives the signal, his voice echoing through the arena as he commands the duel to begin. Akagi stands ready, his expression hardening as he accepts the challenge and signals his own readiness to start. As he steps back to clear the way, Korea lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion that catches his opponent off guard. Both Akagi and Yuma can only watch in stunned silence as the sheer speed of the attack registers in their widening eyes. The blow sends him reeling as the force of the strike carvings through the air with a deafening roar. Akagi is forced into a desperate defensive maneuver, the raw power of the blow nearly overwhelming him as he barely manages to evade the lethal arc. He realizes with a jolt of fear that his eyes couldn't even track the movement. Nearby, Yuma observes the exchange, her voice low as she remarks on the incredible speed of such a massive weapon. She watches as Korea remains focused, his expression unreadable as he maintains his aggressive stance. His opponent, Akagi, adjusts his grip, his muscles tensing as he prepares for the next onslaught. Despite the pressure, he takes a moment to assess his own growth, noting that the ordeal at the bridge trap has pushed his personal level to 8. He quickly calculates his odds, however, and concludes that even with his increased level, a direct confrontation with Korea offers no guarantee of victory. In the stands, Su Cookie watches the unfolding battle with a cold, analytical gaze alongside her classmates. He reflects on the nature of their strength, acknowledging that while his teammates, including the stout Butao, the gentle Karu, and the studious Sakurako, are all technically level 6, their individual physical stamina and combat experience vary wildly. His words resonate with Yuma. She understands now that numerical levels are deceptive, and a higher-ranked opponent could still possess less actual combat utility than herself. The young challenger knows he cannot win through brute force alone and prepares to reveal his secret weapon. His opponent, confident in his level 11 physique, warns that in a battle of this caliber, even the slightest opening will be fatal. The clash is immediate. A powerful strike sends the boy skidding back across the floor, his boots screeching against the tile. He grunts in pain, struggling to maintain his footing as the older student stands unmoved, questioning if that was all he had to offer. He stares back, sweat beading on his brow, as the taunts continue. The seasoned fighter mocks the weakness of his strikes, asking if fear has sapped the strength from his arms and rendered his attacks powerless. In response, he shifts his weight, his boots scuffing against the tile as he adjusts his stance. Every movement is calculated, a silent preparation for the next gambit in this high-stakes duel. He admits that at this rate, they will only exhaust themselves without reaching a conclusion. With a sharp, determined look, he decides it is time to change the flow of the battle and bring out his trump card. His hand tightens around the hilt of a slender, specialized blade. This is no ordinary weapon. It is a tool designed specifically to overcome the massive gap in their physical levels. He reveals his bothersome new acquisition, the static sword. This enchanted blade is designed to sap an opponent's agility with every strike, carrying a significant chance to leave them completely paralyzed. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at his adversary's guard. The sudden shift in momentum catches the seasoned fighter off guard. His eyes widen, tracking the rapid approach of the younger boy who was reeling only moments ago. He can only brace himself as the challenger closes the distance in an instant, a specialized blade poised to strike. The air crackles with tension as the decisive moment of the duel arrives. He narrows his eyes, his focus sharpening as he plants his feet firmly on the ground. Opposite him, his opponent remains equally vigilant, watching for the slightest opening in the tense standoff. From the sidelines, the spectators from Class 1B watch the exchange with growing disdain, whispering about how pathetic the display seems and questioning if the challenger has simply lost his nerve in the face of superior strength. But their assumptions are fundamentally flawed, failing to grasp the strategy unfolding before them. The young swordsman knows something they don't, gripping the hilt of the static sword, a weapon whose true nature and debuffing capabilities remain a complete mystery to his adversary. Observing from the crowd, the girl with glasses notes that the opponent's usual aggressive style has been neutralized. He is too wary of the unknown to commit to any of his signature big moves. Seizing the moment, the challenger absorbs a heavy blow, using the momentum of the impact to pivot and unleash a massive, sweeping arc with his blade. His gaze remains fixed on the target as he follows through with the strike, the sheer force of the swing forcing the armored warrior into a desperate defensive posture. With a determined roar, he lunges forward, the blade leading his charge as he closes the distance in a blur of motion. He declares his intent to seize victory right here, his eyes burning with intensity as the edge of his weapon nears its mark. At that precise instant, the blade's latent power ignites, activating a specialized skill that surges through the steel to strike at the opponent's defenses. He narrows his gaze as the hidden power of his weapon surges, manifesting the double sting technique in a flash of lethal intent. The strike connects with a sharp crack, catching the armored warrior off guard as a burst of energy ripples across his chest plate. Bu Tao is in visible distress, his breath hitching as sweat beads on his forehead. He gasps, struggling to find words in the face of his sudden defeat. He lies slumped against the wall of the sterile hallway, looking up at the imposing assembly before him. Su Cookie sits regally in a chair, surrounded by the silent, judgmental ranks of Class 1B, as he weakly asks why this is happening. The young woman stares down at him with cold, unyielding eyes, her posture radiating an air of absolute authority. Behind her, the students of Class 1B stand like a monolithic wall, their presence reinforcing the vast gap in status between them and the fallen boy. She begins to recount his actions, her voice devoid of empathy as she mentions how he used Sakura, one of her own students. She reminds him of how he drove out Class E immediately after their enrollment, highlighting the calculated moves he made that have now led to this moment. Her eyes narrow to sharp slits, focusing on the ultimate failure that sealed his fate. It wasn't just the manipulation that offended her, but the fact that he managed to lose despite his underhanded tactics. Rising from her seat, she speaks of the school's hierarchy as an immutable law, where the ranking from Class A to E is absolute. The recent duel with Class E has clearly disrupted the order she prizes so highly, and she will not tolerate such incompetence. As she turns her back on him and walks away, she reveals that her preparations are already in motion. She has used her connections to ensure the arena is ready, anticipating that even a powerful asset like Korea might fail, leaving the broken boy behind in the wake of her cold ambition. She cries out with desperate certainty, her voice echoing through the hall as she proclaims that Korea will never be defeated. Because of this outburst, she finds herself sprawled on the cold floor, looking up at the impassive gaze of Su Cookie. Her mind races with memories of Korea's grueling training, recalling how he pushed himself into wretched places to achieve a level of power that seemed impossible for someone of his standing. She gasps as a heavy boot suddenly presses down on her back, pinning her to the tiles. Su Cookie looks down with a chilling indifference, questioning the very concept of hard work, as if it were a foreign, useless notion. The commander adjusts the brim of her cap, turning her attention to Korea. She explains with cold logic that the entire caste system was designed specifically to deny the value of such struggle, rendering individual effort meaningless in the face of established order. He stands motionless, his face a mask of stoicism as the girl on the ground continues to plead with him. She begs for a denial, unable to believe the accusations against him, her voice cracking as she reaffirms her faith in his strength. In response, he turns his sharp gaze towards Su Cookie. He asks her directly if she truly believes he has what it takes to emerge victorious against her, his voice devoid of its usual aggression. He then shifts his focus back down to the girl beneath Su's boot, asking if she honestly believes he hasn't put in the effort. The question leaves her speechless, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. Moments later, he surprises everyone by bowing deeply, his posture rigid with a strange sense of honor. He offers a formal apology for the trouble he caused, specifically mentioning a past incident in the library, and declares that he will offer no excuses. He will simply let his results speak for themselves, regardless of the outcome. As he turns to depart for further training, Su Cookie questions his lack of concern for the girl he is leaving behind. He doesn't even look back, his mind already focused on the coming conflict. He simply tells her to do as she pleases, his silhouette fading as he walks away. Su remains where she is, her weight still firmly planted on her captive, watching him go with an unreadable expression. He continues his cold departure, the sounds of distress from those he left behind echoing in the hallway as he turns his back on their pleas. The scene shifts to the heat of battle, where the armored warrior effortlessly parries a desperate strike. He had anticipated this move, knowing that his opponent's static sword technique was specifically designed to sap his agility and stun him into submission. Despite the mounting pressure, the young challenger gasps for air, his eyes narrowing as he focuses his remaining strength. He believes he has finally found a rhythm, convincing himself that he can now predict every one of his foe's movements. That confidence is shattered in an instant as a heavy blow sends him crashing to the floor. He groans in pain, realizing with a jolt of terror that his own body is no longer responding with the speed he needs. Looming over him like a dark omen, the victor's silhouette dominates the space. His voice is low and dangerous as he demands to know what his opponent just tried to say. Looking down at the defeated boy, he reveals the futility of the struggle. He explains that he had prepared for this specific encounter, swapping his gear for armor with high stun resistance to nullify the very advantage his opponent relied upon. He watches intently as the challenger claws at the ground, refusing to stay down. Even now, he suspects that the boy might still be hiding a final, desperate gambit. Trembling with exhaustion, the youth forces himself upward, his hands shaking as they tighten around the hilt of his blade in a display of sheer willpower. The warrior's gaze remains icy and detached, observing the struggle with the clinical precision of a predator waiting for the right moment to end the fight. He remains the center of gravity in the arena as the spectators lean over the railings, their faces a mix of shock and anticipation. Among the crowd, his classmates watch with bated breath, their expressions etched with growing concern for the outcome of the brutal struggle below. Having been pushed to her absolute limit, the young woman with the twin tails collapses onto the cold floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she struggles to find the strength to rise. He looms over his battered opponent, his shadow casting a long, dark shroud over the fallen youth. With a voice devoid of empathy, he demands to know if there are any final words or a plea for surrender, but the response is a defiant, blood-spattered refusal. With a sudden, brutal motion, the armored warrior delivers a crushing blow that sends his foe spiraling through the air. The impact against the stone floor is final, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. His face is a mask of pain, blood trickling as he gasps for air, while the victor looks on with chilling indifference, offering no mercy to the defeated. Suddenly, the blonde girl rushes onto the field, her voice cracking as she begs for the violence to stop. She shields the fallen youth, pleading with the victor to show mercy as the crowd watches in stunned silence. Observing the tragic scene from a distance, the tall supervisor adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable as he asks his companion if he should throw her own words back at her in light of the result. A heavy silence falls as the official announcement confirms the inevitable. Due to their inability to fight back, the pair has lost the match. Standing tall over his defeated foe, the white-haired warrior is officially declared the winner, marking a definitive failure in the attempt to overthrow the established order. Korea stands breathless, sweat beading on his brow as he stares down at the result of the intense clash, his expression a mix of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. His victory is absolute, leaving his opponent battered and broken on the ground. The sight of the fallen warrior sends a wave of shock through those watching. One friend stares in disbelief, while another's face contorts in pure horror at the brutality of the defeat. Standing tall in the center of the arena, the victor looms over the motionless form of his rival. The surrounding galleries are filled with spectators, all witnessing the grim conclusion of the duel in a heavy, expectant silence. Because of this display of power, the crowd erupts into a cacophony of shouts and gasps, the air thick with the collective realization of what has just transpired. They can hardly believe their eyes as the young woman breaks from the sidelines, rushing to the fallen boy's side. She cradles his head gently, her expression a mask of grief and desperation as she checks for any sign of life. Meanwhile, their companions watch from the stands, their faces etched with a mixture of grim acceptance and profound worry for their comrade's fate. As the tension in the arena reaches its peak, she hears her name called out and begins to move away, walking alongside a composed student leader while the weight of the defeat hangs heavy over the entire assembly. She watches in silence as the victor looms over the fallen, his voice booming through the hall. He demands to know who holds the power, who is superior, and who deserves their absolute obedience, forcing the defeated students of each class to acknowledge their new reality. He continues his verbal assault, sneering that while a few might claw their way up to D class by the time they graduate, their current status is far lowlier than they ever imagined. His words echo through the vast, cold hall as he strips away their dignity, declaring that to the academy, they are nothing more than a collection of slaves. From his position of absolute triumph, he looks down upon the gathered students and issues a final, crushing command to the entire assembly, cementing his authority. Nearby, she watches the humiliation with a cold, satisfied smirk, noting that the upper classes were in desperate need of subservient lackeys to do their bidding. He then turns back to the crowd, his face twisted in a challenge, offering to duel anyone foolish enough to take issue with his decree at any time. Standing tall and untouched, he gestures dismissively toward the broken form being tended to by his companions, warning that any who defy him will meet the same pathetic end. She turns away, her disdain clear as she mutters that the lower class was never anything more than empty boasts, while the defeated warrior can only groan in physical and emotional agony. As the supervisor coldly informs them they will be worked to the bone as gophers, the young man is hauled to his feet by his loyal friends, his voice trembling as he offers a weak apology for his failure. His tears of frustration and shame mingle with the blood on his face as the crushing weight of his inadequacy finally sinks in, forcing him to admit his own profound weakness. He is supported by his companions as they move away from the site of their defeat, the weight of the loss hanging heavy over the group. A steadying hand rests on his shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity amidst the crushing reality of their new status. Despite the bruises marking his skin and the exhaustion in his eyes, he offers a weary smile, apologizing to his friends and vowing that the next encounter will yield a different result. His resolve is met with a heavy silence from the others, their expressions a mix of pity and the grim realization of the gap between them and the upper classes. Walking away from the group, the stout young man finds himself surprisingly hollow, noting that he had expected to feel a sharper sting of resentment than what currently occupies his mind. He contemplates the idea of holding a grudge, his gaze narrowing as he processes the day's humiliations. He eventually makes his way back to the quiet solitude of the classroom, the empty desks serving as a stark reminder of the isolation their class now faces. As he watches his classmates from a distance, he acknowledges the overwhelming disparity in power between their group and the rest of the academy, a chasm he feels powerless to bridge. While he feels a flicker of sympathy for his battered leader, he can't help but feel that this crushing defeat was an inevitable part of a larger, unfolding narrative. A deeper problem begins to take shape in his mind, yet he quickly pushes the thought aside, deciding that such heavy reflections are best left for another time. Korea stands before a mysterious figure, his voice low and demanding as he asks who provided the countermeasure for the static sword. He gazes at the static sword, a slender, elegant rapier that is notoriously difficult to obtain due to its immense power. The warrior's focus remains on his gear, but across the academy, Akagi walks through the vast plaza, noting that the items and even Korea's armor deviate significantly from the game he once knew. A chilling realization strikes him, his eyes narrowing as he concludes that he is not the only player in this world. He remains silent for a moment, the weight of this discovery settling over him. His companions, meanwhile, recover in the infirmary, with Yuma, Butao, Sakurako, and Keiru all reflecting on their recent struggles while Korea remains isolated in his own pursuit of power. The warrior continues his interrogation of the silhouette, pressing for the identity of the one who guided him toward the legendary sword and its specific counters. While he demands answers, Akagi decides to proceed under the assumption that these other players are real and active participants in this reality, choosing to move forward with caution rather than overthinking the impossibility of the situation. His movements are watched from the shadows by the supervisor, who finds the motives of these newcomers impossible to read, and concludes that crushing Akagi now would only be a strategic demerit according to the unfolding story. While the observer remains in the dark, Akagi stands atop the stone steps with renewed purpose, certain that uncovering the truth behind their transport into this world requires following the path laid out by Dunex, regardless of the hostility he now faces. He stands alone for a moment, watching as his companions and other students walk ahead into the distance. The weight of his backpack and the gravity of his recent realizations seem to anchor him to the spot, leaving him isolated in the middle of the bustling walkway. Nearby, Sakurako watches him in silence, her gaze lingering with an unreadable intensity. Behind her glasses, her eyes are fixed on his retreating form, as if she is weighing the secrets he carries against the reality of their situation. The young man sat upright in the sterile infirmary bed, a figure clinging to the remnants of the day's struggle as his friends gathered around him. The room was quiet, the heavy atmosphere of the recent duel still lingering in the air. He listened intently as the supervisor reviewed his condition, confirming that there were no serious injuries, either internal or external. The news was a visible relief to Sakurako and the others, suggesting he would be able to return to his feet sooner than expected. With a weary but genuine nod, he offered a sincere word of thanks to everyone for their support and for staying by his side during the recovery. In response, the supervisor bowed his head slightly, expressing his own gratitude for the young man's willingness to fight on their behalf. He then turned his attention toward Yuma, as the focus shifted to the broader consequences of the battle. The weight of their tactical failure began to settle in, It appeared the static sword plan had been completely anticipated and countered by the upper classes, leaving their strategy in tatters. He stared blankly ahead, processing the realization that their efforts had been seen through, yet he maintained that the duel itself hadn't been entirely without merit. Knowing they had responsibilities to attend to, he urged the group to head back to their classes, promising that he would join them after a bit more rest. As the supervisor, Sakurako, and Yuma made their way down the quiet corridor, the supervisor noted that the boys seemed to be in better spirits than anticipated. However, Kaoru trailed behind, her gaze fixed on him with a growing certainty that he was masking a much deeper pain. She watches as the supervisor turns away, his voice low as he mentions that Yuma is trying to keep others from worrying about the situation. He continues down the corridor, followed closely by Yuma and Sue, noting that the excuse of needing rest is merely a cover for the true reason behind the current isolation. A sudden, sharp impact echoes through the hallway as a fist strikes the wall in a moment of silent, boiling frustration. The supervisor leans heavily against the cold surface, his posture slumped as the two women walk ahead, realizing that the message being sent is a clear demand to be left alone. Elsewhere, a sudden shout breaks the quiet, drawing immediate attention to a figure approaching from the distance. Akagi freezes, his eyes widening in recognition as he realizes exactly who has sought him out. Standing before him is a young man named Kikuchi, his arm bound in a sturdy sling, who explains that he has come specifically to offer his gratitude to the adventurer who saved his life. He recounts the events that led to his injury, describing a confrontation where he tried to protect a companion, only to be lured into a trap under the guise of an apology and a promise of hidden treasure. As they stand together, the weight of the truth settles between them when Kikuchi reveals that the location they were sent to was actually the territory of a lethal orc lord. Akagi is struck by a wave of regret, his expression darkening as the young man offers a sincere apology, lamenting that he couldn't have arrived to warn him any sooner. He listens as Kikuchi explains the dangers of the dungeon's 5th floor, noting that the guild had issued warnings about the orc groups residing there. Kikuchi admits to having done his own research before they set out, realizing now the gravity of the situation they were lured into. Continuing his explanation, the injured student emphasizes that regardless of what they might think of him now, his feelings regarding their intervention remain unchanged. With a sincere expression, he looks directly at his companions and expresses his genuine gratitude for their help, while the swordsman remains silent, absorbing the weight of the words and the betrayal they imply. Suddenly, his eyes widen behind his glasses, fixed on something approaching from behind the group that turns his gratitude into immediate dread. Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, the stout youth turns his head, his expression souring as he recognizes the figures drawing near. The peace is shattered as the injured boy cries out in protest, accusing the newcomers of a cruel deception that cost 2 of his party members their lives, while his friends look on in shock. A group of elite students from Class 1B strolls past with an air of unearned superiority, led by a tall, imposing figure with long dark hair and a distinctive mark upon his brow. The leader sneers, mockingly inquiring about the taste of the orc they encountered and dismissively labeling them as the pathetic small fry party they had met previously. Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, the stout boy roars an insult, but the antagonist merely scoffs, claiming this humiliation is the natural consequence for those who dare to refuse their invitation. Without hesitation, the elite student delivers a powerful blow, sending the boy reeling backward with a pained cry as the verbal confrontation turns into physical violence. He supports the injured student, whose pained groans echo in the quiet hallway. Nearby, the gray-haired warrior watches in silence, his expression unreadable as he processes the cruelty they just witnessed. As they walk away, the elite students from Class 1B continue their mockery, laughing at the idea of small fries flocking together. They dismiss the group as fools, claiming there was never any treasure on this floor and that ignorance would eventually cost them their lives, as they are just normal people after all. Hearing their insults, his gaze sharpens, a cold intensity flickering in his eyes as he watches their retreating backs, the weight of their arrogance fueling a silent fire within him. The injured boy trembles, the weight of the school's systemic oppression pressing down on him. He realizes that it isn't just these individuals, but the entire institution that sides with the elite to further persecute those in Class E. Though he has much to say, the words remain trapped in his throat, as he is not the one who should be screaming them. The distance between the two groups grows, leaving a heavy silence in the wake of the confrontation, but the tension remains unresolved. Helping his companion to his feet, the stout youth listens as the injured boy makes a desperate vow. Despite his current weakness and the fact that no promises can be made, he declares that one day he will find the strength to take them all on. He continues with newfound determination, insisting that he will train seriously from now on. He claims to have hidden potential, though his friend watches him with a mixture of concern and doubt, warning him that he will be in danger because of how strong their enemies truly are. The bravado eventually fades into a quiet apology for the trouble he caused. His companion simply offers a soft word of thanks, acknowledging the shared burden of their situation as they prepare to move on. From a distance, the leader of the elite group pauses, casting a cold, analytical glance back at the stragglers, her expression unreadable. She stands with her subordinates, watching as the trio slowly makes their way down the hall. Beside her, the twin-tailed warrior remains observant, perhaps seeing reflections of her own past in the struggling students as the tension between the classes remains thick in the air. A lone figure drifts in a weightless, white expanse, her form suspended in a state of quiet, ethereal repose. She reflects on a recurring dream where she began as a pupa, eventually granted the chance to transform into a butterfly with high hopes for the future. However, the reality awaiting her beyond that transformation is far removed from the world she had once imagined, shrouded in a cold, dark uncertainty. In this dreamscape, she finds herself adorned with dark, fragile wings, watching as the boy she once looked down upon steadily moves forward while her own newfound hope is utterly crushed. Her expression is one of profound sorrow and realization as she stares into the void of her own shattered expectations, the weight of her regret becoming tangible. Suddenly, she sits up in her bed, the morning light filtering into a quiet room as the remnants of the haunting dream begin to fade into the waking world. Outside her window, the mundane rooftops of the neighborhood stretch out under a clear sky, a stark and peaceful contrast to the internal turmoil of her sleep. She walks alongside him through the quiet residential streets, the morning sun casting long shadows against the apartment buildings as they begin their daily commute. The urban landscape stretches out before them, a dense collection of modern structures and elevated walkways that define the path to their academy. Her gaze remains fixed and contemplative, her eyes reflecting a quiet intensity as she processes the lingering thoughts from her unsettling dream. He continues ahead, his heavy backpack and several shopping bags weighing him down as he makes his way toward the school grounds, seemingly focused on the physical task at hand. Upon reaching the academy, he is joined by a friend who comments on his diligent work ethic, noting the heavy load he's transporting to the dormitory after a cleaning shift. He explains that he was asked to move the items after finishing his duties. As they walk together through the halls, she remains silent, her hand tightening into a small, determined fist at her side, while the boys continue their casual conversation about the day's chores. Inside the classroom, they find a classmate lounging in his seat, boastfully sharing news about his older brother being invited to an exclusive event hosted by the prestigious Colors organization. The news causes a stir among the other students, who are impressed by the connection. She approaches the group, her presence immediately drawing their attention. Her friend notes that she is standing right by his seat, interrupting the boastful atmosphere. Looking directly at him, she announces their objective to dive down to the 6th floor today, inquiring if he intends to join their party for the descent. Her expression is serious, focused on the upcoming challenge in the dungeon. He declines the invitation, expressing a desire to focus on solo training for a while longer. He wishes them luck as he prepares to head off on his own path. He is no longer the center of her world, as she reflects on her decision to stop diving into the dungeons with him and the rest of their group. She recalls a time when the party felt like home, remembering the days they spent together in the wilds, fighting side by side with the others under the guidance of their more experienced companions. However, that sense of belonging eventually soured, replaced by a growing, suffocating pressure that made every step along the path feel like it was being dictated by an unseen force. Back in the mundane reality of the school grounds, she walks several paces ahead of the boy who used to be her constant companion, the silence between them heavy and awkward. Her mind races as she searches for a plausible excuse to give him today, her gaze drifting downward as she struggles to mask her inner turmoil. The boy, sensing her distress, finally breaks the silence to ask if something has happened recently, his expression one of genuine concern as he catches up to her. She realizes her emotions must have been more transparent than she intended, noting how he has kept his distance since they entered the academy, yet still manages to worry about her state of mind. He presses further, bluntly asking if her current mood is born of disappointment, catching her off guard with the directness of the question. She quickly clarifies that it wasn't a matter of wanting him to lose, but rather a deeper, more unsettling realization that has taken root in her heart. With tears pricking at her eyes, she confesses that she feels she can no longer continue, her confidence in her ability to remain at an adventurer's school completely shattered. She remained lost in her own thoughts as Yuma turned to his partner, telling her to simply observe and that her presence alone would be sufficient. He then walked away, leaving the twin-tailed girl to stand alone in the hallway, a single tear escaping as she watched him depart. She quickly wiped her eyes and took a firm step forward, her expression shifting from sorrow to a newfound sense of purpose. They eventually arrived at the classroom together, standing before their peers who watched them with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. She bowed low to the assembled students, offering a heartfelt apology for her recent absence and declaring her readiness to return to the front lines. Their sudden appearance and her display of resolve caught the others off guard, with the group's leader admitting he hadn't realized she was so mentally resilient. She was then teased by a blonde classmate, who found her sudden display of vulnerability to be quite charming. He watched the interaction with a quiet intensity, noting how the atmosphere in the room had shifted back to one of camaraderie. They soon transitioned from the classroom to the depths of a dungeon, where a massive, white-furred beast lunged at them with a terrifying roar. He intercepted the monster's attack with a powerful strike, but instead of finishing it himself, though he clearly could have, he called out to his partner, urging her to take the final blow. She grips her blade with newfound purpose, her mind racing through the events that led to this moment. As she prepares to strike, she reflects on how Yuma is intentionally stepping back, allowing her to take the credit for victories she feels she hasn't fully earned. It is a calculated move on his part, one that forces her to confront the reality of the progress she has made, even the parts she didn't witness herself. Amidst the heat of the dungeon, a sudden clarity washes over her as she feels her own strength crystallize into a new level of proficiency. She realizes that her survival and growth weren't just due to Yuma's guidance, but also thanks to the support of others. A firm resolve settles in her gaze as she acknowledges a debt of gratitude she owes to Suda, vowing to thank him properly once the dust settles. Following the successful expedition, the group makes their way back to the surface, leaving the depths of the dungeon behind. However, the sense of accomplishment is short-lived when the next day arrives at the academy. A heavy silence hangs over the classroom as the seat usually occupied by Suda remains empty, casting a shadow of concern over the morning as his absence goes unexplained. Kaoru gestures enthusiastically as she recounts her recent findings. She points out that certain areas, like the bridge trap, appear to be excellent hunting grounds that no one else seems to be utilizing, providing a significant advantage for those in the know. Continuing her explanation, she notes that in the months since they began diving into the dungeons, she has uncovered locations that are not common knowledge among the other players. She emphasizes that these hidden spots are the key to their rapid progression. Despite her confidence, a shadow of doubt crosses her face as she mentions a specific detail that has been bothering her. During a break at the academy, she explains that while she has consulted others like Kikuchi-san, there is one thing that simply doesn't add up. She shares this concern with her companions, including Suda, whose arm remains bound in a supportive sling from a previous encounter. The mention of an anomaly triggers a sudden, sharp realization for the young warrior. He demands to know about the DLC, his expression hardening as he considers the implications of this hidden content within their reality, questioning how such a thing could exist in their world. Back in the depths of the dungeon later, as the two of them take a moment to rest, he observes that their progress has slowed and suggests they descend to the 7th floor to find more challenging foes. He notes that leveling up is becoming increasingly difficult at their current depth. She agrees with his assessment, confident that their current strength is more than enough to handle the dangers of the deeper levels. He listens intently as Kaoru points toward a distant objective, explaining that if her knowledge is correct, they can obtain the Armored Knight job in that specific area. As she continues her explanation, he learns that this particular class grants the unique ability to create and command golems. The details of this DLC content, titled A Golem's Heart, suggest that while the job was initially poorly received due to the golem's slow movement and the player's reduced combat effectiveness, it holds hidden potential for those who know how to use it. She emphasizes that for someone trapped within this world and unable to log out, there is no job more practical or convenient than one that provides loyal, automated guardians to bolster their defenses. The revelation of such a specialized and powerful skill set leaves her wide-eyed with shock, her voice rising in disbelief at the strategic possibilities it opens up. Driven by a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she insists they set off immediately, a sentiment he echoes as they stand amidst the rugged, snow-dusted terrain, ready to investigate the anomaly. Pausing for a moment of reflection as they walk, she notes that beyond the job change, the area also serves as an excellent hunting ground for leveling up their current stats. He remarks on the rarity of starting with a unique skill, prompting her to reveal that she has possessed the two-sword style since the beginning. He is taken aback, wondering why she kept it secret, while acknowledging that his own gluttony falls into the same category of rare starting abilities. This two-sword style, an advanced skill typically reserved for high-ranking samurai, allows for a devastating increase in hit rate and offensive power by equipping a weapon in each hand, making the wielder far less vulnerable in close quarters. She then turns to him with a pointed question, asking if he has ever truly faced a monster in direct, head-on combat, leaving him to offer a hesitant, uncertain confirmation as he considers his past encounters. He listens as his companion explains their objective, a formidable demon wolf known as a warg. She decides that this encounter will serve as his training, entrusting the entire battle to him to build his combat experience. With a cheerful grin and a confident thumbs up, she reaffirms her decision, leaving no room for argument as they press deeper into the woods. As they navigate the dense forest, the predator makes its presence known, a massive white beast with bared fangs stalking silently behind the young man. Sensing a shift in the air, he glances back, his pupils narrowing as the realization of the creature's proximity hits him. The atmosphere thickens with tension, footsteps halt, and eyes lock onto the threat as the two companions prepare for the inevitable clash. Facing the towering beast head-on, he draws his blade, standing his ground alongside his partner as the warg looms over them, its growl echoing through the trees. His gaze remains fixed on the monster, every sense heightened as he waits for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, the girl springs into action, her twin tails whipping behind her as she charges toward the snarling wolf, which responds with a deafening roar. The ferocity of the beast's counterattack catches her off guard, sending her tumbling to the forest floor as the creature's massive jaws snap inches from her face. Scrambling to regain her footing, she narrowly avoids a lethal strike, the warg's predatory power overwhelming the initial plan as the hunt turns into a desperate struggle for survival. She remains vigilant, her eyes scanning the dense tree line where the beast lurks. Nearby, Yuma watches with bated breath as the predator emerges from the shadows, its presence a heavy weight in the silent forest. She doesn't flinch as the creature lunges, its massive jaws agape in a terrifying display of primal hunger. Instead, her gaze sharpens, narrowing with a cold, calculated focus that belies her youthful appearance. The young warrior moves with a burst of blinding speed, her blade carving a lethal arc through the air as she passes right through the monster's guard before it can even snap its teeth. The force of the impact sends a spray of dark essence into the air as the beast is torn asunder, unable to withstand the sheer precision of her counterattack. She lands lightly on her feet, the threat neutralized in a single, fluid motion. Stunned by the display of raw talent, the boy can only stare in silence, his mind struggling to process the incredible speed he just witnessed. He wonders if everyone in this strange world possesses such overwhelming power, feeling a profound sense of relief that such a formidable fighter is standing by his side. She turns back to him with a playful glint in her eye, boasting about her strength and asking if he managed to catch her performance. Their brief moment of respite is shattered by a haunting, guttural howl that ripples through the trees, signaling that the hunt is far from over and more predators are closing in. As the echoes fade, a realization begins to take hold. The path that led to this moment was paved with a deceptive ease that may have clouded their judgment. There had been no true struggle until now, largely because every move had been dictated by an intimate knowledge of the world's underlying mechanics, treating the journey like a familiar game. Yet, a grave oversight looms over the horizon. The necessity for countermeasures and preparations was forgotten in the face of such easy victories, and the grand spires of the distant city serve as a silent reminder of the challenges yet to come. He realizes that while he and Keiru fight for their lives in the forest, a far greater power looms in the distance, seated upon a cold, stone throne within a silent, cavernous hall. The reality of their situation is harsh, as the carcass of a fallen beast serves as a grim reminder that this world offers no mercy or time for those who are unprepared. Despite the immediate danger of the pack, an even more formidable presence remains shrouded in shadow, a silent harbinger of a catastrophe that is still looming on the horizon. The path ahead splits between a grim, skull-lined corridor and a sunlit trail leading toward ancient ruins. Emerging from the shadows, the young swordsman and his companion reach the entrance of a weathered stone structure. He gestures forward, his expression a mix of caution and anticipation as they prepare to enter. Before them stands a massive stone slab, etched with a complex, glowing geometric seal that marks it as a magical gateway. He suggests that they should take this opportunity to register their magic power at the gate. She looks at him with a start, questioning if such a thing is truly permitted or safe in this place, but he remains calm, expressing relief that they found the portal. As they move into the grand, dilapidated hall beyond the gate, his mind wanders to his ultimate objectives. While the armored knight remains his primary target, he realizes that obtaining the faker skill is an essential step in his progression. This specific skill is a hallmark of those who have mastered the thief profession, a path often taken by agile combatants and specialists in deception. He visualizes the complex path ahead, first raising his level to unlock extra skill slots, then temporarily adopting the thief job to acquire faker, before finally transitioning into the powerful armored knight role to dominate the dungeon at his own pace. He stands with Keiru in the middle of a lavishly decorated hall, confirming that their current position is secure. She looks around the ornate room, seeking his approval, and he gives a simple, affirmative nod. After ensuring their immediate surroundings are safe, he suggests they take a brief moment to recover their strength, noting that their objective lies just beyond. She readily concurs, understanding the importance of being prepared for what comes next. Nearby, the silence of the ruins is punctuated by the soft sound of crumbling stone as dust drifts from a weathered wall. Emerging from the interior, they are greeted by the sight of a sprawling, majestic complex that dominates the horizon with its numerous spires and fortified walls. Stunned by the sheer scale of the architecture, she wonders aloud if they are looking at a fortress or a royal castle. He clarifies that it is a citadel, specifically designed as a hub for golems. With his blade drawn and ready, he leads the way across the stone courtyard toward the heart of the massive structure. They pass beneath the heavy iron teeth of a raised portcullis, entering the deeper recesses of the citadel. Suddenly, their path is obstructed by a colossal entity composed of gnarled wood and ancient stone, its massive form shaped like a guardian at the threshold. The sheer presence of the creature forces a startled gasp from both of them as they instinctively brace for an encounter. However, as they stand frozen, he notices the guardian remains motionless, showing no signs of aggression. He tells her to hold her position, realizing that the expected attack isn't coming. He observes the massive creature, noting that the wood golems remain passive unless approached directly. His focus is on the glowing crystal embedded in the beast's back, a rare component required for the armored knight quest. Standing before the grand entrance of the citadel, he remarks on the value of such a find, comparing the crystal to a precious jewel that would fetch a handsome sum on the market. Keiru listens as they prepare to enter the structure. Inside the bustling hub, the presence of a powerful figure commands attention. The woman's poise and attire suggest a person of significant influence and wealth within this floor of the dungeon. She looks down at the young adventurers, her expression unreadable. She informs them that while their current strength is insufficient to reach the deepest levels, they have no choice but to venture further if they hope to sell their spoils. The weight of her words leaves him visibly stunned. They find themselves on the 10th floor, standing outside the establishment known as Obaba's shop. The area is filled with various goods and the occasional mascot, marking it as a rare safe haven. He reaches out to steady his companion, patting her head gently as he suggests they take some time to explore their surroundings before moving on. The duo traverses a wide, stone-paved plaza centered around an ornate fountain. He remains vigilant, warning her that skeletons are known to manifest in this area and that they must keep their guard up. Just as he speaks, a dark, malevolent energy coalesces behind them. A skeletal warrior, its bones rattling with unnatural life, emerges from the shadows to strike. With the undead close on their heels, they sprint up a grand staircase. He leads the way, sword drawn, as they narrowly avoid the grasping claws of the pursuing skeletons. They reach a set of massive, ornate doors at the top of the stairs. He pauses to catch his breath, noting that the castle's main chamber lies just beyond and speculating on the treasures that might be hidden within. He pushes the heavy double doors open just a crack, suggesting they should take a look inside to see what lies beyond. Beyond the threshold, a massive, imposing figure sits motionless upon a stone throne, draped in a heavy, fur-lined cloak that pools at its feet. This is no common skeleton. The creature's skull is adorned with long, curved horns, and its powerful frame is encased in thick, dark plate armor. Peering through the gap, the young woman urgently whispers for him to look at the monster's feet, while he calculates that such a rare beast must be at least level 8. As they stare at the heavy, ornate greaves of the seated guardian, she asks if he truly intends to engage such a formidable opponent in combat. He decides against the reckless move, noting the danger and suggesting they retreat to hunt golems first. As they depart, a sense of unease lingers in his mind. The weight of the encounter lingers as they retreat, leaving him with a profound sense of realization about the dangers they face. By the next day, his thoughts remain fixed on his companion, troubled by the uncharacteristic look of worry he saw on her face during their escape. He observes the shopkeeper, noting that her current expression is something he never encountered in the original version of this world, leading him to believe his own words are the cause of her distress. Though he is desperate to inquire about the static sword, he chooses to remain silent for now, watching her walk away as he resolves to wait for a better moment. He is deep in thought, his gaze distant, until the sound of a familiar voice pulls him back to the present. Kaoru calls out to him with a note of concern, prompting him to focus on the matter at hand as he begins to point out a specific detail that has caught his eye. Stepping further into the skeletal remains of a ruined structure, he keeps his blade ready, his posture tense as they navigate the debris. Kaoru follows closely behind, her eyes scanning the desolate environment for any hidden threats. Suddenly, his eyes widen in a moment of sharp, jarring realization, his pupils shrinking as something unexpected and perhaps dangerous catches his attention. On the ground amidst the overgrown grass, the remains of a cold campfire and charred debris lie scattered, a silent and unsettling testament to a recent presence in this abandoned place. Yuma stands before a pile of charred wood, the remains of a recent bonfire. The sight catches him off guard, as he hadn't expected to find signs of recent human activity in this desolate place. He stares at a nearby stone fireplace, his mind racing. The presence of these mundane comforts forces him to reconsider everything he thought he knew about this restricted zone, realizing his initial assumptions were fundamentally flawed. Standing beside his companion in the dimly lit hall, he wonders if others had sought refuge here for the night or if they had bypassed the gate entirely. If they were still nearby, the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. He tenses as a sharp, urgent shout suddenly pierces the silence, warning of imminent danger. A disheveled young man bursts into view, his clothes worn and his expression desperate. He calls out to the pair, his voice cracking as he begs for food, claiming to be on the verge of starvation. The stranger approaches without a hint of hesitation, his casual demeanor striking a sharp contrast with the tension of the environment. Yuma watches him warily, surprised by the man's lack of caution in such a perilous area. As the newcomer explains that he was separated from his companion after a hunt for a ward went awry, Yuma demands to know what they are doing in this place. The situation grows increasingly bizarre as the hungry adventurer waits for a response. He explains the sequence of events, recounting how his group had banded together before discovering a tunnel that led them into a nearby opening. Standing within the vast, arched corridors of the structure, the two groups face each other, the scale of the stone architecture dwarfing their presence. Observing the newcomers, the young student realizes they likely stumbled into this restricted zone by sheer accident, while the weary traveler silently plots a way to separate from the teenagers so he can continue his own journey. The tension is suddenly broken by a thunderous growl from the traveler's stomach, prompting him to demand sustenance with desperate urgency. His companion joins the plea, both of them visibly haggard as they shout for any available rations, claiming they have reached the absolute limit of their endurance. Eager to be rid of the burden they represent, the boy considers his options, but his companion is quicker to act, kindly offering a portion of their supplies despite his grumbling protests. Once the immediate hunger is addressed, the group stands together in the center of a wide, sunlit hall, where the traveler proposes a full exploration of the castle now that they have made it this far. This suggestion catches the student off guard, and he questions the wisdom of pushing further into such a dangerous location when they are clearly exhausted. The traveler counters by pointing out their current position on the 7th floor and the existence of an unexplored section on their map, making the opportunity too valuable to pass up, leaving the boy to sigh at the mounting trouble. He eventually concedes, realizing that because they bypassed the main gate, they ended up much deeper than intended, and he hopes that after a few encounters with the local golems, the strangers will lose their nerve and head home. He listens as his companion vents her frustration, her nose wrinkled in distaste as she complains about the lingering scent of their new acquaintances and the ruined prospect of a peaceful meal. As they walk toward the looming spires of the castle, she insists that his strength far surpasses that of the strangers, though he remains unconvinced and considers using a specialized skill to verify her claim. This technique, known as simple appraisal, provides a clear view of an opponent's capabilities, yet it carries the risk of drawing unwanted aggression from monsters and is widely regarded as a social taboo when directed at other people. The group passes through a massive stone archway, the heavy iron portcullis hanging above them like a row of teeth as they enter the inner sanctum of the fortress. Unexpectedly, the man with the glasses offers to reveal their own statistics through the very skill he had been contemplating, prompting a look of genuine surprise from the young swordsman. The three men stand ready, their identities and prowess laid bare. Akihisa Red and Ichiwari Kinzuya, both seasoned fighters of the 9th level, flanking their leader, Daikira Masaru, a level 10 thief. Seeing the numbers for herself, the girl leans in close to whisper, asking for his assessment of their newfound ally strength. They continue deeper into the Grand Hall, where the strangers explain their plan to secure the hunting grounds and retreat only after they have successfully neutralized a couple of the resident golems. Sensing an opportunity to cover more ground, he suggests that the party divide into 2 smaller units to explore more efficiently, a proposal that immediately draws a suspicious inquiry from the long-haired leader. The vast, intricate architecture of the castle stretches out before them, a silent witness to the uneasy alliance forming within its cold, stone walls. He stands before the massive, gnarled guardian of the citadel, blade drawn and ready. Behind him, his companion's voice rings out with unwavering confidence, assuring everyone that he will be just fine as he prepares to strike at the creature's core. Despite the intensity of the moment, a voice cuts through the tension, suggesting that they should simply call it a day and head back. He pauses, the sweat on his brow reflecting the weight of the decision. The source of the interruption is a group of adventurers who have just emerged from the depths of the castle. Their leader explains that they encountered a strange, skeletal entity within the stone walls, something far more unsettling than the usual denizens. Seeing an opportunity, the leader proposes that their 2 groups merge into a single party. He emphasizes the danger, noting that the skeleton they saw was unlike any other, possessing a strength that felt fundamentally different. They exchange a wary glance, the silence between them speaking volumes as they weigh the risks of joining forces with these strangers. With a polite but firm smile, he declines the invitation, explaining that they would prefer to continue on their own path for now. This rejection does not sit well with the other man, who suddenly flares with indignation. He loudly reminds them of his group's prestige, claiming they are a branch of the renowned colors, and that such an offer shouldn't be dismissed so lightly. Sensing the rising hostility, he tries to smooth things over by suggesting that his own lack of experience would only hinder such a high-ranking group. Meanwhile, his companion realizes why the man's face looks familiar. His brother is a member of a truly legendary party. The man remains persistent, his tone turning more ominous as he suggests that making enemies of his group might be more dangerous than any monster lurking inside the castle. He catches his companion's eye, a silent understanding passing between them. It is clear that further argument will only lead to more trouble, and they must find a way to navigate this social minefield. He decides to accept the proposal, much to the surprise of his companion. They stand before the large doors of the inner chamber, ready to proceed. Standing before the threshold, the group prepares for the encounter. The leader of the other party suggests using a basic assessment skill to gauge the threat behind the doors. He exudes confidence, reasoning that their combined strength of 5 should be more than enough to overcome a foe of level 9 or 10. However, a flicker of caution crosses his mind as he acknowledges that anything exceeding level 11 would pose a significant challenge. As they cautiously approach the massive doors, one of them peers through the gap, only to recoil in sudden, sheer disbelief. The scout stammers in terror, pointing toward the horror within. The others tense up, their initial confidence evaporating as they witness the reality of the threat. A glimpse of the entity reveals a form clad in dark, heavy plating, radiating an aura of ancient, cold power. The massive, horned figure looms over them, its skeletal face a mask of death. It becomes immediately clear that this adversary's power far exceeds their most dire estimations. The woman's voice cracks as she screams Kinzuya's name, her face contorted in a mask of pure, sweating desperation as the situation spirals out of control. Beside her, the armored warrior stands frozen, both of them staring back at the encroaching shadow with wide-eyed terror as the sound of heavy footsteps draws nearer. Emerging from the gloom, the armored titan strides forward, its heavy plate clanking with every purposeful step as it hunts its fleeing prey through the stone corridor. In the chaos of the retreat, the young girl, Kano, trips and falls to the cold floor, her companions barely noticing as they scramble to escape the unexpected horror of the 7th floor. The leader draws her blade, her expression hardening as she makes a grim calculation. She tells the others that they cannot all perish here, and that some must be left behind to ensure the survival of the rest. He hears the decree, his eyes widening in disbelief as the weight of the betrayal begins to sink in, his gaze fixed on the companion they are abandoning. Despite the internal turmoil, his feet continue to carry him away, the rhythmic thud of boots on stone marking a shameful and desperate retreat. A sudden, violent impact erupts behind him, the force of the blast nearly knocking him off his feet as the world turns to a blur of dust and debris. The trauma triggers a buried memory of a younger self, weeping in a similar uniform, helpless against a world that demands such cruel and heartless sacrifices. As they distance themselves from the carnage, the warrior laughs at the absurdity of the situation, mockingly asking if they are truly leaving her behind, while the leader coldly reaffirms that the girl was merely a necessary sacrifice. He is pulled back into the recesses of his mind, returning to a time when the hallways of a school were his entire world. A younger version of himself is seen in a frantic chase, pursuing a girl through the sterile corridors. He finds himself 7 years in the past, where the memory of a girl's silhouette remains etched in his mind. The weight of the years seems to vanish as the scene from his youth begins to play out with vivid clarity. He is also joined in this recollection by a young Suda, whose presence serves as a grounding force in the shifting landscape of his memory. They are soon transported to a quiet playground, where the mundane setting of benches and slides becomes the backdrop for a pivotal moment. A young girl watches the scene unfold with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, her large eyes capturing every detail. The girl is cornered by two boys who take pleasure in her distress, mocking her for her perceived weakness. They question why she bothers to struggle at all, taunting her about her lack of athletic prowess and her inability to fight back against their harassment. Despite their overwhelming presence, she maintains a flicker of defiance, even as they demand she cease her resistance and submit to their whims. He suddenly interjects, his voice ringing out with a sharp rebuke for their cowardly behavior. Stepping firmly between the girl and her tormentors, he ignores Suda's attempts to restrain him, driven by a singular need to protect. He declares that while he may not have formal training, he is more than capable of dealing with them, his face a mask of righteous fury as he prepares to face the consequences of his intervention. He is left battered and exhausted on the ground, the physical toll of the fight evident in his slumped posture. As he tries to recover his breath, the girl turns to Suda to offer her thanks, her voice soft with relief. She admits to herself that she was too paralyzed by fear to act, while he and Suda acknowledge the beating they both took in her defense. He is remembered as a figure of immense courage, a boy who was able to do the things others could not. To the girl he saved, he was never just a classmate. He was a hero who stood tall when the world felt small and threatening. He is abruptly yanked back to the present, the cold reality of the dungeon replacing the warmth of the sun-drenched playground. The heavy armor on his shoulders feels like a physical manifestation of the burdens he has carried since that day. She stares at him with wide, trembling eyes as the pieces of the past finally click into place. A silent question hangs in the air, a dawning realization of the true nature of the man standing before her and the history they share. She stares in disbelief as the one she looked up to turns his back, the mocking laughter of the armored titan echoing in the hall. The monster jeers at the boy's apparent cowardice, leaving the girl to face her end alone. But another voice cuts through the despair, sharp and defiant. Kaoru refuses to yield, her resolve manifesting in a powerful technique she calls the void/shock. Because of this distraction, the massive, armored leg of the titan crashes down, narrowly missing the girls as they huddle on the cold stone floor. Seeing their plight, his eyes well with tears, the weight of his choices and the sight of his friends in danger finally breaking through his stoic facade. In response, he lunges back into the fray, his blade clashing against the monstrous foe with a desperate intensity that catches everyone by surprise. He stands firm, his face bruised and streaked with grime, yet his gaze is more focused than ever as steam rises from his overheated body. Moments later, he offers a gruff apology for his delay, explaining that he needed to avoid being seen by those using motion casting. Kaoru, though relieved, can't help but complain about her aching feet as the dust from the clash settles. She searches his face for any sign of weakness, asking if the brutal exchange took a toll, but he simply offers a calm, reassuring denial. Despite the brief respite, he knows the danger hasn't passed and urges her to take the young girl and flee while he holds the line. She is stunned by his decision to stay behind, but he reasons that the creature would only hunt them down if they tried to escape together. He turns back toward the looming threat, his voice steady and filled with an unbreakable conviction as he vows to end the battle once and for all. Yuma faces his formidable opponent, his face etched with a mix of strain and fierce resolve. He shouts a command to switch positions, his voice cutting through the heavy tension of the battlefield. Following his call to action, the two combatants distance themselves momentarily amidst the shattered remains of the stone floor. He crouches low, catching his breath as the dust of their clash begins to settle around them. The brief respite ends as they lunge at each other once more, their movements a blur against the backdrop of crumbling architecture. The sheer force of their encounter sends debris flying, marking the escalation of a true disaster. Amidst the chaos, he begins to realize the source of his power, questioning how he is able to manifest high-level techniques like the void/shock. After much experimentation, the answer becomes clear. The skills he honed within the game have somehow crossed over into this reality, becoming a part of his very being. To survive the onslaught, he carefully manages his remaining mana, activating a trio of potent abilities. He triggers the regenerative power of Satanakia's stem cell, the enhanced agility of Shadow Step, and the heightened reflexes of Overdrive, preparing for the next phase of the fight. He stands amidst the settling dust and shattered stone, his breath steady as he prepares for the next exchange. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air, but his gaze remains fixed on the formidable opponent before him. Activating a familiar ability, he focuses his vision, a digital interface flickering across his sight as he initiates a simple appraisal of the threat. The data manifests, revealing the true nature of the adversary, Wuljmut, a unique boss and skeleton noble. As a shadow walker with formidable strength, the creature stands as a daunting obstacle in his path. Without a word, the skeletal noble shifts its weight, extending a hand as if to beckon the shadows themselves to do its bidding. Suddenly, the creature lunges, its movements a blur of dark plate and fur as it closes the distance with lethal intent. He narrowly avoids the initial strike, planting his foot firmly against a piece of debris. He realizes he cannot afford to let the monster dictate the pace, as time is a luxury he simply does not possess. With a burst of speed, he counterattacks, his blade clashing against the boss's defense. He is acutely aware that he is pushing his current level 10 physique to its absolute limits to keep up. The impact reverberates through his arms, a stark reminder that his current capabilities are a far cry from the peak performance he once commanded as a top-tier ranker. Knowing his window of opportunity is closing, he recalls the potion he consumed, a desperate form of doping that allows him to utilize his high-level skills for a mere 2 minutes. He must make every second count. The battle erupts into a frantic sequence of strikes and parries, each movement fueled by the temporary surge of power as he fights against both the skeletal noble and the ticking clock. He lunges forward, his blade clashing against the skeletal knights in a shower of sparks as the two trade blows in a frantic dance of steel. The force of a sudden counterblow sends him reeling, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes the sheer speed and precision of his opponent. As he stabilizes, a chilling realization takes hold. Despite being an undead creature, the warrior is reading his every movement with uncanny, tactical precision. Only 40 seconds have elapsed, yet the toll of forcefully activating his skills is already tearing at his muscles, leaving his vision blurred and his body feeling as though it were being rent asunder by the internal pressure. He gasps for air, his school uniform now tattered and stained with the dust of the arena as the energy of the battle swirls around him. Despite the agony radiating through his limbs and the sweat pouring down his face, he refuses to yield, his jaw set in a grim line of absolute determination. A defiant, bloody grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges that this battle is far more intense and exhilarating than anything he had anticipated. Across the stone floor, the armored figure points a mocking finger, demanding that the boy stop holding back and show his true strength, questioning if he is being underestimated. The air in the chamber grows heavy with the weight of an impending disaster as the two combatants face off once more in the center of the ruined hall. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself into the air, his eyes locked on the skeletal foe as he prepares a desperate aerial assault to break the stalemate. He descends like a bolt of lightning, his blade clashing against the skeletal knight's defense with a bone-shaking impact. Despite the desperate intensity of the assault, the armored figure stands his ground, the sheer force of the collision sending shockwaves through the air as the two combatants remain locked in a deadly struggle. Kano sits alone, her small frame hunched on the cold floor as the battle rages elsewhere. High above the ground, the young warrior clashes with the monstrous gatekeeper, utilizing a specialized aerial technique to manifest solid platforms beneath his feet. He realizes with grim urgency that the enhancing effects of his current state will only last for another 30 seconds, forcing him to make every movement count in this close-quarters struggle. He vaults over the towering beast, his blade trailing a path of light as he seeks an opening in the creature's impenetrable defense. The gatekeeper remains unmoved, a silent sentinel of stone and shadow, as the swordsman lands and immediately prepares for his next strike. To his horror, he discovers that the monster isn't even actively parrying. It is repelling his every advance through the sheer, overwhelming pressure of its aura alone. The realization strikes him harder than any physical blow, seeing the creature stand amidst a pillar of dark energy while he struggles just to stay within reach. Despite the mounting despair, the swordsman tightens his grip on the blade of Edgar's, his face a mask of blood and sweat as he prepares for one final, desperate gambit. Meanwhile, the young girl remains where she was left, her thoughts heavy with the guilt of her own perceived helplessness and the vow that she will not remain a mere burden to her protector forever. She stands amidst the rubble, her head bowed in a crushing weight of guilt. The sight of her brother battered and broken fills her with a bitter realization. His suffering is the price of her own perceived weakness. As the battle rages on, she struggles with her own conflicting emotions, wondering if she even has the right to ask for victory when she can do nothing to help. Yet, the desperate hope for his survival outweighs her self-doubt. Casting aside her hesitation, she throws her head back and screams with every ounce of her being, begging her brother to overcome the impossible and win. Her voice reaches him through the roar of the wind and the hum of the gatekeeper's aura, triggering a primal, guttural cry of defiance from the warrior. He stands firm on his invisible footholds, his spirit reignited by her plea. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, his movements a blur of desperate motion as he closes the gap between himself and the monstrous entity. The skull-faced giant watches with hollow eyes as the young man approaches, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated determination. The two forces collide with a deafening crack that echoes across the sprawling city below, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves through the very air. Channeling the last of his strength into a single point, he triggers a devastating release of energy that carves through the darkness, pushing the massive guardian back. He tumbles through the sky, his body spent and his blade heavy. Yet he manages to execute one final, desperate maneuver to break the air itself. From her vantage point on the roof, she watches in awe as a pillar of light erupts in the distance, signaling the climax of the brutal struggle. She could only watch from afar as the blinding sphere of light consumed the horizon, drawing the stunned gazes of the city guards who stood frozen on the battlements. Following the cataclysmic flash, jagged shards of stone and debris began to rain down upon the urban spires like a lethal hail, signaling the end of the aerial struggle. The epicenter of the blast was a chaotic landscape of rising smoke and pulverized earth, where the very ground had been torn asunder by the sheer force of the impact. Amidst the settling dust, a faint, regretful apology drifted through the air as a lone silhouette began to emerge from the haze, struggling to find its footing. The warrior stood battered and breathless, his garments reduced to rags and his skin scorched, acknowledging to himself that he had pushed his physical form to its absolute breaking point. He let out a ragged gasp, blood trickling down his face, yet a grim, satisfied smile tugged at his lips as he processed the realization that he had survived the impossible. Opposite him, the monstrous gatekeeper began to disintegrate into shadow and ash, its hollow voice rasping out a final recognition of the victory and uttering the name Wuljima. As the last of the Titan's essence dissolved into the wind, its final, chilling sentiment echoed across the wasteland. It had found the lethal exchange to be nothing short of fun. Nearby, the young girl stirred, a pained groan escaping her as she struggled to regain consciousness in the wake of the massive magical fallout. She sat up, her expression clouded with a mix of relief and bitter frustration, vowing that she would never again be a mere bystander and must find a way to grow stronger to stand by his side. She rushes forward, her boots thudding against the stone as she leaps down from the ledge, her voice crying out for her brother in desperation. Below her, the warrior lies motionless amidst the jagged debris, his body broken and his strength utterly spent after the cataclysmic struggle. Reaching him, she gazes down with eyes full of a quiet, aching concern, the silence of the battlefield heavy between them. The young girl stands over him, her voice trembling as she asks if he is all right, while he can only respond with the ragged, shallow gasps of a man pushed far beyond his limits. He manages a weak assurance, admitting his legs have finally given out, before confessing that consciousness is slipping away from him. Hearing this, her composure begins to fracture, her face contorting as she fights back a wave of overwhelming emotion. She calls out to him one last time, her voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of the ruined landscape. With the last of his strength, he offers a final, breathy word of gratitude before the darkness takes him. The young man stares blankly at the ground, his breath heavy as the adrenaline begins to fade. Behind him, the girl rushes forward, her voice trembling with concern as she asks if his body is all right. He looks down at his own limbs, which lie limp and unresponsive against the cold stone. Though he knows his body's natural resilience will eventually mend the damage, for now, his legs are completely useless. Propping himself up with his arms, he explains the grim reality of their situation. Seeking help at the school's medical office is out of the question. He fears that the diagnostic spells used by the healers would expose the secrets of his true nature through a simple appraisal. Hearing this, she gazes down, her eyes filled with a deep, heavy guilt. She whispers an apology, blaming her own injury and perceived weakness for the state he is in. He turns his head slightly to meet her gaze, his expression softening despite the pain. Since he is unable to move on his own, he asks her for a single favor. Moments later, she takes his weight upon her back, slowly carrying him away from the site of their brutal struggle. As they depart, the fallen monster is left behind, a silent testament to the battle they barely survived. She watches in silence as the young man sits before her, his head bowed and hands pressed together in a solemn gesture of contrition. He looks up, his gaze sharp and filled with a heavy resolve as he tells her that the choice to stand and fight was his alone. The weight of his secret begins to spill out. He confesses that he possessed a skill powerful enough to simply carry her away from the chaos, leaving the others, including the investigator, to their fate. She stares back at him, her eyes wide as she absorbs the gravity of his admission. He explains that he couldn't bear the thought of her seeing him abandon those people, a choice that would have haunted him even if it ensured their safety. His expression contorts with self-reproach as he admits that his decision is the reason she was dragged into this dangerous place and ultimately suffered injuries. With a final, desperate plea for forgiveness, he presses his forehead toward the earth, his voice cracking as he offers a profound and heartfelt apology. She lets out a soft breath, her features softening into a gentle smile as she assures him with a simple, kind word that everything is okay. Kneeling down to meet him at his level, she explains that her presence there wasn't a mistake or a burden, but a choice she made simply because it was him she was following. She stands and adjusts her pack, signaling that it is time to move past the heavy emotions, while he remains momentarily stunned by her unwavering support. She stands quietly as he reflects on the nature of the dungeon, explaining that these labyrinthine depths possess a self-repairing mechanism. He questions the permanence of their victory, wondering if burying their fallen foe is enough, or if the dungeon will simply resurrect the threat. Because of this inherent magic, even a shattered bridge or a triggered trap will eventually mend itself. He notes that the very ground they walk on absorbs foreign objects, consuming lost items and debris alike. This cycle of restoration extends to the grandest structures, like the massive castle looming in the distance, which can fully recover from devastation in a single day. Even a corpse, he realizes, will not remain for long before being reclaimed by the dungeon's hunger. Despite this inevitable erasure, he clings to the memory of those who have vanished, acknowledging that even if they disappear, the impact they left behind remains vital. Standing amidst the desolate ruins, he reaffirms that some things are too important to be forgotten, regardless of the dungeon's attempts to reset the world. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic vibration begins to shake the air around them. She looks up in alarm as the sound intensifies, a persistent rumbling that seems to emanate from the very walls. The tremors continue as they navigate the 10th floor of the dungeon, where a small, surprisingly mundane town has been established within the subterranean depths. Moments later, she returns with a heavy bag of supplies, questioning his appetite as she presents a mountain of food. He simply smiles, now dressed in a clean white hoodie, and assures her that he can handle the feast. As they rest on a wooden bench, she voices her concern about descending further into the 10th floor, unsure if they are truly prepared for what lies ahead. He reassures her, explaining that their next destination is the shop run by the woman they know as Obaba. There, they can find the healing they need before continuing their journey. He sat hunched over, clutching his head in frustration as he explained the risk of seeking medical aid at the school. If his true level were discovered, the consequences would be dire. Continuing his grim assessment, he noted that their unique situation made them targets for trouble. In a world where even those at single-digit levels were fiercely competitive, their presence would only invite unwanted attention. Despite the risks, they stood ready to face the dungeon together, both having reached the impressive rank of level 19. While she specialized in a dual sword style, his own path was defined by the unique skill of gluttony, though both shared the fundamental ability of simple appraisal to navigate their surroundings. A sudden realization or a jarring thought caused him to pause, his eyes widening in a moment of silent confusion. As they began their trek, she broke the silence, inquiring about the nature of the shop they were seeking and what kind of wares a woman like Obaba might offer. He explained that the establishment was a rarity, a shop situated directly within the dungeon's depths, known as Obaba's shop. Every item found there was a treasure of immense value, far exceeding its cost. He then gently reminded her to take better care of her own attire, given the harsh environment. The conversation shifted to the possibility of reselling the rare finds they might acquire. The idea of profiting from dungeon loot seemed to catch her off guard, prompting a look of disbelief at the legality of such a venture. He reassured her, noting that such transactions were permissible provided the head of the family gave their consent, though he insisted they verify the details with the shopkeeper first. Their journey took them up a long flight of stone stairs as he mused on their current needs. He realized they lacked the funds to complete his gear and would likely need to acquire rental equipment for the trials ahead. As they climbed higher, he offered her any leftover resources they might find, a gesture that filled her with a sudden burst of excitement. He approaches the stone wall, his heavy boots treading firmly on the dungeon floor as they reach their destination. Reaching out, he activates a circular mechanism embedded in the masonry, while his companion watches with growing unease, sensing something is wrong. As the girl confirms they have reached the entrance to the shop, a dark, viscous substance suddenly erupts from the floor directly behind her. His eyes widen in terror as he screams a warning, cursing his decision to keep the impending danger of the guardian a secret from her. The monstrous gatekeeper, a hulking beast of shadow and horn, towers over the defenseless girl, its roar echoing through the narrow corridor. She turns back toward the mechanism, her face pale with fear as the realization of the massive threat looming behind her finally sinks in. The creature's massive silhouette completely engulfs the passage, trapping her against the sealed entrance with nowhere to run. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light erupts from the doorway, pushing back the encroaching darkness with an overwhelming, divine force. She stares in disbelief as the terrifying visage of the monster dissolves into nothingness before her eyes, leaving only silence. In its place stands a tall, regal woman who questions the girl's frantic cries, prompting a tearful and humble apology from the shaken youth. Suda and Kano approach a grand, stone-faced building nestled among lush trees. As they walk, he offers a stern warning. The proprietor, known as Obaba, has a lethal intolerance for being addressed as Granny or any such elderly title. Stepping inside, they find themselves in a spacious, well-lit emporium where the shelves are packed with various goods and curiosities. The shopkeeper, a woman of ancient lineage and imposing presence, awaits them. She exhales a thin trail of smoke from her long pipe, her expression unreadable and calm. Despite her youthful appearance, her eyes carry the weight of over a millennium of existence and deep knowledge of the dungeon's secrets. Her composure is met with Kano's sudden burst of enthusiasm as the girl leans over a display, her eyes wide with wonder. She exclaims in disbelief, questioning if the shimmering material before her is truly mithril, her voice filled with excitement at the discovery. The girl then asks if standard currency like yen is accepted, prompting a detailed explanation from the shopkeeper. While the item is indeed a mithril alloy that would fetch over $1 million at the guild, the ancient demon clarifies that the rules of commerce here are far more specialized. He interjects to clarify the local economy, explaining that modern currency holds no value within these walls. Instead, transactions are settled using specific dungeon currency or harvested magic stones, a fact that grounds their expectations in the reality of their environment. Recalling their recent battles, he considers the loot they gathered from fallen orcs and skeletal foes, noting they currently possess a modest sum of 138 copper coins. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper settles back with a book, her role as an advisor and merchant ever present as they contemplate their next move. He requests a specific service, recovery from the abnormal effects plaguing him. Furu agrees, noting the price will be 3 copper coins, a fee he readily accepts. As the deal is struck, she moves closer, her gloved hand reaching out to tilt his head upward. The tall woman looms over him, her gaze piercing and unblinking as she conducts a silent, intense evaluation. Satisfied with her assessment, she brings her hands together in a sharp clap before releasing a long, focused breath, channeling her energy. Immediately, the visible strain on his lower limbs begins to ripple and fade, the magical treatment taking hold of his weary muscles. When he attempts to shift his weight, she commands him to remain still, her voice firm as she continues the procedure. She then takes his face in her hands with surprising force, squishing his cheeks together and leaving him momentarily speechless. While enduring the rough handling, he can't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, wishing she would be more subtle given that Kano is watching from nearby. Ignoring his discomfort, she shifts her focus to his brow, her fingers tracing the area around his eyes with a more delicate touch. She explains that because he pushed his vision to its absolute limit, she will heal his eyes at no extra charge, prompting a sincere word of thanks from the young man. He ponders the mystery of the monstrous guardian encountered on the 7th floor, questioning why such a formidable entity was stationed there in the first place. His thoughts drift back to the grand citadel he once visited, realizing that his only motivation for venturing to such a place was his specific interest in the specialized armored knight profession. Seeing an opportunity for them to grow stronger, the elegant shopkeeper gestures toward a nearby artifact, explaining that they can use the crystal inside to change their current vocations. The young girl beside him immediately expresses her own desire to switch her job as well. Resting upon a simple cushion, the crystal orb glows with a soft, ethereal light, waiting to be utilized. They both stare at the object with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, noting that despite its supposed magical properties, it appears remarkably ordinary to the naked eye. He leans in closer, his gaze sharpening as he examines the artifact while the quiet, cluttered atmosphere of the shop surrounds them. Suddenly, their true status is laid bare by the artifact's power. Both the young man and his companion are revealed to be level 19 thieves, their current paths and progress finally quantified in clear terms. With their business concluded, the pair steps out into the sunlight, leaving the shop behind as the proprietor calls out a warm farewell, admitting she had been feeling lonely and hopes they will return to trade with her again. As they depart, a sudden realization strikes the shopkeeper, who recalls another human visitor who had passed through her doors not long ago, a detail she had nearly forgotten. Sensing a shift in the air, or perhaps a lingering gaze from the shop, the young man pauses and looks back, a faint sense of confusion crossing his face. He ponders the implications of another human's presence, recalling his research at the guild's library, which mentioned nothing of this place in the DLC. He wonders what kind of person would have found their way here, realizing the anomaly of the situation. Meanwhile, Furufiru reflects on that same visitor, a human who left without purchasing a single item despite her rare stock. She struggles to recall the details, noting how difficult it is for her to remember the fleeting faces of humans. She pauses as a sharp realization begins to form, a specific memory surfacing from the fog. Looking out from her establishment, she recalls the human's specific inquiry. They hadn't come to browse, but to ask if anyone else had visited the shop recently, suggesting they were searching for someone. Walking through the streets with his supplies, the young man connects the dots, realizing that such a person couldn't just be a random encounter. They must be another player who understands the mechanics of this world. His expression hardens as he considers the identity of this mysterious individual, knowing that no ordinary person would ignore the rare assortments offered in that shop unless they had a very specific goal. His thoughts drift to the school and the recent duel between Akagi and Korea, wondering if someone from his own class was the one who intervened, and if they are the player Furufiru mentioned. Back at the shop's entrance, he and his sister prepare to depart, while the shopkeeper laments her lack of friends, leaving them with a cryptic farewell as they step back into the world. Upon returning to their residence, the girl announces their arrival with a weary cheer, while her brother offers a quiet apology for involving her in his errands and causing her to miss her classes. She heads toward her room to recover from the day's events, leaving him alone in the hallway with his mounting suspicions about the other player lurking in the shadows. He enters the room to find an unexpected guest. Kaoru sits at the dining table, mid-meal, her expression one of startled realization as she looks up from her bowl. Behind her, Kano stands by the rice cooker, watching the interaction unfold with a quiet intensity. Seeing her there, he demands to know why she has come to his home. She falters, her voice soft as she explains that his absence from school had caused her significant concern, leading her to seek him out to ensure he was all right. They share a heavy, silent moment, the weight of unspoken words and recent trials hanging in the air between them. Beads of sweat form on their brows, reflecting the internal pressure and the gravity of the situation they now find themselves in. He grits his teeth in frustration, a sharp sound of annoyance escaping him as he struggles with his own perceived weaknesses. She continues, her tone a mix of pity and observation, noting that he seems to have been bested by a mere slime once again, or at least that is how the rumors would have it. The siblings share a moment of profound sorrow, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they face a shared, unspoken burden. He grits his teeth in a display of raw frustration, a guttural sound escaping him as the mocking suggestion of a defeat by a lowly slime is voiced, cutting deep into his pride. He reacts with a sudden, frantic outburst as his conversation with Kaoru takes an unexpected turn, his face flushing with embarrassment as he vehemently denies the accusation, shouting that the reality is far from what was implied. A heavy silence falls between them as they stand together outside the Narumi household, the weight of his outburst lingering in the cool air. He begins to walk away, his head bowed in a somber retreat, while she watches his departure with a look of quiet regret, her voice soft as she offers a sincere apology for the misunderstanding. She recalls the previous morning, specifically the moment he reached out to her, her expression softening as she speaks of the encounter. With a gentle, sincere smile that reaches her eyes, she offers a simple, heartfelt word of gratitude for his actions. As she departs, he finds himself overwhelmed by a sudden wave of nerves, his heart racing as he navigates the quiet streets toward home. The anxiety intensifies, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he struggles to process the weight of their interaction and the feelings it stirred. Watching her walk away, he realizes that the person standing before him is fundamentally different from the character he once knew in the game world. He reminds himself of his new reality. Since becoming a healer, every action carries a new weight, and he must proceed with the utmost caution to protect his secret. Finally reaching the safety of his home, he lets out a long, weary sigh of relief, the tension of the day beginning to ebb away as he stands before the door. He steps across the threshold, leaving the complexities of the outside world behind as he enters his personal sanctuary. Inside, He reflects on the bond he shares with Kano, the sister who pulled him from his darkest depths, and the home that remains his only true place of peace in this world. This sanctuary is anchored by his parents, his mother, Sayoki, a pillar of the guild, and his father, Daisuke, the devoted manager of the family's general shop. He looks upon his eldest son, Suda, who is widely regarded as an outstanding and dependable young man by those around him. The young man harbors a deep secret, a truth he has carefully guarded and kept hidden even from his own family members. Beyond his hidden abilities, there is the unsettling reality that he has inhabited this body, a fundamental change known only to himself. He considers the weight of revealing the truth now that Kano has reached level 19, reflecting on the dangerous choice he made to bring her along into the treacherous depths of the dungeons. He recalls that his father, Daisuke, spent his recent holiday exploring those same dangerous environments alongside his own group of companions. As he rests, he can't help but feel a sense of trepidation, wondering how his loved ones will react when the full extent of his actions is finally brought to light. The heavy silence of the home is broken when his father approaches the family gathered at the table, his expression grave as he requests a private moment with his son, signaling a shift from casual domesticity to a serious inquiry. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he offers a tense affirmation, sensing the immense weight of the conversation that is about to unfold. His father leans forward, placing a heavy, worn boot upon the table as he speaks his son's name with a tone of quiet, undeniable authority. He explains that Kano has already confided in him regarding their recent forays into the dungeons, specifically mentioning the harsh and discriminatory treatment that outsiders are forced to endure within those dark, lawless corridors. He listens as his son insists that the danger they faced was a necessary sacrifice, especially if his sister hopes to one day enroll in an adventurer academy. The young man is met with a calm but firm response, as his father explains that while parental authority isn't absolute, the gravity of the situation cannot be ignored. He admits that while he might believe an excuse of self-defense, the fact remains that the girl was participating in illegal dungeon diving. The weight of this truth causes the youth to break into a cold sweat as the conversation turns toward the necessity of the adventurer school itself, questioning if such a path is even required. He realizes his control over the situation is slipping, especially when his father points out the irony of seeking such a life without even a change in his own professional status. Attempting to laugh it off, the boy claims the concerns are just an exaggeration of his physical state, trying to minimize the perceived danger. He is quickly shut down by his father, who points out that physical strength alone is no justification for dragging a child into a hazardous environment. The older man's logic forces the youth to pivot, desperately claiming the girl's presence was merely a form of insurance for his own goals. He watches as his father looks away, questioning the value of any institution that would require such dangerous precautions just for an entrance exam. Leaning forward with an intense gaze, the father declares that risking one's life and returning home injured is a fundamentally selfish act, reminding his son that his family is the most precious thing in his life, the apple of his eye. He maintains a grave expression, his voice steady as he emphasizes the weight of his words, making it clear that his concerns regarding the boy's future are far from a jest. Beside him, the boy's mother adds her voice to the conversation, gently clarifying that their intent isn't to force him away from his path, while the young man listens in tense silence, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. She continues, her brow furrowed in genuine confusion as she questions why he remains so stubbornly committed to attending that specific academy, leaving him momentarily speechless and visibly shaken. He looks away, the weight of his secret reasons pressing heavily upon him as he realizes that the true depth of his motivations is something he cannot easily share with his parents at this moment. Sitting alone in his thoughts despite their presence, he comes to a sudden, internal realization. If he is to move forward and gain their understanding, he must find a way to explain the true purpose behind Narumi Suda's desire to enter the adventurer school. A vision of the upperclassman flashes through his mind, her bright smile and elegant uniform serving as a poignant reminder of the connection that drives his every action and fuels his resolve. He is pulled back to the present by his father's voice, who uses his childhood nickname, while seeking confirmation that he understands the gravity of the situation and the choices he is making. The young man looks up with newfound resolve, his eyes burning with a clear, singular purpose as he finally voices his deepest desire, the desperate need to protect someone precious to him. The family gathers in the quiet of their kitchen, the air heavy with unspoken tension as the father sits at the head of the table, his expression uncharacteristically grim. He breaks the silence, his voice low as he addresses the fact that his daughter returned home with injuries, a reality that clearly weighs heavily on him. She gasps in surprise at his stern tone, while her brother remains silent, internally grappling with his own reasons for fighting. However, their father's gaze shifts to him, pointedly including him in the gravity of the situation. Softening his tone slightly, the man offers a sincere apology, admitting he knows neither of them ever intended to get hurt, which leaves the young man staring down in somber reflection. Their mother watches the exchange with a gentle, knowing smile, her calm presence acting as a silent anchor for her husband as he prepares to deliver a difficult truth. He then lays out a strict condition. If the girl is to continue her dives, then either he or her mother must accompany her, a revelation that leaves her reeling at the implication of her father's true capabilities. He leans forward, his voice steady as he acknowledges his own limitations compared to the truly powerful, yet he insists on his own capability to protect what matters. Continuing his explanation, he reveals a past long hidden. Before his children were even born, He was a regular in the depths of the dungeons, a seasoned diver in his own right. His gaze drops to the memory of a grievous wound, a dark puncture in a leather boot. As he confesses the shame of his past weakness, he refuses to remain a helpless bystander while his family suffers. Turning his attention to his wife, he seeks her approval for this new arrangement, while their son sits in silence, absorbing the weight of his father's words. She then addresses the young man directly, clarifying that their stance isn't a reprimand for his youth, but a choice he must make for himself regarding his return to the depths. After a moment of heavy silence, the young warrior looks up and yields, entrusting his sister's safety to his parents' capable hands, a decision that clearly catches them off guard. In response to his concession, a soft expression of gratitude escapes her lips as the tension in the room finally begins to dissipate. As night settles over the quiet neighborhood, the youngest daughter offers a silent nod of agreement, accepting the new terms of her journey. Later, lying in the quiet of his room, the weight of the day's revelations hits him, and he covers his eyes in a moment of painful self-reflection, realizing he had completely overlooked the depth of his parents' emotions. He stares up at the ceiling, the bitter realization sinking in that he had merely been taking their support for granted all this time. He lies staring at the ceiling, the quiet of the room amplifying his internal monologue as he processes the weight of his recent realizations. Reflecting on his past, he recalls his previous, heavier physique and wishes someone had been blunt with him about his weight back then, realizing how much he has changed. Shifting his focus to the present, he produces a magic wand purchased from Obachan's shop, noting that it allows for a high-level appraisal skill far superior to the basic version. He activates the tool on himself, finding the information it provides far more comprehensive and detailed than the standard status menu he usually relies on. A specific detail in the report catches his eye, a hidden effect that increases appetite during the leveling process, finally explaining his constant, insatiable hunger whenever he tries to lose weight. Examining his physical attributes further, he sees that while his vitality and stamina have surged, his agility has taken a significant hit, clarifying why his legs often felt weak and sluggish despite his growth. With a pen in hand to record these findings, he contemplates whether to overwrite this particular skill or simply leave it be for the time being, weighing the pros and cons of his current state. However, a frustrating message appears on the display, stating that certain aspects of his status simply cannot be appraised, leaving him in a state of mild annoyance and curiosity. Leaning back in his chair, he looks toward the window and resolves to continue inhabiting this body for a while longer, accepting the complexities and mysteries that come with his new life. The room falls silent as he settles into his decision, the desk and bed standing as silent witnesses to his quiet resolve and the path he has chosen to walk. He stands within the vast, high-ceilinged training hall, mentally preparing for the return to school. His thoughts are heavy with the need to brace himself and gather intelligence on Akagi and the recent activities of other players. The announcement for the upcoming sword lessons, requiring students to form pairs or groups, causes his expression to darken with immediate dread. This familiar social hurdle is the last thing he wanted to face again. As the instruction echoes through the room, he glances toward the other students, who are already beginning to congregate and scan the crowd for potential partners. The young man stands isolated in his larger form, watching the groups solidify around him. He knows all too well that a perceived level gap makes him an undesirable partner, yet he knows his true strength lies far beyond their shallow assumptions. His attention shifts to the instructor, Aniray, a man whose strength is palpable despite not being a known entity in the world's original lore. He keeps his own recent level gains a secret, wary of the attention a level 23 student would attract in this environment. Amidst his internal calculations, a young woman with long, dark braids approaches, her gaze fixed directly on him with an expectant and steady look. She approaches him directly, and a spark of recognition lights up his eyes as he addresses her as Amiya, causing her to let out a small, relieved sigh that he remembered her. The young woman explains that her usual training partner is absent and, noticing his solitary state, politely offers to join forces for the lesson since he hasn't found a pair yet. While he considers the proposal, he realizes that while she isn't a central figure in the world's grander narrative, her status as a named individual suggests she is a permanent resident of this reality rather than a fellow player. With a brief exchange of gratitude, the two agree to the partnership, finally securing their places for the training session as the class begins. The training hall is sparse, with only a few students scattered across the polished floor as the session begins. He turns his gaze toward the girl, questioning if she is truly without a partner for the day's exercises. She confirms his suspicion, explaining that her usual training companion, a girl with glasses, is also absent, leaving her just as isolated as he is. Accepting this explanation with a quiet nod, he begins to walk alongside her toward their designated practice area. The prospect of this new partnership fills her with an infectious energy, while he can hardly believe that a moment of genuine social connection is finally happening for him. As they move to begin, he suddenly falters, his expression shifting from quiet disbelief to sharp alertness. His eyes narrow, focusing intently on something unseen as the atmosphere in the hall seems to shift. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his focus sharpening as he prepares for whatever is about to unfold. Just like any average high school, the Adventurer School is a place of learning and extracurricular growth, boasting a variety of specialized clubs. One such organization is the First Kenjutsu Club, where the sounds of combat echo through the halls. Inside, a sudden, powerful strike sends a student flying backward, his body skidding across the wooden floor. As the dust settles in the expansive dojo, the presiding official declares the match over, leaving the club's junior member standing victorious while he remains grounded on the floor. He slowly rises to face the club's representative, his body showing the strain of the defeat. She looks down at him with a stern expression, explaining that while a victory would have earned him a place in the club, she had intentionally matched him against their least experienced fighter, a test he failed to pass. Despite the display of effort, the atmosphere remains hostile as other students begin to filter out of the facility. They jeer at the newcomers, mocking the very idea of classy students, whom they dismissively label as losers, gaining access to such prestigious training grounds. From the sidelines, a group of students observes the aftermath with a mixture of skepticism and mockery. They whisper amongst themselves, trading rumors of a student who was supposedly bested by a lowly slime, openly doubting if someone with such a reputation could truly be considered a serious contender. She watches the scene with a cold, analytical gaze, her attention momentarily diverted as she reaches toward a nearby shelf, her mind clearly elsewhere. Her eyes narrow as she senses a strange presence or anomaly, a silent question forming in her mind about the true nature of the boy who just fought. She sits quietly at her desk as a tense confrontation unfolds nearby. A group of students looms over Hayes, coldly suggesting that both she and Sanju no longer have a place in their adventuring party. Because of the perceived imbalance in their group, the accuser points out that despite having similar levels, the division of labor is skewed. She notes with bitterness that while Akagi is constantly on the front line sustaining injuries, Hayes and Sanju remain safely in the back. The argument escalates as the girl demands silence, dismissing any excuses about effort. She levels a harsh accusation, suggesting that Hayes only secured her spot in the party by seducing their leaders, Akagi or Tachijai, and has been riding their coattails to level up. Her eyes narrow with pure spite as she voices her deepest resentment. She is convinced that Hayes has been secretly mocking them all, looking down on her peers from behind their backs. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the room as a hand slams down on a desk. A voice rings out, commanding the hostility to cease. Amiya stands tall, her expression one of firm defiance against the bullying. She defends Akagi's character, insisting that he would never be swayed by such petty means, and that everyone present should already know his integrity. In response, the accuser shifts her target, turning her venomous gaze toward Amiya. She questions why Amiya has been spending so much time seeking out Mirai-sensei, the physical education teacher. The weight of the scrutiny causes Amiya to falter slightly, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. The other girl continues her interrogation, noting that Amiya's efforts seem focused on securing a club for the marginalized students of Class E. Despite the pressure, she remains composed, explaining the harsh reality of the gap in their levels and experience. She clarifies that her role in the party is strictly to provide necessary support for those on the front lines, before bowing deeply and asking for their continued, if reluctant, cooperation. Far from the stifling atmosphere of the classroom, the memory of the encounter lingers. High above a secluded training area nestled within a dense forest, the weight of those words settles over the quiet landscape. Kaoru is being comforted by her peers, who urge her not to lower her head in defeat. They remind her that Amiya had shared the same sentiment, emphasizing the need for resilience despite the current setbacks. The atmosphere among the group is heavy with concern. Even the most capable students feel the weight of their situation, their spirits dampened by the overwhelming gap in power they've witnessed. Suda looks down, his heart heavy with the desire to be a pillar for the others. He knows that if he were stronger, he could offer the reassurance they so desperately need. Nearby, the instructor notes the risk of illness and suggests they return to safety. As they begin their trek back through the forest, Kaoru's name is called, drawing her attention back to the group's leaders as they navigate the dense woods. The instructor speaks up, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He reveals his plan to form a specialized training group in preparation for the upcoming matches in June, seeking to bolster their ranks. His suggestion catches Kaoru off guard, prompting him to clarify that despite their current standing, they are still no match for the upper classes, and a new approach is fundamental for their survival. He explains the strategy. They will act as the core to elevate the students at the bottom of the class rankings. He gestures to the records, emphasizing the need for collective growth to overcome their adversaries. The young man listens intently, his mind already racing with the logistics of the proposal. He considers informing Sakurako and Yuma, but decides to wait for the right moment to approach Yuma, fearing he might get too worked up. The instructor then brings up Majima, a fighter who has been diligently increasing his strength. He suggests that Majima would be a valuable addition and asks if they have considered reaching out to him for support. The conversation then turns toward those with the lowest levels, specifically a girl named Kuga. She remains an outlier, a level 2 student who keeps to herself and has yet to find a place within any party. While she remained in her quiet isolation, others in the academy were already whispering about the anomalies surrounding Narumi. A student with thick glasses pondered the urban legends, unable to reconcile how a level 3 combatant could have been defeated by a mere slime. Despite his recent association with Amiya, he was interrupted by the investigator, who leaned back and noted that while the school's database provided one narrative, the reality of the situation often differed from official records. He noted that she was a prime example of this discrepancy, as her recent physical changes suggested a strength that the records had yet to fully capture, and there was no logical reason for a fighter of her caliber to feign weakness. She remained a subject of interest as he took this information into account, acknowledging that he would keep those details in mind when the time came to question the boy directly. He was soon joined by Kaoru, who approached the armored warrior to ask if her impressive physical conditioning was the result of rigorous training sessions conducted outside the confines of the dungeon. She seemed slightly taken aback by the observation, questioning if her muscles were truly that prominent, though she eventually accepted the remark as a fitting compliment for a dedicated fighter. She watched as his expression grew more somber, shifting the conversation toward Yuma and noting that the young man's current state was also a cause for concern. Using his enhanced hearing from the backline, he had observed that Yuma's performance was steadily declining with each passing day, a sharp contrast to the explosive movements the boy displayed in practice. Despite this internal struggle, he remained resolute, standing among his peers with a grim determination to grow stronger, fueled by the sting of past insults and a desperate need to reclaim his dignity. He had been pushing himself far beyond his limits since that day, but the investigator realized with a grim smile that the current party structure was never intended to support such a reckless burden. He stood in silence as the young woman with the twin tails approached him, her expression heavy with a burden she could no longer carry alone. Looking him in the eye, she pleaded for his assistance, asking if he would join her in the desperate effort to stop Yuma before his reckless path led to total ruin. Walking alongside his classmates, the young man finds himself the subject of unexpected praise. Nitsuda admires his physique, curiously asking if he had been an athlete during middle school, a sentiment Satsuki echoes as she notes his surprisingly well-developed build. He feels a surge of quiet confidence, musing that today is such a good day, he might even be able to handle a slime on his own. They continue their walk in silence, the sun casting long shadows as they move through the open corridor of the academy. Later, standing alone amidst a desolate, rocky wasteland, he confirms a significant milestone. The faker's skill is finally his. Back at school, a new rhythm takes hold as Satsuki and her roommate, Nitsuda, grow closer as friends. While they head off for family-led dungeon dives after class, he retreats to the quiet sanctuary of the guild's library to gather intelligence. As he navigates the towering shelves, he searches for any mention of faker or motion casting, but finds no traces of such things, nor any evidence of the DLC he remembers from his past life. He scans the vast archives, realizing with a start that the level cap here is set at 30. He clutches his head in shock as the truth settles in. It perfectly mirrors the initial state of the world when Dunex first launched. His progress is eventually barred by a restricted section. The deeper documents he seeks are only available to those who have attained rank B or higher. Determined to find answers despite the setback, he settles at a computer terminal, his thoughts consumed by the enigmatic figures he encountered on the 7th floor. He stood amidst the towering shelves of the guild library, realizing his current rank 9 status was a barrier to the information he sought. Though it wasn't his original plan, he decided that taking the rank 8 promotion test was the only way to gain the access he needed. Approaching the terminal, he inquired about the schedule for the next advancement exam. The system informed him that the rank 8 trials were held every Wednesday at 5 o'clock in the evening, providing him with a clear window for his next move. The day of the exam arrived, and the massive, arched stone facade of the promotional center loomed ahead. Inside the designated area, a vast hall was already being prepared with rows of long tables to accommodate the aspiring adventurers. Stepping into the room, the young man felt a sudden wave of self-consciousness as he adjusted the straps of his heavy backpack. He realized he was the only one present fully geared for a dungeon crawl, while the other candidates were dressed in standard school uniforms or light casual wear. His breath hitched when he spotted a familiar figure across the room. Satsuki was there, her back turned as she meticulously tied her long hair into its usual high ponytail, her light combat tunic marking her as a serious contender. She appeared focused and ready, her sharp eyes reflecting a quiet intensity as she prepared herself for the upcoming challenge. Panicked, he quickly ducked behind a nearby pillar, his heart racing as he narrowly avoided her line of sight. He couldn't understand why she was here so early, as he had assumed she would be taking her promotional test at a much later date. Peeking cautiously from his hiding spot, he resolved to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The last thing he wanted was for her to discover his presence and start asking questions he wasn't ready to answer. The hall soon filled to capacity with students and adventurers alike. At the front of the room, an instructor called for attention, checking to ensure that every participant had received the necessary examination documents. Looking down at the paper in his hands, he saw instructions to log into a specific URL using his adventurer ID. It was time for the written portion of the test to begin. He sits attentively as the final instructions for the practical exam are delivered. The objective is clear: retrieve a specific item from Sector F3 of the designated dungeon and return it to the guild within the allotted time. As the other candidates prepare themselves, the proctor's voice echoes through the hall, reminding everyone that the countdown will only commence once they cross the threshold into the dungeon itself. Attempting to maintain his low profile, he moves cautiously toward the exit, but the crowded room makes a stealthy departure nearly impossible. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the ambient noise of the exam hall as Satsuki calls out his name, her eyes scanning the room with growing urgency. He freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes his attempt at anonymity has failed. The inevitable moment arrives when her gaze finally locks onto him, her soft exclamation of recognition confirming that his cover is completely blown. Before he can offer an explanation, the guild examiner approaches with a formal apology, explaining that a technical error had occurred with the map data initially provided to him. The official hands over the corrected coordinates via a digital link, all while Satsuki watches the exchange with a curious and slightly bewildered expression. Once they are clear of the administrative area, she falls into step beside him, questioning his sudden decision to pursue a rank promotion. He tries to play it off with a stoic demeanor, though he can feel her intense scrutiny as she remarks on his apparent devotion to his training. Their conversation shifts to the looming pressure of the end-of-semester class matches, where the stark disparity between the elite Class A and his own Class E will be put on full display. Satsuki observes that while the difference in levels might be daunting to some, she knows that he and his group are working harder than anyone else to bridge that gap. She stops and looks him directly in the eye, her voice filled with a quiet but firm resolve as she admits that his relentless drive inspires her to push her own limits. She explains that she wants to do everything in her power to improve, just as he does, leaving him momentarily speechless by the depth of her sincerity. Reaching the craggy entrance of the testing grounds, she points toward the dark opening of the cave, signaling that their shared journey into the dungeon is about to begin. She moves cautiously through the jagged rock formations of the dungeon, her footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. Ahead, a broad-shouldered man in heavy plate armor stands waiting, his presence commanding the narrow passage as if he were a gatekeeper to the depths. The armored figure, his eyes sharp and unreadable behind rectangular frames, calls out to her with clinical precision. He confirms her identity as Amiya Satsuki, a first-year student from Class E, his voice carrying a weight that feels far too heavy for a simple administrative check. She offers a brief, respectful confirmation, though the man's intense scrutiny and the way he lingers on her name suggest that this encounter is anything but routine. He asks if he is correct, his tone demanding an acknowledgement of his authority. Sensing a strange familiarity in his stance, or perhaps a hidden malice, she questions if their paths have crossed before. He dismisses the notion instantly, claiming this is their first encounter, yet the coldness in his gaze remains unchanged. She attempts to focus on the task at hand, asking for the documents she was sent to retrieve from this sector. The man hesitates, a dark shadow falling over his face as he prepares to reveal his true purpose for being there. Without warning, he lunges forward, his fist connecting with her face with a brutal, unexpected force that shatters the silence of the cavern. The impact sends her reeling backward, her body skidding across the rough stone floor as a cloud of dust rises from the violent collision. Standing over her with a predatory calm, he discards the pretense of the exam entirely. He declares that the rules have changed and that if she wishes to survive, she must now fight. As she struggles to catch her breath on the ground, he looms over her with a cold, mocking smile. He tells her that her current suffering is her own fault for being a student at the adventurer school, his words dripping with a deep-seated resentment. Meanwhile, back at the guild's observation post, the lead instructor realizes with a start that a critical error was made in the digital maps provided to the students, unaware that Satsuki is already in mortal danger. Satsuki's breath hitches as she stares ahead, sweat beading on her forehead while she reflects on the harsh reality of the adventurer school. Desperation claws at her throat, and she cries out for Suda, hoping for a miracle. Behind the jagged rock, Suda stands poised, his gaze fixed on the armored challenger who waits patiently in the clearing, a silent threat looming over the young woman. Satsuki stands frozen, the word expelled, echoing in her mind like a death sentence. She cannot fathom the reality of the situation, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questions the sudden and harsh judgment passed upon her. Inside the cold, sterile office, the official remains unmoved by her shock, stating flatly that the decision has already been made by those in higher authority. He explains that her group's defiance against the superior class was deemed intolerable, and despite any personal sympathy, he advises her to accept this misfortune as one would a natural disaster, unavoidable and final. Having been stripped of her status, she walks through the school gates for what might be the last time, her head bowed in a mix of shame and regret. While her classmates offer words of encouragement and try to shift the blame away from her, she remains trapped in her own thoughts, berating herself for the perceived carelessness that led to this downfall. The sky soon mirrors her internal turmoil, drenching her in a cold downpour as she finally collapses under the weight of her despair. Alone in the rain, her composure shatters completely, and she lets out a raw, agonizing cry that is swallowed by the storm. Elsewhere, the seasoned warrior observes the unfolding tragedy, remarking to the young student beside him that the girl they once knew is effectively gone. He speaks with a detached coldness, viewing her expulsion not just as a setback, but as the definitive end of her previous life and identity within the academy. He then confronts the broken girl directly, his presence looming over her as he labels her failure as her first true crime. With a voice devoid of pity, he reminds her that despite her time at the school, she has accomplished nothing of note, leaving her with only the bitter sting of her own inadequacy. He continues his relentless verbal assault, listing her supposed transgressions with cold precision. He declares that her second crime was the sheer audacity of facing someone so clearly her superior, while her third was attempting to enter the professional world of adventurers without possessing any real power. He adds a fourth crime to the list, the fact that she has already allowed herself to be looked down upon by even the most average of adventurers. Satsuki can only listen, her breath hitching as the weight of his words sinks in. The warrior then reveals the insurmountable gap between them, stating plainly that his level is 13. To him, the idea of losing to a mere Class E student is an impossibility, a notion he dismisses with absolute certainty. He admits with a cruel smirk that the promise of passing the exam by winning was nothing more than a lie. It would have been better for her to simply stay down after the first blow. Satsuki remains slumped against the cold rock, her body trembling from the impact. He looks down at her broken form, his voice dripping with contempt as he remarks that the power and judgment of students from the adventurer school are nothing more than childish delusions. He looms over her like an inescapable shadow, watching her futile efforts to regain her footing as she struggles to push herself up from the ground. His expression remains hidden, but the coldness in his voice persists as he prepares to deliver his final judgment. Suddenly, he lunges forward, his massive hand gripping her head and slamming her back into the cracked wall with brutal force. She gasps in pain, her small hands clawing uselessly at his iron-like grip. With a crazed look behind his spectacles, he demands to know if she truly thinks she can stop him. He declares his intention to head to the residence of the one he calls that fatso, his anger reaching a boiling point as he looms over her. The man's ranting becomes more erratic as he screams about her arrogance. He declares his intention to deal with both her and that fatso personally, revealing he has already sent a map to a nearby chamber and arranged for someone to buy him time. He bellows that his retribution begins with her, leaving her broken on the ground. He has pushed her to the brink, forcing her mind back to the weight of her parents' expectations. In her memory, they stand side by side, offering words of encouragement that now feel like leaden burdens. She can only weep and offer a silent apology for her perceived failure. As the memory fades, she is left with the crushing reality of her situation, her spirit fracturing under the weight of her inability to meet those expectations. She feels utterly powerless to change her fate. She lies broken on the cold floor, her face battered and stained with blood, her eyes barely able to stay open as her strength fails. The physical pain is eclipsed only by the shame of her defeat. Standing over her, the armored warrior looks down with cold indifference, his victory seemingly complete. He prepares to deliver a final, humiliating blow to the girl who dared to challenge him. Yet, even in this state of despair, a flicker of defiance remains as she recalls that this cycle of failure is a ghost of her past, not necessarily her future. She refuses to let this be the end. Suddenly, a heavy boot strikes the ground with a resounding thud, signaling an unexpected arrival. The impact sends a small cloud of dust into the air, marking a shift in the battlefield's momentum. The sound causes the examiner to gasp in genuine shock, his composure momentarily shattered by the intrusion. He had not sensed anyone else nearby, let alone someone bold enough to interfere. He has arrived, lunging forward with a speed that defies his rank, positioning himself as a shield between the girl and her tormentor. Suta's presence is a sudden, solid wall of protection. The young man stands his ground, his hand hovering near the hilt of his blade, his eyes burning with a quiet, dangerous intensity. He is no longer the student they underestimated. With a sudden, explosive movement, the air itself seems to crack as he initiates a counterstrike. The speed of his draw is nearly invisible to the naked eye. He remembers the dismissive words of those who saw his dedication as nothing more than a game, unable to fathom the depth of his commitment. Facing the examiner, he declares that he refuses to be a passive adult who simply accepts the status quo, his words punctuated by the sight of the massive challenger being hurled backward. The impact is devastating, as the armored warrior is buried under a cascade of shattered stone and dust. In the aftermath, the examiner screams in frustration, his face bruised as he insults the students of the adventurer school, claiming their only failure is a lack of raw power. Ignoring the man's desperate rants, the young adventurer turns his back on the fallen official and walks toward his injured companion. He gently offers a recovery potion to Satsuki, who manages a faint, grateful smile as she acknowledges his help. Nearby, the two men who orchestrated the ambush lie broken and defeated, their authority shattered along with the examiner's spectacles. The silence of the cavern is broken by the arrival of the masked woman, who surveys the craters and the unconscious bodies with a look of pure bewilderment, questioning what could have caused such carnage. Her long, pale hair flutters as she steps closer, her sharp eyes scanning the area for the source of the power she sensed. She finally locks eyes with the boy, who meets her gaze with a quiet, guarded intensity. He stood alone, reflecting on the recent anomalies that had plagued his journey. Ever since his map had been tampered with, a deep-seated caution had taken root in his mind. He looked down at the expensive supplies in his hands, weighing the cost against the potential side effects. The last thing he needed was a sleepless night caused by a volatile concoction. With his resolve hardened, he activated his latent abilities, and a shimmering field of energy began to manifest around him as the system's auto-casting sequence for his aura engaged. The young warrior then ventured deeper into the desolate, rocky terrain, his heavy pack shifting with every step as he navigated the silent, sun-dappled woods. Fearing he might be watched, he decided to layer his defenses, opting to disguise his presence and apply a camouflage effect to blend into the environment, ensuring no prying eyes could track his movements. Finally, he slipped into the shadows of a narrow stone corridor, his eyes scanning the dim interior for any sign of the challenges that lay ahead in this promotion exam. He stands alone in the desolate, rocky clearing, looking down at the unconscious figure sprawled on the ground. The silence of the dungeon is heavy around him as he processes the aftermath of the brief struggle. Looking at his own hand, he reflects on the weight of his actions, realizing with a start that this was the first time he had ever struck another human being with such serious intent. The reality of the confrontation begins to sink in as he stares at the fallen challenger. The adrenaline slowly fades. His introspection is cut short as he senses a presence behind him. He turns sharply, his eyes narrowing as a masked woman approaches with a grace that suggests lethal experience, her silhouette sharp against the jagged rocks. He quickly evaluates the newcomer, noting her speed and the controlled strength in her stride, concluding she is far from an ordinary adventurer. He wonders if she is an ally of the man he just defeated, while she stares back at him with an unreadable, piercing gaze that seems to look right through him. She breaks the silence, her voice cold as she gestures to the body on the ground and demands to know if he was the one responsible for the assault. He feels a bead of sweat roll down his temple, the pressure of her presence mounting as he struggles to maintain his composure. Attempting to deflect her suspicion, he maintains that he is merely a newbie participating in the Rank B promotion exam, hoping his unassuming appearance will sell the lie. She remains perched on a nearby rock, her posture skeptical as she looks down at the scene, clearly unconvinced by his humble claim. He goes on to explain that he has utilized a skill called Faker to mask his true capabilities, ensuring that any appraisal would merely identify him as a novice. He even offers to let her verify this himself, suggesting she use a simple appraisal skill to confirm his story and put her doubts to rest. She isn't easily fooled, however, and points out a glaring inconsistency. If he is truly just a struggling beginner, how could he possibly afford the high-grade, expensive potion he is currently holding? The question hangs in the air, challenging his carefully constructed facade and exposing the cracks in his disguise. Her eyes narrow further, searching his face for any sign of deception or hidden intent. The tension between them is palpable as she weighs his words against the evidence before her, her suspicion only deepening. This encounter takes place against a grim backdrop of rising crime within the adventurer community, where reports of assault and robbery against lower-class students have become alarmingly frequent. The guild's leadership acknowledges the severity of the situation, realizing they can no longer remain idle while their students are targeted by unknown predators. She is on his mind as he listens to the masked woman, Furukawa Ayaka, take charge of the investigation. He realizes that while his own skills are sufficient for the deeper floors, his companion likely won't pass her promotion exam without his continued assistance. He steps forward to resolve the immediate tension, confessing to being the one who neutralized the challenger, though he is more than willing to let Ayaka claim the credit for the feat. His offer is met with a sudden, intrusive sensation as she activates a simple appraisal skill, catching him completely off guard. He watches as the appraisal confirms her suspicions, leading her to reveal that she has identified his hidden Faker profession. He is gripped by a cold realization. This specific job was a late addition to the world's systems and should be virtually unknown to anyone else. He frantically searches for an explanation, wondering if he has been too careless or if his assumptions about the secrecy of his abilities were fundamentally flawed. His distress is evident as she offers a pact of silence in exchange for his contact information, a proposal that brings him a momentary sense of relief. He accepts the terms but demands a firm assurance that his secret remains safe, while also expressing a desperate need to understand how she possesses knowledge of such a rare skill. While he remains wary of her brief apology, he senses that this encounter could bring unwanted complications to the Narumi family name. Even as he processes the risk, she insists on questioning him further about the nature of the Faker job, regardless of his willingness to answer. As she watches his reaction, she then presents him with a chilling alternative, suggesting that if he truly wishes to protect his secret, he has the option to silence her permanently right then and there. He listens as she acknowledges his position of power, admitting that he holds the initiative in their current negotiation. She makes it clear that as long as the information doesn't involve her clan, she is willing to cooperate with his demands. She places a hand over her heart, vowing to do whatever is within her power to assist him, her eyes reflecting a newfound sincerity behind her mask. He voices his primary concern, the secrecy of his Faker job. He assumes she shares his desire to keep such sensitive information from spreading, and she listens intently to his request for absolute discretion. She questions his resolve one last time before accepting the terms, asking for his name and contact address to solidify their arrangement as they prepare to leave the dungeon's depths. She introduces herself as Kusunoki Karara, a second-year student from Class A. He is momentarily stunned, realizing that this formidable woman is actually one of his upperclassmen, though he remains wary, unable to tell if her offer of cooperation is a genuine gesture or a subtle form of blackmail. They finalize the exchange of contact information shortly thereafter. While they stand in the quiet of the dungeon, he makes a conscious decision to hide his status as a student from the lowly Class E, maintaining a shred of mystery regarding his true identity. He ensures Satsuki is safely escorted back to her dormitory after her wounds are treated at the medical office. She is met by a concerned, blonde-haired friend who seems relieved to see her return from the harrowing exam. He watches from a distance as life at the academy attempts to return to a semblance of normalcy. Satsuki's promotion exam has been placed on hold while the corrupt examiner is put on trial for his actions. His efforts are eventually recognized as his adventurer rank is officially approved. His thoughts, however, are occupied by a name he recently discovered, Sorrel, the clan associated with the men he and Kano had previously crossed paths with. He learns that Sorrel has become increasingly active, even discovering a new, unexplored area on the 7th floor. They sit at the top of a hierarchy that includes a lower branch known as Colors, a group whose reputation is far less prestigious, and he notes the names of prominent members like Daikira and Akihisa. The young woman spoke the name Sorrel with a hint of recognition, noting that whispers of the group had reached her ears within the guild's halls. Continuing her explanation, she described their leader as a man of boundless ambition, caught in a cycle of endless rivalry that never seemed to abate. Her companion, adjusting her glasses, leaned in with curiosity, eager to learn more about the nature of such a formidable faction. Meanwhile, the conversation at the table shifted as the young man's classmate inquired if there had been any word from their mutual acquaintance. He admitted that, for the time being, there had been no contact. His mind drifted to the name Sorrel, a name that found no place in his memories of the game he once knew. Despite the pressing need to forge a connection with the other player, the weight of his mounting responsibilities felt increasingly heavy, even as he looked upon the grand facade of the academy. The silence was broken when his friend posed a more personal question, asking how things were progressing with Keru. The inquiry left him momentarily stunned, his expression turning blank as he processed the unexpected turn in the conversation. Observing the exchange, the girl with the ponytail couldn't help but let out a soft, knowing chuckle, while her companion watched with a sharp, silent intensity, her gaze fixed on the unfolding social dynamic. Elsewhere, the subject of their discussion, Keru, let out a sudden sneeze that echoed through her room. Clad in delicate lace, she reminded herself of the tasks still ahead, determined not to let a looming illness derail her plans. Narumi Suda kneels in the desolate dust, overwhelmed by a wave of conflicting emotions. He finds the sensation of striking another person haunting, a stark reality that clashes with the somber duty of mourning those who fell in battle right in front of him. Looking down at his clenched fist, he finds the transition from virtuality to reality jarring. In his memories, these struggles were once confined to the digital realm of Dunex, but here, every blow and every loss carries a weight that no game could ever simulate. He suddenly drifts through a blinding radiance, his clothes tattered as he floats in a weightless void. Meanwhile, Satsuki sits in quiet contemplation, her expression serious as she rests in a moment of stillness. The silence is broken by the sharp chime of a doorbell, followed by a young voice announcing that a visitor has finally arrived. They walk in silence, the distance between them feeling like a physical barrier. The air is thick with an unspoken tension that makes every step feel heavy and forced. He glances at her, his face slick with a nervous sweat as he struggles with his own thoughts. She catches his gaze, her expression unreadable as she breaks the silence with a simple call. Stopping in her tracks, she turns back toward him, the power lines overhead framing her silhouette against the sky. She suggests that since their schedules rarely align, they should cease their habit of walking to school together starting the following day. The young man remains silent, the words he truly wishes to speak trapped behind a wall of hesitation. He knows what he should say, yet the weight of his secrets keeps him anchored in place. He watches her walk away, realizing that distancing himself now would be a tactical error. Despite how cold it might seem, he knows she is his most valuable link to the information he desperately needs. His mind drifts to the warrior known as Akaji, a man whose mastery of the static sword remains a profound mystery. There are countless questions regarding how such a weapon was obtained and the specific circumstances surrounding the man's rise. The involvement of another player in these events is a certainty, especially concerning the origin of that legendary blade. The silhouette of a figure wielding the glowing steel haunts his thoughts, a reminder of the hidden forces at play. He reminds himself to tread carefully, particularly with the promotion test looming on the horizon. The risk of exposure is high, and he even considers offering himself up for a simple appraisal just to prove his transparency. As they continue their journey, a dark, oppressive aura seems to radiate from her, making the atmosphere even more stifling. He follows several paces behind, his brow furrowed as he navigates the minefield of their current relationship. They eventually reach the school gates, the silent architecture of the building standing as a witness to the growing rift between the two companions. He stands amidst the bustle of the training hall as the third period for weapon training officially begins. Across the room, a student approaches her classmate, Kuga-san, suggesting they pair up for the day's exercises. He watches as nearby, Satsuki takes a decisive step forward, her gaze fixed on Akaji Yuma as she boldly challenges him to a spar. The young man points to himself in genuine surprise, clearly not expecting to be singled out by someone of her caliber. While he observes the challenge, the blonde student with glasses, Nidorisa, turns her attention toward him. She speaks with a touch of humility, suggesting that while she might not be the most formidable opponent, she is more than willing to train with him if he is agreeable. Accepting her offer, they begin to walk across the wide, polished floor of the gymnasium, finding a space of their own among the other students preparing for combat. As they move, his thoughts drift back to Satsuki. Though her physical wounds have been fully mended, the sheer weight of exhaustion has finally taken its toll, leaving her in a deep, restorative sleep. Nida notices his pensive look and asks after their friend's whereabouts. She offers a warm smile, expressing her sincere gratitude to him for taking the time to escort Satsuki safely back to the dormitory after the intensity of the recent events. He quickly downplays the gesture, admitting that without Satsuki's formidable strength, he would have been the one in real trouble. Nida listens intently, then shifts the topic to his own experiences, asking if he also faced difficulties with his examiner during the promotion tests. Around them, the atmosphere in the hall remains light for some, as a group of nearby students erupts into mocking laughter. They jeer at him openly, loudly proclaiming that he is even weaker than a common goblin, their taunts echoing through the large room. Ignoring the insults, he reflects on his recent progress, noting how his frequent dives into the deeper levels of the dungeons have begun to feel strangely familiar. It brings back vivid memories of a time when he was deeply immersed in a very different kind of game. He recalls a darker truth from that past. He wasn't just a participant, but a notorious player killer. He remembers the cold thrill of the hunt and the ease with which he could steal items from others, fully aware of the system's penalties, but choosing to embrace the life of a predator for the sheer excitement it provided. He recalls a time when certain areas were off limits, a memory of a hunt where the targets had finally arrived. This memory centers on the existence of those who specialized in hunting the hunters, the player-killer's killers, or PKK. He looks back at the woman who embodied that role with a smirk. The clash was instantaneous and violent, a blur of steel and motion as they traded blows in the ruins. As the battle reached a fever pitch, she noted that every player-killer had a unique nickname before proposing a challenge that transcended the digital realm. Back in the present, the two stand in the Academy's training hall, wooden blades at the ready. She admits to a certain level of confidence in her skills, despite the casual setting. She stretches her arms overhead, noting her current level is 19, while he watches silently, resolving to hold back just enough to keep her spirits high. The sparring match begins with a burst of speed, her movements fluid and aggressive as she forces him to retreat across the padded floor. Pausing for a moment, she leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as she addresses him by his full name, suggesting there might be another way to refer to him. She lets a knowing smile play on her lips as she reveals her true knowledge, asking if he remembers the nickname Saikaka, a name that carries the weight of a disaster. Suda stands amidst a battlefield of fallen foes, a memory of his past life as a legendary player resurfacing. He recalls the title he once held in the game world, the Rouge Disaster, a name eventually shortened by others to simply Sayaku. Seeing his stunned expression, the woman erupts with triumphant glee, her eyes widening behind her glasses as she realizes her intuition was correct. She exclaims that his very reaction has betrayed his secret, confirming the suspicions she had been harboring. She continues to observe him with a knowing smile, remarking on the irony that he, of all people, turned out to be a fellow player. Her gaze drifts momentarily as she admits she had been anticipating the arrival of others from their former world, knowing it was only a matter of time before they crossed paths. He looks back at her, his brow furrowed in confusion as he demands to know how she managed to identify him as a player in the first place. She begins to lay out her deduction, explaining that the anomaly started during the promotion exam, an event that never existed in the original Dunex game. While that discrepancy first planted the seeds of doubt, she reveals that it was his behavior during their current encounter that finally provided the definitive proof she needed. She had used the pendulum swordsmanship, a style he recognized instantly. It was the very technique she always relied on in the game, providing the final piece of evidence he needed to confirm her identity. Because of that recognition, he deduces that she must have chosen the auto-pick option for her character, while he opted for a custom character. She admits that his unique stance was the only reason she reacted to him, effectively outing herself as a fellow player. She then clarifies the discrepancy in her appearance, explaining that her current form is how she looks in the real world, distinct from the various skins or uniforms she might wear in a digital space. He can only stare, processing the fact that the woman before him is indeed the person he knew from Dunex, despite the visual differences. Suddenly, she delivers a sharp kick to his leg, though he barely flinches, noting that it doesn't actually hurt. He wonders aloud if this entire persona and the gear she wears is just a form of elaborate cosplay. Ignoring the jab, she shifts the conversation to their current capabilities, inquiring about his level. She reveals that she is only level 5 and isn't utilizing any faker abilities at the moment, emphasizing the limitations of her current state. He notes that her movements seem somewhat sluggish compared to what he remembers, to which she cryptically responds that she has her own circumstances and specific stances to consider in this reality. Without warning, she lunges at him again, forcing him to bring up his blade in a swift parry. He grunts, telling her not to attack so suddenly while they are still talking. She counters that they must take this training seriously, or else the teacher will arrive before they've made any real progress. He concedes the point, tightening his grip on his weapon as he prepares for a genuine exchange. The two engage in a brief, intense exchange of blows under the watchful eye of a nearby instructor. After a particularly close call where she nearly catches him off guard, she offers a quick apology for her sudden aggression. Later, as he makes his way through the school corridors, a notification pings on his device. It is a message from Najii, suggesting a meeting at the guild square, to which he simply agrees as he heads toward his next destination. He prepares to depart, answering a quick inquiry from within the house about his destination. Confirming he's just heading out for a bit, he makes sure to take the keys before stepping into the night. The young man makes his way through the quiet residential streets, his pace steady as he navigates the familiar neighborhood under the glow of the streetlights. Upon reaching the designated meeting spot, he finds Risa already waiting on a park bench. She remarks on his swift arrival, but her casual greeting quickly turns to shock as she catches sight of the object in his hand. He holds out a specialized tool, an appraisal wand, which immediately draws her skepticism. When she asks to use her own appraisal on him to verify his status, he flatly refuses, explaining that he cannot simply take her word for what she might see. Instead, he takes the initiative, activating his own abilities to scan her. The data confirms she is merely a level 5 newbie with a basic appraisal skill, exactly as he suspected. With this information in hand, he bluntly informs her that he has no intention of forming a team with someone of her current standing. She remains silent as the reality of her exposed status hangs in the air, her expression unreadable behind her glasses while the digital readout of her meager skills lingers. He continues his cold assessment, raising a finger to emphasize his point. He explains that her level is overwhelmingly lower than his, rendering her effectively useless in the heat of a real battle. Looking her straight in the eye, he admits that trust is the primary barrier between them. He suggests that she must have already realized the precariousness of their situation. The conversation shifts to the aftermath of a recent duel, with him noting that someone must have leaked information to Korea. While he admits he cannot prove her involvement, the shadow of doubt remains a significant obstacle. Despite his harsh rejection and her own admitted suspicions of him, she looks up with a determined gaze. She counters his logic by stating that even with the mutual distrust, she still wants to team up with him, leaving him to wonder about her true motives. She speaks with a sudden intensity, her gaze sharp behind her glasses as she declares her singular goal, to ensure Satsuki's happiness. In response to her declaration, he remains skeptical, questioning why his specific assistance is required for such a task. She counters by reminding him of her unique circumstances, promising to divulge the details only if they agree to form a party. He ponders her proposal in silence for a moment before asking what other benefits she brings to the table. She suggests that in this world, the ability to cross-reference and verify information with a trusted partner is an invaluable asset. To sweeten the deal, she leans in slightly, her expression turning conspiratorial as she offers to reveal the identity of the mysterious individual who has been feeding information to Korea. This revelation causes him to pause, his mind racing as he weighs the risks of trusting her against the potential gain of identifying a hidden enemy. Ultimately, he decides that since she didn't interfere in his previous duel, there is no logical reason to refuse her help, and he gives his consent. His sudden acceptance catches her off guard, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. She admits that she had expected a much harder negotiation, even going so far as to prepare herself for the worst given his reputation as a social pariah. He grimaces at her bluntness, clearly annoyed by the reminder that he is widely known by the derogatory nickname Saiku. He makes it clear that he has no interest in the extreme sacrifices she was prepared to make. As they talk, she reflects on the nature of villains, thinking that the trope of the hated character being truly evil is something that ought to remain confined to the realm of fiction. Setting the terms of their arrangement, he proposes a temporary contract that will last only until Satsuki reaches level 5. In exchange for his protection and guidance, he demands the promised information regarding the other player. With the conditions established, they solidify their pact with a firm fist bump, marking the beginning of an unlikely and tenuous alliance. He stands alone in a sterile, modern hallway, his expression clouded with heavy thought. He realizes that while he is driven to investigate the mysteries of this world further, he must proceed with far more caution than he has shown previously. Meanwhile, in a private training area, a woman with pale hair stretches her limbs, her face set in a grim, determined line. She notes that since Satsuki was injured during the recent promotion exam, their situation has become significantly more precarious. Returning to the hallway, he finds himself looking up at a tall, blonde woman who has just arrived to meet him. Her presence is sharp and professional, her glasses catching the overhead light as she looks down at him with a composed gaze. She offers a bright, casual greeting, apologizing for the delay in their meeting. Clad in practical adventuring gear with a sword strapped to her hip, she questions the necessity of their trip into the dungeon, though he insists on confirming a few vital details before they depart. As the pair begins to move through the facility, she asks if he truly understands the fundamental rules of their reality. She explains that the world operates based on the state of the game at its initial service launch, a fact that dictates much of what they encounter. He acknowledges her point, thinking to himself that fake elements added in later updates are invisible to the average person. Despite the complexity of their situation, he assures her that he believes they will be alright as long as they stay focused. She freezes in her tracks, her mouth agape in total shock at his casual mention of a specific name. She asks if Kusunoki Karara isn't a named character, a term that leaves him momentarily confused as a vision of a masked warrior flashes through her mind. She quickly clarifies that the individual he mentioned is a high-ranking member of the formidable Kuno Red clan. Hearing this, he hangs his head in embarrassment, feeling incredibly dense for his lack of basic knowledge regarding the world's major players. The two eventually reach a barren, rocky wasteland far outside the city limits. She continues to ponder how he could possibly identify fakes or high-level clan members, as such information is typically hidden from the public unless a specific catalyst occurs. She settles onto the dusty ground, and suddenly, a shimmering, powerful aura erupts from her form. Looking back at him, she explains that this display of her true power is a special favor, a down payment for the dangerous task ahead in this restricted DLC zone. She stands before him, her presence enveloped in a faint, shimmering light that he initially dismisses as a standard aura. However, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes the truth. The energy is nearly imperceptible, a phenomenon he identifies as an invisible state that requires intense focus to even register. Seeing his confusion, she clarifies that this isn't a skill she acquired in this world, or even something she recalled from her time in the game, prompting him to ask how such a feat is possible if it wasn't part of the original system. She begins a technical explanation, describing aura as the act of releasing mana while meticulously tuning its output to perfectly synchronize with the ambient energy of the environment, effectively masking its presence. He likens the process to regulating a massive electrical discharge or fine-tuning electromagnetic waves to avoid detection, a comparison she confirms with a nod of agreement. This revelation leads him to a sudden epiphany regarding the meditation skill and its potential for status recovery. He excitedly posits that using the same logic of output adjustment, one could utilize meditation to effectively neutralize the inherent drawbacks and penalties of certain starter skills. She looks away, reminiscing about the hardships she faced upon her enrollment, and how she relied on the meditation techniques she practiced in her original world to survive when she was pushed to her limits. Continuing her tale, she admits that while no records of this method existed in any known text she searched, She discovered it by accident while trying to steady her mind and experimenting with her aura's flow. Grateful for the invaluable insight, he thanks her, acknowledging that such rare knowledge is surely considered DLC-level information and serves as an ample down payment for their partnership. He listens as Nagumo addresses the necessity of leveling up Satsuki, emphasizing that they must first ensure no information regarding their methods leaks out to the public. To address this concern, she produces a rare contract magic scroll, a sight that leaves him questioning if such a heavy-handed measure is truly necessary, though she insists it is the only way to maintain absolute security over their secrets. She clarifies that while the magic is potent and binding, the most critical element of the ritual is Satsuki's own willing and informed consent to the terms. Days later, deep within the dungeon's 5th floor, the trio gathers around the ancient parchment spread upon the stone floor. Satsuki marvels at the authenticity of the artifact while he reflects on the grave danger they would all face if word of this power ever reached the wrong ears. Nagumo looks directly at the young woman, offering to share her advanced knowledge only on the condition of a sacred, magically enforced oath of silence. Her gaze turns cold as she delivers a final, grim warning. The price for violating this magical pact is nothing less than the Oathbreaker's life. Undeterred by the lethal stakes, Satsuki declares her resolve, stating that if this path leads to true strength, she is more than willing to bind herself to the contract. Following the instructions, she reaches out to touch the glowing sigil, preparing to channel her mana into the scroll to seal the agreement under Nagumo's watchful eye. While the two women finalize their pact, he stands guard near a precarious rope bridge spanning a dark chasm, keeping a vigilant watch over the surrounding cavern. The peace is short-lived as a horde of monsters emerges from the shadows, forcing him to draw his blade and engage the beasts in a frantic struggle to protect the ritual taking place behind him. He stands his ground on the narrow stone bridge, facing down the encroaching monsters with a grim determination. Satsuki watches, her breath catching as she realizes the sheer intensity of the battle unfolding before her. Following his lead, she leaps into the fray, her movements a blur of newfound agility. As she strikes down her foes, a surge of energy washes over her, marking her ascent to level 5 while her companions observe her progress from the sidelines. With the immediate threat neutralized, the group begins to move deeper into the dungeon. The silence between them is heavy, filled with the unspoken weight of the contract they just sealed and the dangerous path that lies ahead. Nagumo breaks the silence, questioning why she would offer such high-level training when the personal gain seems so lopsided. She admits that while information exchange is valuable, her true motive is a sense of sincerity toward them, believing that having strong allies is a benefit in itself. He listens quietly, his gaze softening as he considers her words. In his heart, he simply wants Satsuki to find the happiness she deserves, a sentiment that Nagumo seems to acknowledge with a knowing, silent look of her own. Turning to her, he offers a sincere word of thanks for her guidance. They briefly discuss the nature of the contract magic scroll she provided, a rare and powerful tool that has now irrevocably linked their fates within these dark corridors. However, as he focuses on the task at hand, a hidden memory or a parallel truth lingers in the shadows of the past. Long ago, a different contract, a marriage agreement, was forged in secret by a girl who believed their union was the only way to solve a looming crisis, a secret he remains entirely unaware of as he continues his journey. Omiya stands trembling with rage, her voice echoing through the room as she demands to know why their efforts are being ignored. Behind her, Narumi and their companion watch the outburst with a mixture of concern and helplessness, unable to offer an immediate answer to her frustration. She reflects on the grueling work she put in, recalling the long hours spent in the empty gymnasium and the desperate scramble to secure the necessary funds and support for the E-Class's new club. Every document signed and every favor called in was meant to build a future that now feels like it is slipping away. Narumi points out the harsh reality of their situation. Despite meeting every formal requirement and even securing a faculty advisor, the student council has issued a flat rejection. The news is a bitter pill to swallow, especially considering the effort they invested to ensure everything was done by the book. He watches as the blonde girl tries to steady the agitated Omiya, who is nearly at her breaking point. They realize that staying silent is no longer an option. If they want to save the club, they must confront the student council directly and demand a justification for the denial. The blonde girl offers a supportive nod, her calm demeanor acting as a foil to Omiya's fiery determination. She insists on accompanying them, agreeing that a rejection without a clear reason is something they simply cannot accept after all their hard work. She follows closely as Narumi takes the lead, his expression hardening as they set off toward the student council office. Though the task ahead is daunting, the shared resolve of the group provides a sense of strength as they prepare to face the school's highest authority. His footsteps echo rhythmically against the stone floor of the quiet corridor, the group moving with a singular purpose while a solitary figure watches them from the shadows of a distant hallway. They eventually reach the administrative heart of the academy, a vast, open hall filled with rows of desks where students and staff work in a constant hum of bureaucratic activity. In a quieter corner of the office, Mirai-sensei approaches a colleague to inquire about the E-Class's club application. He mentions the rumors of a faculty advisor stepping forward, questioning if the higher-ups will truly allow the proposal to proceed despite the political pressure from above. He remained in the background as the students moved toward their objective, listening as the young man remarked that Omiya's stubbornness would likely lead to more trouble than it was worth. The trio stops before the grand, double doors of the student council room, where she remains undeterred, her gaze fixed on the entrance as she remarks that the council won't simply let them pass without a fight. A cold, singular command to enter echoes from within, prompting the three of them to finally step into the lion's den. Once inside, she wastes no time, identifying herself as Omiya and stating clearly that they have come to discuss the establishment of their club, while across the desk, Era Akazane continues his work without looking up. He dismisses them instantly with a blunt order to leave, but she stands her ground, refusing to budge until he explains the reasoning behind the rejection of their application. The administrator lets out a heavy, weary sigh, his patience clearly wearing thin under the weight of their continued defiance. He mutters under his breath about the trash that fails to understand their social standing, a recurring nuisance that seems to plague him every year. This blatant insult causes the young man to recoil in shock, his eyes widening as the gravity of the council president's disdain sinks in. The tension in the room becomes suffocating as their eyes lock in a silent, heated exchange before the group is ultimately forced to retreat from the office. Walking back through the school corridors, she vents her frustration at the council's refusal to even listen, while he suggests that perhaps a different approach is needed, acknowledging that their current efforts were a complete waste of time. He stares through the iron bars of the gate, his brow furrowed with a mix of resentment and exhaustion. The rejection from the student council still stings, and as he turns to walk away with his companions, he can't help but curse the arrogance of the nobility who look down upon them with such disdain. Shortly after their departure, he finds himself being led through a different part of the grounds by a stern, short-haired man. The guide offers no explanation for this detour, simply commanding him to follow as they navigate the quiet, stone-walled corridors of the academy. Meanwhile, within the opulent walls of a grand estate, the atmosphere is far more formal. The young woman with glasses, having separated from the group, now kneels respectfully before the elegant Ishiki Otome, who welcomes her back after a long absence, addressing her affectionately as Neo-chan. In the spacious, modern hall of the mansion, the conversation continues under the watchful eyes of silent attendants. Otome remarks on how much the girl has grown and matured, noting that her reputation as the top student of her class precedes her regardless of where she goes, while the girl remains humble and silent in her presence. She adjusts her glasses, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she prepares to broach a sensitive topic. She admits that she has come with a specific, urgent request, one that weighs heavily on her mind despite the grace and comfort of their surroundings. As she begins to explain her predicament, the elder woman listens with a serene but inscrutable expression. The weight of the girl's words seems to hang in the air, contrasting with the luxurious comfort of the room and the stoic presence of the men standing guard behind them. She bows her head in acknowledgement as the discussion turns toward the logistics of her request. One of the attendants assures her that they need not worry about the opinions or interference of others, though the gravity of the situation remains clearly etched on her face. Outside, the wind rustles through a dense thicket of bamboo, the rhythmic swaying of the stalks providing a stark, natural contrast to the tense and high-stakes negotiations occurring within the silent manor. Returning to the heart of the matter, the matriarch summarizes the plea, a request for her to intervene with the student council regarding the systemic mistreatment and cold reception of the students in E-class. She acknowledges the immense complexity of the issue, her gaze fixed intently on the girl. She observes the girl's unwavering posture as the student acknowledges the weight of her own noble heritage. The young woman affirms her understanding of the risks involved, stating that she is fully aware of the delicate balance she is asking to tip, yet her resolve to help her classmates remains unshaken. While she continues her negotiations, he remains elsewhere, arguing with fervor. He explains that while his allies are working hard, training themselves and forming groups to improve their standing, it simply isn't sufficient to overcome the systemic hurdles they face. Meanwhile, the plea for help continues in the noble's estate. A man bows low in desperation, begging for a favor, to which the elegant woman in the high-backed chair responds with a cool, measured acknowledgement of the situation's gravity. As she ponders the weight of the request, he reflects on the harsh reality of their environment. The world they inhabit is governed by rules far more rigid than simple effort can break. This world's trajectory shifted long ago, when the emergence of dungeons caused history to branch into a new, more dangerous era. The sprawling city below is a testament to this altered timeline. Within this new order, the ancient nobility system did not fade. Instead, it grew more entrenched. Those born into high status possessed the legal and social leverage to exert pressure on others, a power that remains a dominant force in the modern age. With these systemic injustices weighing on him, the true, hidden purpose behind the founding of the Adventurer Academy begins to surface. The woman remains poised in her study, her influence casting a long shadow over the path he must take. Narumi reflects on his origins, born as the eldest son of a family bound in service to the prestigious Ishiki house. From his earliest days, he was plagued by a frail constitution that set him apart from the expectations of his lineage. He remembers how even the slightest exertion would leave him feverish and bedridden, his body failing to match the burning spirit within. It was a period of profound physical weakness that defined his childhood. The news of Lady Otome enrolling in an adventurer academy came as a shock to the household. While many expected her to return quickly to her duties, a part of him sensed that the world was beginning to change in ways he couldn't yet grasp. She defied every expectation, her natural talent for the arcane blooming so rapidly that within a single year, she had distinguished herself as a prodigy. Her rise was meteoric, leaving a trail of awe in her wake. At 13, seeing her featured in magic journals while he sat confined to his study, he felt a deep sense of shame. It was then that the resolve hardened within him. He would no longer be the weak boy in the shadows, but someone worthy of standing by her side. Now, kneeling in her presence once more, he listens as the conversation turns to the true purpose behind the founding of the Adventurer Academies. The air in the room is heavy with the weight of institutional secrets. He recalls the acting principal's words about fostering true adventurers, but the underlying reality seems far more complex than a simple educational mandate. There is a deeper game being played, one involving the very structure of their society. The geopolitical landscape of Japan is currently divided, defined by the existence of two distinct classes of nobility that dictate the flow of power and influence across the islands. On one side stand the old nobility, lineages stretching back to the Meiji era, and on the other, the new nobility, those who earn their titles through merit and service to the state. The tension between tradition and earned status is palpable. Lady Otome explains that the old nobility wielded immense social power and controlled vast networks of industry. They possessed powerful social privileges and vested interests, with many major corporations operating under their direct influence. She explains the shifting tides of power, noting that even major corporations have defected to the new nobility. This betrayal by those who should be allies has left the old nobility in a precarious state, feeling abandoned by their own kin. Across from her, the administrator listens as she describes how these rising adventurers are viewed not just as rivals, but as an existential threat to the established order of the old nobility. He listens as she reveals that the old nobility has adopted a two-pronged strategy, the first being a simple matter of self-strengthening, hiring elite adventurers to bolster their own ranks and secure their status. Raising two fingers to emphasize her point, she moves to the more sinister second objective, ensuring that no new members of the new nobility can ever rise to challenge them. She explains that this involves a systematic suppression of talent, where the old nobility monitors the very institutions where gifted commoners gather, ready to stifle their potential before it can ever bloom. The administrator snaps, his voice rising in a shout as he condemns the plan as utterly unreasonable and a path to national ruin. Unable to stomach such cold-blooded tactics. Despite his outburst, she remains unmoved, explaining that their desperation stems from a profound sense of crisis, before shifting the topic to the impending class competition. She then questions if he is truly ignorant of the competition's underlying rules, leaving him momentarily speechless as the weight of her implication sinks in. His silence is met with the harsh reality of the competition's rules. As explained to the students, participants are permitted to seek assistance from outside sources, a loophole that effectively legalizes interference. The administrator is left to grapple with this blatant disregard for fairness, while she suggests that for those desperate to ascend, the concept of a level playing field is a luxury they cannot afford. He walks away from the meeting, his expression tight with a mixture of shock and frustration. His hand clenches into a tight fist at his side, the leather of his glove creaking under the strain of his grip as he processes the weight of the revelation. This reaction stems from the chilling display he just witnessed, two subordinates baring their chests to reveal glowing, magical brands. Lady Otome explained that these marks of absolute loyalty ensure no one can ever target them again, a contract etched into their very flesh that would allow for a seamless transfer into the Academy's elite first department. He remains stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of her methods. The weight of this cold reality brings him to his knees, the polished floor cold beneath him as he cowers under the weight of her influence. Above him, her gaze remains fixed and predatory, watching his spirit waver with a terrifyingly calm intensity. As he stares up at the towering, cold architecture of the estate, her parting words echo through the halls, a polite but firm demand for his cooperation and a favorable response to her proposal. Sometime later, he trudges through a quiet bamboo grove, his shoulders slumped as he mumbles to himself about the impossibility of the situation and the corruption within the upper echelons of the magic department. The path ahead seems increasingly narrow and fraught with danger. Meanwhile, oblivious to the political machinations, the students share a light-hearted moment, their faces bright with the simple joy of companionship and the shared goal of their upcoming training. The sight of their earnestness seems to spark something within him, and he straightens his posture, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses with a newfound resolve as he warns himself never to underestimate the potential of these young mages. Nearby, the group prepares for the day's challenges, with the athletic girl stretching her arms high above her head, while the others discuss the prospect of testing their skills against a formidable orc in a mock battle. Their energy is a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the estate. The young man with the messy black hair suddenly pauses, his attention drawn away from the conversation as he senses a presence nearby, peering toward the bridge where a lone figure stands. There, the girl in the white hooded cloak waits, her expression unreadable as she looks back at him, the quiet rustle of the wind through the trees the only sound in the sudden stillness between them. She bows deeply as her companion introduces her as his sister, Hanano, a diver from an illegal dungeon. He presents her with a sense of pride, noting how she has been in everyone's care and asking them to continue looking after her. Following the introduction, the conversation shifts to their future as aspiring adventurers. The woman with the ponytail explains their strategy of infiltrating from within the lower ranks to ensure they aren't overlooked by the upper classes, a plan the blonde woman finds to be a sound wartime tactic. This strategic discussion is interrupted by a sudden outburst. The two women confront the large man, questioning his presence and reminding him that even his parents are working today. He tries to defend himself, claiming his involvement was part of a specific agreement. Despite the tension with the man, they immediately soften when they turn their attention back to Hanano. They can't help but gush over how adorable she is, their hands reaching out to pat her head and pinch her cheeks in a display of overwhelming affection. After the brief moment of adoration, the blonde woman announces she needs to step away for a moment to use the restroom. She asks if Hanano will be alright waiting in the square, noting that it might be a bit much for a young girl to be left alone. As she departs, the large man watches her go with a look of weary resignation. His silent observation is broken when the girl with the ponytail calls out to Hanano, her voice sharp with a sudden realization or question. She turns to Hanano, curious about the relationship between Risa and Narumi, wondering if they have become particularly close. In the background, the large man is chased off, leaving the girls to their private speculation. Later, the blonde woman returns and addresses the man directly. She acknowledges that thanks to his help, Satsuki has reached level 5, a significant milestone that she seems prepared to reward with information. Settling onto the ground, she begins to divulge what she knows. Her expression turns serious as she prepares to explain the nature of the players, a topic of great importance to their current situation. Risa explains that the training session was organized by others and suggests that a certain player is likely to make an appearance. Listening intently, the young man considers the implications of this news, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Meanwhile, within the academy's halls, Omiya fixes her companion with a sharp, demanding stare, her posture rigid with authority. The other girl falters, struggling to find the right words under such intense scrutiny. She quickly excuses herself, promising to go and fetch the person they were discussing as she hurries away down the corridor. Elsewhere, the young man sits perched on a stone ledge, reflecting on a missed connection from earlier that morning. He looks down at his heavy combat vest, the weight of the upcoming practice session clearly on his mind. He is soon joined by Risa, who waves a cheerful greeting as she approaches. They begin to discuss the specifics of their training, touching upon the importance of understanding monster characteristics and movement patterns rather than just focusing on raw leveling. As they walk together, she admits that the idea of diving into deep, dangerous levels just for the sake of experience feels like a tedious chore. Unbeknownst to them, Omiya watches from a distance, her eyes narrowed as she evaluates the risk of their current path. A voice suddenly cuts through the air, calling out a casual greeting to the blonde woman. The sound of rhythmic footsteps follows, signaling the approach of someone moving with purpose across the tiled floor. They remain seated as the newcomer draws closer, the conversation shifting back to the mysterious individual they are expecting. The tension in the air is palpable as they wait for the encounter to begin. He can feel the pressure mounting, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Beside him, Risa remains composed, her sharp eyes fixed on the unfolding events. He looks up as a familiar, cocky figure approaches, a katana resting casually at the newcomer's hip as he acknowledges their presence with a smirk. As the newcomer takes a seat across from the group, he dismisses the entire training session as a pointless exercise, his posture radiating a sense of bored superiority. Narumi watches him intently, the name Tsukishima Takumi echoing in his mind. He remembers this boy from the game, a flashy, well-connected classmate who always seemed to be at the center of attention, now revealed as the third player they had been expecting. A sudden wave of anxiety washes over him as he realizes that Tsukishima likely sought him out specifically because of his unique status as a custom character within this world. Sensing the growing unease, Risa leans toward him to whisper a question, asking if he truly recognizes the arrogant youth sitting before them, to which he can only offer a tentative confirmation. The swordsman shifts his gaze, bluntly questioning the nature of their group dynamic and noting how often they have been seen together recently, suspecting there is more to their alliance than meets the eye. Caught off guard by the direct interrogation, he can only manage a clumsy, stuttered response, his face flushing with visible discomfort under the intense scrutiny of his former classmate. The skeptic's eyes widen in genuine shock upon hearing that they are actually dungeon diving partners, clearly finding the idea of such a pairing hard to believe, given his cryptic knowledge of what the boy is destined to become. She quickly interjects to defend him, asserting that he is surprisingly pleasant to talk to and had managed to reach a respectable level within the game's mechanics despite his unassuming appearance. While casually munching on a snack, he turns his attention back to Risa, demanding to know if she was the one who provided the novice with his sword and guided his development. He leans in with a smirk, dismissing the need for secrecy while casting a derogatory glance toward the others. Risa, however, remains cautious, questioning whether this is the appropriate place to discuss such sensitive matters. She quickly corrects his assumptions, her gaze sharp behind her glasses as she admits her suspicions lie more with him than with the young man in the distance. She questions the true benefit of the boy's efforts to their own goals, while he listens with a casual, almost bored expression. The swordsman throws his arms out wide, explaining with a grin that he only interfered because the boy seemed to be building a harem for himself. Despite his meddling, he admits he still wants to see the youth give his all during the upcoming event. In response to his erratic behavior, she asks point-blank if he intends to cooperate with the group moving forward. He scoffs at the idea, stating he might if the mood strikes him, but ultimately, he only cares about possessing the strength necessary to survive in this harsh reality. His expression hardens into one of cold ambition as he declares that with enough will, one could gain the power to reshape the entire world. He makes it clear that he has every intention of continuing to act solely on his own whims. As he speaks of such grand designs, she turns her attention back to the boy standing with his companion, wondering where such unshakable confidence in one's own strength comes from. She continues to study the swordsman's calm, knowing face, silently debating whether he is hiding a deeper secret behind his arrogant facade. Noticing her scrutiny, he offers a deal, suggesting he might reveal his secrets if she chooses to side with him, though he notes that a formal magical contract would be a non-negotiable requirement. With a dismissive wave, he begins to walk away, casually telling the boy to disregard their previous exchange. The young man can only watch him go, his face a mask of irritation and confusion at the swordsman's cryptic behavior. Amidst the lingering tension, the student council president approaches with a light-hearted laugh, claiming to finally understand the situation. Her blonde companion quickly chides her, reminding her that her own future actions are tied to the boy's character and shouldn't be treated as a mere spectator sport. She listens as he explains that Tsukishima isn't necessarily a bad person, but rather that his freedom to act as he chooses is simply how people in this world are judged. He notes that her decision not to team up with Tsukishima was her own choice, and he respects that autonomy. He looks down, his expression obscured by the glint on his glasses, contemplating how the current narrative will unfold if things continue along this path. The weight of the situation seems to settle heavily on his shoulders. A vision of the silver-haired youth's confident smirk flashes through his mind, accompanied by the grim realization that they are destined to become enemies. The inevitability of their conflict feels like a predetermined script. The scene shifts to a grand, stone-pillared training hall where the broad-shouldered student claps his hands together, calling for everyone's attention to begin the practice session. He urges the group to get ready, as the time for preparation is over. Standing before the assembled group, he and the dark-haired girl explain that they will be supervising the training, instructing the students to engage in sparring matches just as they would in a real duel. They emphasize the importance of taking these exercises seriously. She steps forward, her expression softening slightly as she apologizes for her authoritative tone, yet she firmly encourages everyone to work together to overcome the upcoming interclass competition. Her leadership is both demanding and inspiring. Among the students, the young man in glasses wipes sweat from his brow, looking apprehensive as he stands alongside his more physically imposing peers. The pressure of the impending training is palpable in his nervous stance. His eyes widen in disbelief as he and the girl with round glasses notice a new presence approaching, leaving him questioning who could be arriving at such a critical moment. The unexpected arrival breaks the rhythm of the session. A girl with dark skin and a relaxed demeanor strolls into view, yawning lazily while wearing a loose white hoodie. He instantly recognizes her as a significant figure, Kugakoto. Her casual entrance contrasts sharply with the tension in the room. Facing her on the training grounds, he grips his practice weapon, prepared to test his skills against this formidable new opponent. The air between them crackles with the anticipation of the duel to come. She fixes him with a piercing, unwavering stare, her focus absolute as the tension between them reaches a breaking point. Across from her, he remains tense, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek as he prepares for the inevitable clash. Narumi leans in, his expression earnest as he asks for just a bit more guidance. Beside him, his companions listen intently, the weight of their training session hanging in the air. Nearby, a young woman with long, light-toned hair and a protective pauldron on her shoulder engages Omiya in conversation. She notes how impressive Yuma is, questioning why even those of a higher caliber have joined the instruction group, suggesting their skill with a blade could rival the top classes. She closes her eyes for a moment, reflecting on the precious time they've carved out for this joint practice. With the class competition looming, she emphasizes the necessity of making every second count and ensuring the session is truly meaningful. Her gaze then shifts toward the training ground where the others are gathering. Omiya remains silent, observing the preparations with her usual sharp, discerning eyes as the group readies themselves for the next phase. In the center of the clearing, the newcomer, Kugakoto, stands with a relaxed but ready posture. Her presence draws the attention of both Omiya and the light-haired girl, who watch from the sidelines. Encouragement is offered to the girl in the hoodie, urging her to strike without hesitation since this is, after all, a practice session. She remains quiet, her thoughts unreadable as she looks toward her opponent. She finally speaks, her voice tinged with a hint of boredom as she questions why she even needs to participate. Turning her focus to the large student facing her, she bluntly asks what his level is, clearly unimpressed by the matchup. With a dismissive shrug, she decides that if she must be here, she will simply crush the opponent in front of her and head home. The large boy flinches, his sweat-beaded face betraying his sudden spike in anxiety. Despite his nerves, he steels himself, his grip tightening as he prepares for the inevitable clash. The observers watch with bated breath, sensing the shift in the air as the confrontation begins. In a blur of motion, she draws her blade and lunges forward. The strike is swift and precise, leaving her opponent reeling as she follows through with effortless grace, the outcome of the bout seemingly decided in a single heartbeat. She stands calmly after her display of speed, leaving the large student she was sparring with completely bewildered by the sudden conclusion of their bout. Because of her overwhelming performance, the others struggle to process what they just witnessed. Narumi watches her intently, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile her apparent skill with her official status. The observers whisper among themselves, questioning if anyone actually saw the strike, while she remains distant and unreadable. Suddenly, the calm is shattered when the woman with the metallic pauldron steps forward and firmly grips her arm. She demands that the sparring match be halted immediately, warning that continuing would only lead to unnecessary injury for everyone involved. In response to this intervention, Narumi speaks up, his voice steady as he points out the glaring discrepancy in her power. He notes that for someone officially ranked as level 2, Her strength is far beyond what should be possible, causing her to grit her teeth in visible frustration as her secret is laid bare. She is struck by a sudden, chilling realization as the weight of his words sinks in. The idea that someone could possess a skill to falsify their own status seems impossible, yet the evidence of her own eyes and the mounting pressure of the situation leave her breathless and trembling with anxiety. The confrontation escalates quickly, and she finds herself thrown backward by a sudden, invisible burst of force. As she coughs from the impact, she struggles to understand the nature of the technique used against her, wondering if it was a form of advanced martial arts or an initial skill she hadn't anticipated. Moments later, she remains on the ground, her body shaking uncontrollably. The mere gaze of her opponent has left her paralyzed with a fear she cannot explain, her composure completely shattered. Meanwhile, the woman with the pauldron reflects on a past conversation while walking through a dense forest. She recalls a request to help stop a common threat, her expression solemn as she considers the heavy burden of the path ahead. As the memory fades, she speaks with her companion, the girl with the dark headband. She expresses her apologies, admitting that she is drawn to the strength she sees in others, even if it means she cannot interfere with their chosen path or the consequences that follow. Because of this shared history, they stand together in the training area, watching the events unfold. She reaffirms her commitment to her friends, stating that she will not stand in their way, as they have always viewed the world from the same perspective and shared the same goals. She stands before Narumi, her expression unreadable as she acknowledges his decision. She makes it clear that while she won't interfere with his judgment, she will only offer her cooperation if it serves the interests of the class. Narumi, adjusting his glasses, seems to find her rigid adherence to duty somewhat bothersome, though he doesn't voice his irritation. Nearby, a man with long, dark hair and glasses observes the exchange, deciding to entrust the upcoming practice session entirely to her. He notes that since Yuma is a natural talent, her oversight is the best course of action. She accepts the task with a simple, determined nod, her focus already shifting to the challenges ahead. However, the toll of recent events becomes visible as she suddenly collapses to her knees, coughing violently. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, her body trembling from an exhaustion she had been trying to hide. Despite her physical state, the training grounds remain active around her. The man with glasses continues his instructions, seemingly unaware or indifferent to her struggle, while she remains hunched over on the dirt, trying to regain her composure. He clarifies that his previous words weren't meant to be harsh, but the weight of the responsibility still hangs heavy in the air. She forces herself to stand, her boots grinding into the dry earth. A sense of grim determination takes hold of her. She knows that if she retreats now, the weight of regret will be far harder to bear than any physical pain. With a sudden burst of energy, she calls out to Kuga Kodon, her voice cracking with the intensity of her plea. Her eyes are wide, reflecting a desperate need that overrides her usual stoicism. She catches up to the dark-skinned girl, who looks back with a mixture of boredom and irritation. Kuga dismisses the effort as persistent, but the light-haired woman refuses to be deterred, her face etched with a raw, pleading sincerity. Even as the surrounding students murmur in shock at the overwhelming aura radiating from the girl, questioning how a mere level 2 could possess such terrifying power, she continues her appeal. She insists that Kuga's strength is absolutely vital for the success of the class in the upcoming conflict. Beads of sweat roll down her face as she stares directly into the other's eyes, her voice dropping to a strained whisper. She casts aside her pride entirely, uttering a single, heartfelt plea for help. Her desperate gaze is met by the girl, whose expression softens into one of weary resignation. Kuga finally relents, agreeing to cooperate on the condition that she is released, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the frantic struggle that preceded her answer. She stands casually, her expression unbothered as she addresses the stunned group. When questioned about her surprisingly low official level, she dismisses it as a mere inconvenience, explaining that she simply hadn't felt like updating her records until now because it was too much of a hassle. With a nonchalant shrug, she promises to rectify the oversight soon, but quickly steers the conversation back to the pressing matters at hand, emphasizing that there are more important things to focus on right now. She masks a formidable reality behind this indifferent facade. The woman known as Kuga Kodon is actually a high-level operative from the United States, a superhuman whose true power far exceeds level 20. While her true identity remains hidden from her peers, the immediate concern shifts to the physical toll the recent confrontation has taken on the group. Nearby, Narumi rushes toward the staggering Kafuru, his voice filled with worry as he checks on her well-being. Kafuru, still catching her breath and visibly exhausted, remains completely unaware of the true nature of the powerful ally she has just recruited. The classroom is gathered in a tense silence as the meeting begins. Standing at the front, Omiya announces that, as previously scheduled, they will now begin the strategy session for the upcoming interclass competition. He watches intently from his desk as the gravity of the situation settles over the room. The official notice for the Eve of the Resistance marks the start of their final preparations. A student named Mishima, a level 6 fighter, speaks up with grim determination. He reminds his peers that the competition will take place over 7 days within the dungeon, and for a class in their position, this is a life-or-death struggle. He continues his address, acknowledging the clear gap in strength between them and the elite classes. He warns everyone to be prepared, vowing to crush anyone who thinks they can just slack off simply because they expect to lose. Omiya listens as the discussion shifts toward the specific mechanics of the event. She notes that the primary focus for today's meeting is the division of the various competition categories among the students. The young man in glasses takes the lead, holding a document that outlines the 5 key objectives: reaching a designated point, monster subjugation, reaching a specific depth, completing designated quests, and collecting magic stones. He points to the list, specifically highlighting the reach depth objective. He explains that this particular category measures the absolute furthest point a team can descend into the dungeon's depths. However, he bluntly states that they should consider this a throwaway category for their class. He explains that classes reaching the deepest levels receive massive special bonuses, making it a high-stakes gamble they cannot afford. This statement causes a stir among the more competitive students. Tsukishima leans back, questioning the logic of abandoning the category that offers the highest possible point allocation. The strategist clarifies his plan, explaining that because the point value is so high, every top-tier class will be sending their main forces there. He suggests that by avoiding a direct confrontation where they are hopelessly outmatched, they can focus their limited resources on the other categories to secure a better overall stand. He listens intently as Omiya sets the stage for their challenge, revealing that the top-ranked first year from the previous session managed to descend as far as the 16th floor of the dungeon. Following this benchmark, Mishima and his companions discuss their own goals, aiming to reach at least the 8th floor despite their usual limit being the 6th, specifically excluding the class's main combatants from this particular task. The bespectacled student suggests that the burden of this dangerous role should fall upon those deemed useless by the rest of the group, looking for an easy way out of the risk. This elitist sentiment quickly spreads through the classroom, with students whispering about the futility of their efforts. Some suggest merely following other classes for participation points, while others openly plot to force the most dangerous tasks onto either Narumi or the large, spiky-haired boy. Amidst the growing tension, Kuga Koton observes her own progress, surprised to find she has reached level 6, a feat that draws impressed and slightly envious comments from those nearby. Ignoring her achievement, the group turns their collective pressure toward the large boy, with Mishima insisting that he take on the role for the sake of the entire class's future, regardless of his personal safety. She suddenly interjects, her voice sharp with indignation as she commands the class to stop their coercion, arguing that such a life-threatening role cannot be assigned without the individual's explicit and willing consent. Another student joins the protest, urging her classmates to actually consider the weight of what they are asking of their peers instead of just looking for a scapegoat. Stepping into the fray, he firmly declares that he will take on the mission himself, a sudden announcement that leaves Hanano and the rest of the room in stunned silence. His declaration is immediately seized by Mishima, who claps a hand on the volunteer's shoulder and proclaims that the entire future of Class E now rests on his shoulders, even as Omiya's voice of dissent cuts through the moment, refusing to accept the arrangement. He watches as Omiya confronts the instructor at the podium, her voice sharp with accusation. She points out that most of the class lacks the strength for this, and sending him alone is tantamount to murder. Because of this tension, he remains silent, sweat beading on his forehead as he weighs the risks. He reasons that his participation is the only way to ensure 0 casualties, even if it means stepping forward when no one else will. In response to the heavy silence, Kuga Koton suddenly raises her hand, her expression calm as she announces her intention to accompany him. Moments later, Mishima questions her decision, reminding her that as a level 6, she should focus on areas where she can maximize her score rather than babysitting. Despite his warning, she remains firm, stating her desire to aim for the deeper levels regardless of the risks. Narumi can only watch, surprised by this unexpected ally, while Omiya looks on with a mix of frustration and resignation. As the meeting concludes, Kafuru approaches Omiya, explaining that she has her own reasons for joining the group, citing a personal interest in Narumi's potential. Later, outside the classroom, Omiya leans against a wall, her eyes narrowed in thought. When Narumi approaches, she admits that while she isn't happy, this arrangement might be for the best. The conversation shifts as the group discusses the challenges ahead, noting that even for skilled fighters, the 8th floor and beyond will be incredibly difficult. He turns to Kafuru, who offers a knowing smile, leaving him slightly unsettled by her keen observation of the situation. Finally, the group gathers in the courtyard, reflecting on how the burden of the mission was ultimately shifted onto Narumi's shoulders, leaving them to face the unknown together. He speaks with a quiet intensity, telling Omiya that he needs to become stronger so she won't have to worry anymore. She looks away, her response a mere whisper of agreement as she acknowledges his resolve. His resolve is immediately challenged by the student with glasses, who argues that simply mimicking the power of the upper classes is a futile effort. He bluntly states that Narumi is merely spinning his wheels without making real progress. As the group stands in the quiet corridor, the bespectacled student continues his critique, acknowledging that while a symbolic leader can raise morale, the current strategy isn't what the situation demands. He suggests that their current direction is flawed. He offers a cold apology, explaining that he has reserved judgment because Narumi's actual performance has noticeably declined. He warns that this decline is bordering on becoming a genuine hindrance to the group's overall effectiveness. The young man snaps back, his voice rising as he insists that his actions aren't a hindrance, but born of genuine concern for their safety. His critic remains unmoved, reiterating that such emotional outbursts are exactly the kind of wheel spinning they must avoid. With a faint, almost mocking smile, the student with glasses adjusts his posture and suggests they engage in a bit of exercise to settle the matter and test Narumi's current capabilities. Elsewhere, the tension of the day has spread to the rest of the class, as Butao and Risa sit together on a bench. Butao remarks on the suffocating atmosphere, and Risa agrees that the mood among the students has turned sour. He wonders aloud what could be causing such a shift, prompting Risa to mention rumors of a duel event between Akagi and Tachiki being moved forward. She notes that this unexpected development could further destabilize the class hierarchy. The weight of these developments leaves him sitting in solitary contemplation, as the looming threat of the duel between Akagi and Tachiki hangs over the academy like a dark cloud, promising further conflict. The group gathers in a quiet corner of the academy grounds, the weight of their current predicament hanging heavy in the air. Narumi sits dejectedly while the others stand, listening as one of their companions points out that they have no time to waste on idle chatter. He adjusts his glasses, his expression cool and analytical as he makes a startling proposal. They should settle their differences with a single, formal duel. This suggestion causes the young man to pause, his gaze dropping as he weighs the impossible odds. He knows all too well that without the aid of a dedicated supporter, his chances of victory in such a contest are non-existent. Despite the crushing weight of his internal doubt, he looks up with a sharp, resolute gaze and gives his consent, ready to face the challenge head-on regardless of the risk. The announcement sends a ripple of shock through the girls, their faces etched with concern. While one questions the necessity of such a drastic measure, Omiya remains firm, insisting that if they are to proceed with a duel, they must do so with absolute conviction and clearly defined terms. Their tense discussion is suddenly interrupted by the sharp, rhythmic clicking of heels against the stone floor. Heads turn toward the staircase as a new presence makes itself known, drawing their collective attention away from the impending conflict. Risa emerges from the shadows of the building, her sharp eyes scanning the group with an air of knowing superiority. She casually mentions using her enhanced hearing to pick up on their conversation from a distance, her tone suggesting she has been observing their struggle for some time. She strides past them with an air of effortless authority, prompting a call for Kafuru to follow in her wake. The mention of a dual route leaves a lingering sense of unease about the dangerous path they are choosing to walk. Turning her attention specifically to Narumi, she posits that his recent failure against a mere slime is the true catalyst for the friction within the group. He can only listen in silence, unable to deny the harsh truth of her cold assessment. As they stand before the imposing facade of the academy, she promises to use her influence as a class representative to ensure the situation remains within manageable bounds. He offers a quiet word of agreement, acknowledging the precariousness of his position and the necessity of her intervention. He had barely processed the weight of his own agreement when a frantic energy gripped the academy's corridors, embodied by a student with a blonde ponytail sprinting toward her destination. Ignoring the plea to wait, she bursts through the doors of a classroom, her sudden entrance drawing the immediate, wide-eyed attention of everyone inside. She gasps for air, her voice trembling as she delivers the shocking news that Akagi and Tachiki have officially declared a duel to settle their differences. This revelation sends a wave of disbelief through the room, leaving the gathered students reeling at the timing of such a conflict. They listen intently as she explains that the two had reached an impasse regarding the leadership and direction of their class. The explanation only deepens the tension, with some questioning the severity of the disagreement and the necessity of such a drastic measure. Their murmurs grow into a heavy silence as the weight of the situation settles on the group, particularly on those who had hoped for unity. The classroom descends into a low hum of anxious chatter as the gravity of the internal rift becomes undeniable, leaving her visibly distraught over the emotional toll on her peers. She can only watch as Takeda slams her hands onto a nearby desk, the sharp crack echoing the frustration felt by everyone in the room. She then stares into the distance, grappling with the logic of her classmates' actions while wondering what could possibly be achieved by such a confrontation. She collapses to the floor, her voice trembling as she confesses the crushing weight of being looked down upon by the upper classes and even her own peers. In response, the young man with short dark hair stands firm, arguing that everyone is enduring the same hardships and that she isn't alone in her struggle. He continues, acknowledging her frustration but reminding her that their leaders are doing their best to guide the group through these turbulent times. Despite his words of encouragement, he admits that he cannot continue to follow the current path if the system remains unchanged. Nearby, the class representative looks down at the sobbing girl, who laments her own perceived weakness and the constant anxiety over her lack of talent. Stepping closer, the dark-haired leader prepares to address the girl's despair directly, her expression unreadable but focused. She surprises everyone by admitting her own self-loathing, explaining that while everyone suffers, a person's own worries are always the most significant to them. Extending an olive branch, she asks to be considered a true ally, expressing a desire to share in their burdens and face the uncertainty together. The girls look up in stunned silence, moved by the unexpected vulnerability shown by someone they perceived as untouchable. With a final, steady gaze, the leader asks for their trust, signaling a potential shift in the fractured unity of the class. She receives a firm nod of acknowledgement from Hayes, confirming that her words have reached him. Narumi stands silently beside them, observing the weight of the moment as the tension in the room begins to shift toward a tentative resolution. Turning back to the rest of the assembled students, she raises her voice to command their attention. She announces that a formal duel between Yuma and Naoto has been scheduled, a decisive clash that will take place shortly to settle the lingering disputes within the class. Because the decision has been made, she clarifies that while the path forward is set, no one is under any obligation to follow it blindly. She simply invites those who wish to witness the outcome to join them, offering a choice rather than a command to the weary group. Meanwhile, Away from the main group, a quiet apology is offered to Kafuru for the heavy burden placed upon her shoulders during these trials. She dismisses the concern, reminding him of her commitment to the class's welfare, though she admits that her internal anxieties remain unresolved despite their current cooperation. Returning her focus to the collective, she reiterates that the final choice rests with them, her gaze steady as the students begin to murmur amongst themselves. The atmosphere in the hall is thick with anticipation as the reality of the upcoming confrontation sinks in. Within the vast, sterile expanse of the training hall, the two combatants finally take their positions. Yuma stands ready with his weapon, his silhouette sharp against the high walls, as the distance between him and Naoto marks the beginning of their trial. He acknowledges the situation with a grim sense of finality, stating that his own resolve remains unshaken regardless of the circumstances. His expression is hard, focused entirely on the opponent standing across the cold floor. As the spectators watch with bated breath, the signal to begin is finally given. The command echoes through the chamber, igniting the air with the sudden, sharp energy of a battle that will determine the future of their fractured class. Yuma and Naoto stand poised for a duel in the center of the massive, sterile hall. The silence between them is heavy, punctuated only by the firm grip they maintain on their weapons. The vastness of the chamber swallows their figures, emphasizing the weight of the coming trial. Later, Yuma retreats to the periphery of the hall, where Sakurako finds him leaning against the cold stone wall. Nearby, the girl with the ponytail follows at a distance, her mind racing with the events she just witnessed. She admits to herself that she followed the others almost on instinct, unable to look away. She catches up to Sakurako, her voice trembling as she explains her flight. The fear of hearing something she shouldn't have drove her to run, yet the pull of the group was too strong to ignore. Her expression shifts to one of weary resignation as she confesses her internal struggle. She had thought about giving up entirely, the weight of the situation nearly breaking her resolve. While she grapples with her emotions below, Yuma sits slumped on a high ledge, his spirit dampened. Sakurako sits beside him, offering a small kindness as a reward for his efforts, even as the girl below collapses under the pressure of her own expectations, crying out about how hard she tried. He looks out into the empty space, his voice low as he admits that recovery isn't always swift. He understands that for some, the desire to stand back up simply isn't there yet, and forcing it might only cause more pain. His contemplation is interrupted as the girl with glasses leans in, her gaze piercing and analytical. She reminds him of their youth, questioning how 15-year-olds are expected to endure such a harsh environment and what it truly means to be a child in this world. The group eventually gathers in the corridor, their silhouettes stark against the bright light of the facility. A sudden, confused cry for an uncle breaks the somber mood, drawing everyone's attention to a new arrival. In the quiet that follows the outburst, hands clenched tightly together in a lap, a silent testament to the hidden anxieties and the resolve being forged in the face of the unknown. Sakurako and the intellectual young woman stand together as the tension in the room mounts. Sakurako is gently advised that she doesn't need to force herself to watch the upcoming trial, but she hesitates, her gaze fixed on the figures ahead. She clarifies her intent with a steady voice, stating firmly that she wants to see the outcome of this confrontation with her own eyes, refusing to look away from the path they have chosen. In the center of the vast, high-ceilinged training hall, the two combatants, Naoto and Yuma, take their positions. An authoritative voice rings out across the stone floor, asking if both are prepared for the duel to commence. They offer a brief, focused confirmation before the command to begin echoes through the chamber. Naoto immediately shifts his weight into a combat stance, his long, dark staff held ready for the first exchange. Yuma lunges forward, his sword drawn as he closes the distance with a burst of speed, aiming to catch his opponent off guard with a direct assault. He is met with a swift, calculated swing of the staff that forces him to halt his momentum, his eyes widening as he realizes the speed of the counterattack. The two clash in a flurry of movement, the wooden staff whistling through the air as it tests the swordsman's guard, keeping him at a distance where his blade cannot reach. Seizing a momentary opening, Naoto invokes his power, chanting the command for a fire arrow that streaks toward his opponent with searing intensity. The magical bolt strikes true, vanishing into a plume of thick smoke and sparks as it impacts the young warrior, obscuring him from view in a sudden explosion of heat. Emerging from the haze with a soot-streaked face and ragged breath, he gasps for air, admitting with a look of frustration that he let his focus slip for a critical moment. He looks up, sweat beading on his face as his opponent suggests he should just stay down on his knees after taking such a heavy blow. While he remains silent, processing the gap in their abilities, the staff wielder stands ready, his expression unreadable as he maintains a defensive posture. Watching the tension from the sidelines, the instructor asks the students if they could possibly replicate those movements, but the girls can only watch in awe, realizing the sheer skill required for such a feat. The instructor bluntly states that it is impossible for them. While the swordsman has the raw power, the other's mobility and reaction speed are on an entirely different level. He narrows his eyes, acknowledging that in a direct confrontation between adventurers, a rearguard fighter usually stands no chance against a frontline specialist. Because of this tactical understanding, he manages to read every move, parrying the sword strikes with his staff, while the observers wonder if the gap between the two students is widening. She adjusts her glasses, noting that the intuition and insight of these students seem to surpass even the most detailed game knowledge, allowing them to perceive the flow of battle more clearly. With a sudden burst of speed, he deflects another heavy blow, using the momentum to reposition himself and prepare a counterattack. The duel reaches its climax as he dodges a desperate lunge and counters with a point-blank fire arrow that engulfs the area in a blinding flash of light. Once the flames dissipate, he stands before his friend, questioning why someone who hates seeing others hurt is so willing to accept injury himself during their training. He stands firm, his voice rising with a heat that matches the intensity in his eyes. Recalling a past conversation where the notion of an ideal adventurer was discussed, he rejects it utterly. With his staff gripped tight and sweat beading on his brow, he roars that he has no intention of following such a miserable, self-sacrificing path. The classroom is filled with a heavy atmosphere as the students gather. The large, armored leader stands at the front, his presence commanding the room as he addresses the group. Sakurako and the others listen intently, the weight of their situation hanging in the air as they discuss the risks of their next move. He remains focused amidst the discussion, his gaze sharp and stoic. He understands that while victory isn't guaranteed, the alternative of losing is a risk they cannot take, especially with the safety of their comrades on the line. The necessity of action weighs heavily on him. While the leaders continue their deliberation, the tension in the room becomes physical. A hand grips the edge of a wooden desk so tightly the knuckles whiten, reflecting an internal struggle and the fear that any misstep might draw the enemy's attention toward them. Memories of a gentler time flicker through his mind, a soft touch against a cheek and the distant, rhythmic sound of waves on a shore. But the harsh reality of the present snaps back, his eyes narrowing as he rejects the simple notion of being a hero, driven instead by a much deeper, more personal resolve. The silence is shattered by a desperate cry for change. The young warrior with the messy hair shouts his defiance, his face already marked by the grime and sweat of conflict, while the long-haired woman watches him with a cold, unreadable expression, questioning his true desires. He watches the boy closely, his suspicion growing with every passing second. There is something hidden beneath that determined exterior, a secret that Yuma is not yet ready to share, and it gnaws at the observer's mind as he tries to decipher the boy's true intent. Suddenly, the classroom setting gives way to the heat of active combat. They move with practiced precision, darting across the training grounds as the sounds of heavy breathing and clashing gear fill the air. Every movement is a blur of speed and focused aggression. The battle intensifies as the spiky-haired boy unleashes a searing bolt of energy, his fire arrow cutting through the air with a roar. In response, his opponent swings his staff in a rapid, dual-strike motion, the double swing, creating a defensive wall of wood and momentum. They stand poised for the next exchange, breathing heavily but refusing to yield an inch. The staff wielder grips his weapon with both hands, his eyes locked on the young swordsman who stands ready, his own resolve burning as bright as the flames he just conjured. Every movement is now a cold calculation. He analyzes the rhythm of the attack, looking for a fleeting opening in the flurry of blows, knowing that a single mistake could end the duel. Despite the physical toll and the stinging pain of his injuries, his mind remains sharp, searching for the path to victory. He is under intense scrutiny. Naoto's eyes narrow as he meticulously breaks down the flow of the battle, observing that the boy's breathing is growing heavy and his physical limits are being reached. From his low vantage point, he stares up at the imposing figure of his rival, feeling the weight of the gap in their abilities. The young warrior lets out a guttural shout, clenching his teeth and gripping his weapon with white-knuckled intensity as he prepares for one last effort. The grand architecture of the training hall looms overhead, the silence of the high ceiling contrasting with the heat of the battle below. With a sudden burst of speed, the dark-haired youth charges, his own shout joining the cacophony of the duel as he delivers a powerful blow. Along the perimeter, the onlookers remain transfixed, their eyes locked on the unfolding conclusion of the high-stakes match. The struggle concludes with the swordsman flat on his back, defeated and breathless, while his opponent stands tall, staff held firmly at his side. A voice cuts through the heavy air to announce the winner, leaving both combatants to stand in the aftermath, their bodies trembling from exhaustion and sweat. Moments later, the spectators move in to assist, with the girls tending to the defeated boy's injuries while the others discuss the outcome of the intense trial. Finally, as they catch their breath, the victor asks if the ambition to lead and protect everyone was a genuine feeling. Looking weary but resolute, the boy confirms that his heart was truly in it. He looks down, his face streaked with sweat and grime, as he finally admits his own weakness. The weight of the battle and the realization of his limitations force a painful honesty from his lips, acknowledging that he is not as strong as he once believed. Having voiced his vulnerability, he continues by confessing that his desire for power was driven by a need to ignore his own pain, using the expectations of others as a shield. His companions listen in silence, absorbing the weight of his honesty as he admits he turned a blind eye to everyone's feelings just to justify his own struggle. In response to this raw admission, the victor of the duel offers a quiet apology, acknowledging that such truths are impossible to hear unless they are spoken aloud. He recognizes the courage it took for his rival to be so transparent about his failings. He stands firm, reminding his rival that despite the outcome of the battle, the emotions unearthed here are valuable and should be nurtured. He urges the defeated warrior to keep those feelings close, even as he asserts his own victory in the trial. With a look of renewed resolve, he vows that they will eventually make their shared goals a reality. The intensity in his eyes suggests that this duel was not an end, but a necessary step toward a future they must both strive for. As the tension of the duel fades, the students gather in the grand hall, standing in disciplined rows under the watchful eye of their instructor. The atmosphere is heavy with the aftermath of the conflict, yet a sense of order has returned to the academy. They look out over the assembled group, the silence of the hall heavy with the unspoken words of a trial that has changed them all. The observers contemplate the next steps for these young warriors, wondering what words can possibly bridge the gap left by such a profound confrontation. He looks upward, sweat beading on his brow and his breath hitching as he prepares to address the gathered group with a heavy heart. Standing before the assembled students and their instructor, the armored leader begins his address, acknowledging that everyone arrived at this academy driven by their own unique motivations and the expectations of those who sent them there. Beyond the walls of the sterile, towering school complex, the weight of the institution's rigid system hangs heavy, a structure that he believes has led many to a state of utter despair. Turning his gaze toward the instructor, he presents a stark choice for those who lack influence or experience. They can either continue to resist the current order or allow themselves to be assimilated and broken by it. He argues with growing conviction that regardless of the path they choose, the fault lies not with the students, but with the school itself, which fails to provide the necessary guidance. His fist clenches tightly as he emphasizes that this is a personal plea rather than a command, his eyes burning with a quiet, desperate intensity. He declares his refusal to accept a bad end, where they simply graduate with hollow smiles. Instead, he begs them to help him realize a different ideal, his voice ringing with the weight of his sincerity. In the wake of his impassioned speech, the young woman with glasses considers the options, suggesting that if the only choices are to drop out or be assimilated, they should perhaps give their absolute all in the upcoming class competition before making a final decision. As the leader finishes his plea with a final, silent request, the young man with spiky hair watches him intently, the gravity of the moment settling over the room. He stands before his peers, his face flushed with a mix of shame and sincerity as he admits his faults. He confesses that his previous actions were born of frustration and an inability to be honest with himself, offering a heartfelt apology to the group. This admission sparks a wave of support among the students, with one classmate praising his performance as impressive. Inspired by the display of vulnerability, others vow to redouble their own efforts, the tension that once divided them beginning to dissolve into a shared sense of purpose. As the conversation continues, the dark-haired leader listens quietly, her expression softening. The impact of the recent conflict lingers in the air, with the students acknowledging how witnessing such a fierce struggle has fundamentally changed their perspective. With a final, encouraging shout, she turns to depart, waving back at the group. She reminds them that they have 1 week until the inter-class competition and urges everyone to give it their all, her departure leaving a trail of renewed motivation. The remaining students stand together, their gaze fixed on the path ahead. The weight of the upcoming challenge settles over them, a silent understanding passing between the group as they prepare for the trials to come. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the toll of the day's events becomes apparent. One of their number begins to waver, her physical exhaustion finally catching up to her after the intense emotional and physical strain. She sinks to the ground, her breath hitching as she offers a weak apology for her sudden collapse. Despite her significant contributions, she laments her perceived uselessness, her voice trembling with a mix of relief and lingering self-doubt. In a gesture of solidarity, a firm hand reaches out to meet hers, sealing a silent pact. The simple request to rely on one another echoes through the gesture, bridging the gap between the students and their mentors. Reflecting on the day's chaos, the spiky-haired boy discusses the resolution of the duel event with his companions. While the immediate crisis has passed, the details of the outcome remain complex, leaving him to ponder the true cost of their victory. His thoughts are interrupted by the analytical voice of the girl with glasses, who reminds the group of the original schedule. She warns that because this was the time slated for their formal duel, they cannot afford to lower their guard just yet. She listens as Yuma expresses his sincere gratitude, acknowledging that her guidance was vital for the upcoming inter-class competition. He seems more at ease now that they have reached a mutual understanding, ready to face the challenges ahead. As they walk toward the towering spires of the 7th-floor castle, she encourages him to maintain his focus and do his best, their figures growing smaller against the backdrop of the massive stone fortress. Elsewhere, the peace of the castle grounds is shattered as a monstrous, multi-limbed tree creature erupts from the earth, looming over a group of warriors who scramble to find their footing. The armored leader bellows orders to his squad, urging them to press the attack and strike at the creature's exposed core while it is vulnerable, leading the charge with unwavering resolve. After the skirmish, he stands near the castle gates, greeting a newcomer who approaches with a weary but determined stride through the settling dust. This man, recognized as a leader by his subordinates, arrives just as the final embers of the battle fade, his presence commanding immediate respect from those around him. He admits to the armored leader that he hasn't been around much lately, explaining that the new location they discovered has kept him and his brothers occupied with urgent matters. He goes on to detail the shifting power dynamics, explaining that since the previous leader of Sorrel was promoted to the Kinrankai Executive Board, he has been tasked with overseeing the clan's operations directly. Hearing this, the armored leader asks if the Kinrankai will be providing assistance for the upcoming inter-class competition, given the recent administrative upheaval and the importance of the event. The new leader gives a firm nod of affirmation, promising that they can be counted on to support the students, as the two men solidify their alliance with a respectful bow. After the leader's departure, the group remained in the dense woods. The young woman with the ponytail gripped her weapon tightly, her focus sharp as she surveyed the perimeter. She soon relaxed, a satisfied smile spreading across her face as she noted that their hunt for the ward monsters had finally stabilized. Seeing her ease, the spiky-haired youth suggested it was time to head home. He reminded the group that tomorrow would be an early start, so getting some rest was paramount, though his bluntness earned him a surprised exclamation from his companion. With the decision made, the four companions turned their backs on the clearing and began the long trek back, their silhouettes shrinking against the towering trees of the forest path. The days that followed were a blur of intense preparation. While some faced off against winged beasts and hulking monsters in the field, others honed their physical prowess through grueling sparring sessions. Even in his quiet moments alone, the weight of the upcoming challenge pressed heavily upon the young warrior. Finally, the morning of the event arrived. He adjusted his uniform with practiced precision, his footsteps echoing with a new sense of purpose as he made his way toward the academy. Standing before the massive, multi-storied structure of the school, he took a deep breath. The inter-class competition, a true test of everything they had worked for, was about to begin. Armored boots crunched through the dry earth, kicking up clouds of fine dust as a mysterious figure advances through a desolate landscape. This traveler halts before a colossal, white-furred beast, a creature of mythic proportions with a thick, reptilian tail that sweeps across the barren ground. They glance back over a caped shoulder, their small frame and curved horns contrasting sharply with the sheer scale of the monster looming behind them. Standing amidst the jagged spires of a cratered wasteland, the lone warrior prepares for an inevitable confrontation as the wind howls through the canyons. The silence is shattered when the beast unhinges its massive jaws, letting out a deafening roar that vibrates through the very foundations of the earth. Far from that desolate realm, the sun shines on a training courtyard where the long-haired woman and her companions observe a heated practice session. Below them, the spiky-haired boy, Yuma, squares off against his energetic classmate, their movements a blur of practice strikes as they prepare for the upcoming class competition. He parries a swift blow, his wooden training blade clashing against her defense as they dance across the stone tiles in a test of reflexes and endurance. Suddenly, she leaps into the air, her ponytail whipping behind her as she aims a decisive kick, shouting that this will be the finishing blow of their match. Despite her acrobatic display, he manages to find an opening and counter, panting heavily as he declares his hard-fought victory. Exhausted, he leans against a stone pillar to catch his breath, while behind him, his opponent flails on the ground in a fit of frustration, refusing to accept the outcome while they argue about who will help in the next battle. He listens intently as the conversation turns toward the upcoming competition, where both Carol and Hanano are expected to participate. Sakurako's voice rises in frustration, accusing Satsuki and Risa of trying to exclude her once again from the group's activities. Because of her outburst, she now sits dejectedly on the floor, dismissing the idea that the other woman has any judge of character. Beside her, the ponytail-haired girl offers a gentle smile, suggesting that she and Yuma might actually share the same perspective on the matter. In response to the tension, the intellectual young woman narrows her eyes, her mind racing with the implications of Hanano venturing into the dungeon alone. She then presents a peculiar mask, explaining that if Hanano is to act as a hidden helper, she will require equipment designed to obscure her identity. He stares at the object, questioning its purpose while she admits that perhaps such a theatrical measure is unnecessary after all. Shifting his gaze, he notes that the items left behind might be picked up by other players, realizing that the gear he no longer needs after his recent duel could serve a better purpose elsewhere. He acknowledges the logic, though his attention seems momentarily diverted. As they continue their walk, she reminds him that they were the only ones to survive the events of the beta test, a sobering fact that hangs heavy in the air between them. He asks about the status of another student, Sakishima, wondering how he is faring in the current climate. Moments later, they find a moment of respite at a quiet table, reflecting on how unlikely it was for them to reach the disaster when even the elite Oni of the rounds couldn't manage it. It feels as though fate itself chose them for this path. While they move through the corridors, he admits that he might have been tempted to join a group if Hanano hadn't been there, watching as his peers continue their rigorous training in the distance, a reminder of the constant pressure they face. He stops, his back to her as he speaks with a newfound gravity, acknowledging that there is a specific reason he volunteered to reach the deepest levels of the dungeon. Hearing this, Sakurako looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and realization as he explains that his high level makes him the safest choice for the mission, though his true motivations seem to run deeper than mere safety. She and her fellow elite students are the primary focus of this covert observation, as the true objective is to monitor the movements of the Academy's upper classes. For those in Class E, this represents a rare and vital opportunity to witness the school's main combat forces in action before the real trial begins. This top-ranked individual, a girl named Sarakikyo, is a critical wildcard whose future choices will dictate whether she becomes a powerful ally or a dangerous foe. As the group analyzes her potential, Yuma's companions notice his dazed and pathetic expression, wondering what on earth has him looking so distracted at such a pivotal moment. Their conversation then shifts to a striking, horned figure known as Furfur, whom one student enthusiastically identifies as their personal favorite among the elite ranks. The scale of the challenge ahead is mirrored in the massive, vaulted architecture of the Academy's inner sanctums. Elsewhere in the facility, a determined young woman urgently inquires if a specific set of protective gear can be kept in reserve, her voice tight with the pressure of the upcoming competition. When the day of the inter-class battle finally arrives, the instructor stands before the assembled students of Class E to deliver his final briefing. He commands them to download the official exam application immediately, after which they are dismissed to prepare, with a strict order to reconvene at the plaza by 10 o'clock. Following his departure, the classroom erupts into excited chatter about the mysterious helpers assigned to their group. While some students daydream about a tall, handsome savior arriving to lead them, others quickly correct the rumor, explaining that their reinforcement is actually a reliable older sister figure. She then makes her entrance, a tall and commanding presence in a sharp uniform that demands respect. Striding past the desks, she singles out Yuma, reminding him with a confident smirk that he is responsible for securing the designated points during the operation. He is immediately pulled aside by another classmate who offers a blunt and sobering reality check. She warns him that if the situation turns dire, he must retire from the field without hesitation, noting that for someone at his current level, even reaching the 6th floor is a gamble fraught with danger. She pauses for a heartbeat, her stern expression softening into one of genuine concern as she offers a final, quiet word of encouragement, telling him to simply do his best out there. Left to process the weight of her words, the young man clutches his chest, looking utterly overwhelmed. He stares blankly ahead, wondering how he managed to get himself into such a high-stakes situation. He stands among the crowd as the instructor takes his place before the gathered students in the guild plaza, his voice amplified by the microphone. The official commands the attention of everyone present, announcing that it is time for those participating in the achievement depth portion of the exam to step forward and begin their trial. He hears the call, his expression hardening with a mix of resolve and nerves. Surrounded by his peers, including the analytical girl with glasses and the energetic one with the ponytail, the young swordsman prepares himself for the challenge ahead, the weight of the upcoming battle finally settling in. As he steps forward to join the other participants, he passes by the academy's top-ranked student, Sarah. She watches him with a sharp, unreadable gaze, her presence a silent reminder of the high stakes and the formidable competition he must face in the depths of the dungeon. The young man stood ready, his gaze fixed forward as the announcement confirmed they had reached the designated point for the next phase of the trial. Beside him, the stern instructor oversaw the proceedings, his presence a reminder of the high stakes involved in the upcoming monster subjugation task. Nearby, the analytical girl with glasses and her energetic companion discussed the specifics of the designated quest, their expressions a mix of focus and anticipation. Further along the line, the top-ranked student, Sarah, stood with her group, the tally of magic stones collected thus far serving as a testament to their formidable skill. As the tension mounted, the protagonist found himself momentarily locked in a silent exchange with the elite student, their contrasting auras clashing even before the official start. He then turned his attention to the records, where his name was listed alongside the depth he had reached, a metric that would define his standing in this class competition. Looking down at his own gear, he reflected on the participation of others, specifically noting that someone named Kuga had also stepped forward to join the fray. Suddenly, a familiar, armored hand waved enthusiastically from the crowd, catching his eye and breaking his train of thought. It was the boisterous armored leader who greeted him with a loud shout, noting the high point value of the depth-reaching event and expressing his own group's intent to participate. Leaning in closer, the large man peered through his helmet, curiously asking the boy if he had lost weight since their last encounter. He continues to scrutinize the boy's physical transformation, noting that while his frame has changed, his core strength and balance have improved remarkably. He presses for an explanation on how such a rapid ascent to level 20 was possible, but the young warrior can only offer a deflective, uncertain response. Nearby, his companions watch the exchange, with one urging them to move forward before the situation becomes more awkward. As the group prepares to depart, a new figure approaches with an air of quiet authority. It is the top-ranked student, who introduces herself with a polite but chillingly formal greeting. She turns her attention to the young man, inquiring if he is an acquaintance of the dark-haired leader, her sharp eyes already beginning to dissect his presence. She locks eyes with him, her gaze intense and unblinking. The weight of her reputation as the Academy's finest precedes her, and the young man finds himself momentarily paralyzed by the sheer pressure of her scrutiny. There is a calculated coldness in her expression that suggests she sees far more than what is on the surface. She suddenly shatters the tense silence with a shocking accusation, calmly labeling his presence as a form of harassment. The young man is left utterly speechless, his face flushing with a mix of confusion and indignation at the baseless and bizarre claim, while she maintains her pleasant, mask-like smile. She continues her verbal assault with a sigh of feigned disappointment, remarking on how regrettable his supposed behavior is. The young man remains frozen, unable to find the words to defend himself against such an unpredictable and public character assassination. The bizarre confrontation is abruptly cut short by the booming announcement of the class competition's commencement. As the surrounding students begin to mobilize and the atmosphere shifts toward the impending challenge, the young man is left reeling, while his companions look on with a mixture of pity and bewilderment at the strange interaction. As the various classes begin their descent into the lower levels, the established protocols of the exercise become clear. In the shallower depths, cooperation between classes is encouraged to foster camaraderie, but as they delve deeper into the dangerous territory, the unspoken agreement of mutual aid dissolves into a fierce race for points and prestige. He observes the strategic deployment of Class A, noting how they have consolidated their power by placing their top-ranked students at the forefront. Their formation is tight and professional, suggesting a level of combat readiness that borders on excessive for a mere student competition, signaling their intent to dominate the event. Meanwhile, the leader of Class B makes her presence known, her sharp features and high ponytail reflecting a stern, uncompromising nature. Known for her staunch noble supremacist views, she and her group are clearly aiming for nothing less than total victory, positioning themselves as dangerous rivals who will likely clash with anyone standing in their way to the top. She observes the strategic landscape, noting the absence of Class C's leader and speculating that they, along with Class E, might be focusing on different objectives to secure points elsewhere. As the descent continues, he feels the weight of several gazes. Class D's leader and his small entourage of 4 are watching him intently, leading him to wonder if they intend to treat him as nothing more than a pack mule. The physical toll of the journey begins to show as he trudges down the stairs, heavily burdened by his gear and the humiliating sign he's forced to carry, questioning if his stamina will hold until they reach the 10th floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the group halts as the top-ranked student announces a 20-minute reprieve, prompting some to seek out facilities while others simply rest and prepare for the next leg of the descent. This moment of rest is short-lived for him. However, as the leader of Class D approaches with a menacing air, demanding that he step aside for a private word in a tone that brooks no refusal. Before he can even process the demand, he is seized and led away from the safety of the main group, the aggressive students guiding him toward a secluded corridor away from prying eyes. The confrontation turns physical almost immediately as he is shoved roughly against the cold stone wall, the suddenness of the assault leaving him momentarily stunned and defenseless. Surrounded by the hostile trio, he listens as their leader sneers, warning him not to let the attention of the Academy's elite go to his head and declaring that he will now serve as their subordinate to be used as they see fit. He stares back, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as the realization sinks in. These students are genuinely looking for a fight, their frustration boiling over into blatant, unprovoked bullying. Assessing his tormentors, he notes that the restraint they previously showed has vanished, replaced by a raw, unhesitating aggression that matches their registered power levels of 7 or 8. He feels the crushing pressure of a hand tightening around his collar, the strength far exceeding what a typical student should possess. He wonders if they've resorted to using enhancement items to bridge the gap in their abilities. The aggressive student from Class D erupts in a feral roar, his eyes glazed with a mindless fury. Behind this outburst lies the influence of the Mad Dog's Fong, a cursed necklace that strips away the wearer's intellect in exchange for raw, berserker strength, a tool provided by those who view these students as nothing more than disposable assets. Meanwhile, Sarah Kikyo stands composed as her attendants adjust her ornate uniform, her gaze cold and calculating. She speaks of Class D as a convenient laboratory, a place to observe the effects of their experimental items without risking her own elite circle. Facing the charging student, he weighs his options with clinical detachment. He considers the possibility of incapacitating the boy and framing the collapse as a side effect of the very item the bully is using to fuel his rage. His fist clenches as he recalls the unsettling reality of physical conflict. He remembers the sickening, damp sensation of striking a body, a feeling far removed from the clean, consequence-free violence found in stories, and the realization that blood and bone are far more fragile than they seem. He stands his ground, watching the panting student before him. He reflects on the cold logic that led to this moment, thinking that using the enhancement item was supposed to be the most efficient path to victory for his opponent. Despite the boy's continued shouting and the looming threat, he remains unmoved, his expression a mask of analytical calm. He wonders if a more peaceful resolution was ever truly possible, yet his resolve to end the confrontation remains unshaken. Suddenly, the heavy clatter of metal echoes through the area as the massive, armored leader intercedes. With a commanding presence, he steps between the students, his voice booming as he demands an end to the senseless brawling. The large man adjusts his heavy plate, speaking with a surprising vulnerability about his own physical struggles and how he uses his armor to shield his insecurities. He declares his unwavering stance against the unfairness of the world, promising to stand against those who use their power to bully the weak. Turning his attention to the young student, the armored warrior offers a hand of protection. He tells the boy that if he is feeling lost in this chaotic environment, he will serve as his shield until he can find his own path forward. He had offered his protection, but the young man's mind was already drifting back to the lessons of his past. Suda recalled how he had always forced himself to make split-second decisions, fearing that even a moment's doubt would cost him the lives of those he sought to protect. Yet, looking at the situation now, a new realization began to take root. Perhaps there was a certain strength to be found in hesitation, a luxury he hadn't allowed himself before. Because of this internal shift, he moved with a newfound confidence that left observers stunned by his sheer power. As he stood before the captives, including the bound and defeated Sakurako, he offered a cryptic promise. Instead of explaining his strength, he suggested he would eventually reveal the secret behind his physical transformation and the weight he had shed to reach this point, a change that seemed to be the key to his current capabilities. She scans the assembly with a sharp, inquisitive gaze, her voice cutting through the air as she demands to know the location of the students from Class D. Because of her inquiry, the remaining groups, including a concerned Sakurako, prepare to move forward, ignoring the official notice that Class D has been disqualified for failing to reach the deepest floor of the facility. She looks down at the heavy equipment left behind, her expression clouded with a mix of concern and guilt. She recalls how she and Tenma-san defeated the Mad Rat's fangs, yet now her father's loyal samurai have vanished, leaving her to rely on the young commoner to carry their burdens. As she watches, he is suddenly accosted by a sneering student who leans in close, mockingly offering his condolences for the pathetic failure and disqualification of Class D. He is then approached by the missing samurai's companions, who bluntly inform him that he will be responsible for all their gear, forcing him to shoulder an impossibly large pack and put his life into the task. While he struggles with the mounting weight, an armored companion named Narumi steps forward to offer assistance. But the dark-haired swordsman sharply rebukes the gesture, insisting the commoner handle it. He is ignored as the warrior in plate armor leans in close to the boy, whispering a stern warning that allowing himself to be used this way will only invite further exploitation from those around him. As the warrior watches him leave, he trudges away from the group, his body bent under the massive weight of the supplies as he decides to endure the hardship in hopes the situation will eventually settle. Behind him, the dispute continues to simmer. The armored figure demands to know why the swordsman is so intent on meddling and bullying the boy, only to be told that the commoner had already accepted the task. He ends the conversation with a cold finality, declaring that their family's honor cannot be tarnished, leaving his armored critic silent and frustrated. He remains unmoved by the armored warrior's protest, coldly asserting that there is no chance of the burden being shared. Tenma, hunched under the weight of the massive pack, offers a weary word of thanks to Narumi for attempting to intervene, though the apology from the armored youth does little to lighten the physical load. Later that evening, the atmosphere shifts from the strain of the trail to the relative comfort of a dining hall. A large display screen flickers to life, announcing the results of the checkpoints, a competitive race to a randomly selected destination that served as the first phase of the trial. The rankings reveal a grim reality for some, as the first half of the competition focused heavily on reaching deeper floors. While Class B holds the lead with 5 points, Tenma's group finds themselves languishing in 4th place, barely ahead of the bottom-ranked Class E, making the prospect of scoring points in the upcoming stages even more daunting. He sits before a spread of food far more opulent than his current standing would suggest, provided by the nobility. A pang of guilt gnaws at him as he realizes that while he enjoys this luxurious meal, many of his peers are likely still struggling in the field, yet he cannot help but find some small comfort in the sustenance. As he chews thoughtfully, his mind turns toward the path to victory. He concludes that their only viable strategy to overcome the lead held by Class D lies in the Total Magic Stones event, a realization that sharpens his focus despite the fatigue. The challenge ahead is formidable, involving a dive to the 5th floor of the labyrinth. Reports from the guild warn of a dangerous monster lurking there, an orc lord, whose presence turns a standard trial into a perilous mission. The first day draws to a close, giving way to the second morning of the class competition. Hope flickers among the students, bolstered by the knowledge that a specialized helper is slated to join their ranks, potentially tipping the scales in their favor. In a sun-drenched, rocky clearing, the students take a moment to regroup and hydrate. A tall, imposing woman stands among them, taking a long drink from a bottle as she surveys the exhausted but determined group scattered across the terrain. She notes with satisfaction that the morale remains high despite the heat. In this specific arena, the collection of magic stones is proceeding well, marking the one area where they are currently outperforming the aggressive rivals of Class D. She is soon joined in her observations by Sakurako, who reflects on the unexpected competence of her teammates. The dark-haired leader admits to herself that Amiya, in particular, has proven to be far more capable than she had initially anticipated. She inquires if there has been any word from Tsukishima yet, her expression clouded with a hint of concern. Her companion reassures her, noting that they have successfully increased their battle count, largely because Heisan has proven to be a far more capable tank than anyone had anticipated. Recalling a moment from earlier, the tall overseer remembers the young man's departure. He had confidently promised to bring back a massive magic stone just for her, a bold gesture that she had immediately and flatly rejected. Turning her attention back to the present, she addresses the entire group with a determined look. She proposes that they push their limits and dive even deeper into the dungeon to secure their standing in the competition. The team responds with a unified shout of agreement, their spirits high as they prepare for the challenge. She takes on the support role, coordinating their movements to ensure they maximize their chances of winning the event. They begin their descent, moving cautiously through the jagged stone corridors of the lower levels. A strange, unsettling silence fills the cavern, causing her to stop in her tracks. It is highly irregular that they haven't encountered a single monster in this area, a realization that quickly spreads unease through the rest of the group. The silence is shattered by a thunderous vibration as a massive, hulking shape appears in the darkness. Sakurako's eyes widen in sheer terror as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Someone is intentionally creating a monster train, and they are right in its path. This forbidden tactic involves an adventurer fleeing from a massive horde, dragging the aggressive creatures behind them like a tail. In the distance, a man is seen desperately sprinting away from a swarm of snarling, bloodthirsty beasts. The danger of such an act is immense. If the lead adventurer dies or manages to escape, the abandoned monsters will immediately turn their aggression toward any other nearby groups. Because of the lethal risk to others, doing this intentionally is considered a severe crime. Raising her binoculars to scan the chaos, the overseer's heart drops as she confirms her worst fears. She spots the intended targets of the stampede, realizing that the massive wave of monsters is being driven directly towards Sakurako's group. She stands firm, assessing the threat of the scattered orcs while Sakurako expresses concern for Sanjo's group. Realizing the danger, she commands the students to move out immediately, declaring her intention to stay behind and provide support. As she prepares for the onslaught, the young leader reluctantly leaves the front line to Haze's care, frustrated by her inability to reveal her true strength. Meanwhile, the group begins their desperate retreat, leaving the tall warrior to face the approaching horde alone. She bellows for the group to stay together, knowing that scattering would lead to certain death. With a determined glare, she takes her position at the rear, urging her companion and the others to keep moving without looking back. Facing the stampede of monsters, she calculates her options, realizing that to stop this train, she must either pacify the beasts or eliminate them entirely. With a swift, calculated strike, she begins to whittle down the orcs at the front of the pack, hoping to exhaust the momentum of the charging mass. Her focus is suddenly shattered when she spots the young protagonist collapsed on the ground, his leg giving out as the snarling monsters close the distance. Without a second thought, she throws herself over the fallen boy, using her own body as a shield against the brutal impact of the orc's assault. Even as she is pinned down, she urges the others to flee, her voice strained but resolute. Sakurako watches in horror as the warrior is overwhelmed, while the boy screams for the others to save themselves. But the protector refuses to let her sacrifice be in vain. Her sacrifice is nearly complete when a sudden shift in the air signals a new arrival, the sound of a blade cutting through the chaos. She is suddenly relieved of the crushing weight as a young man with glasses and a confident smirk intervenes. He stands over the fallen monsters with an air of effortless superiority, introducing himself as Kikuchi and explaining that he is the helper sent to assist them. With a casual apology for the fright his sudden appearance might have caused, he signals that the immediate danger has passed. The young man with the glasses adjusts his stance, his expression serious as he accepts the burden placed upon him. He gives a firm nod, confirming his commitment to the cause and promising his assistance without hesitation. He is met with a response from the boy with the messy hair, who expresses his unwavering confidence that his new ally possesses the strength required for the trials ahead. The older man offers a quiet word of thanks, yet a shadow of doubt crosses his face as he questions whether he is truly the most suitable person for such a critical role. Steeling his resolve, he vows to put his very life on the line to see the mission through to its end. From the side, the boy clarifies his reasoning, explaining that his choice wasn't based solely on a display of power, but rather on a deliberate search for the guidance and stability that only an adult could provide. The third day of the class competition begins with a sense of relief. Sanjo stands calmly as the news spreads that everyone has been accounted for and is safe. She watches as Tenma notes with a somber expression that the ordeal wasn't without its toll, as several students sustained injuries during the chaos. He quickly adds that the situation is under control, crediting Sanjo's remarkable healing abilities for the swift recovery of those who were hurt. He accepts Suda's sincere word of thanks, as the boy urges his friend to keep a close eye on the recovering students. The young man in glasses responds with a reassuring smile, telling Suda to focus on his own well-being and promising to handle everything on his end. As they part ways, Suda begins his trek alongside a hulking, armored E-class helper, discussing reports of a group encountering a literal train of monsters while gathering magic stones. He questions the strange circumstances of being contacted by a classmate from a completely different event, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious nature of his silent, metallic companion. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as the armored figure suddenly reaches out, a heavy metallic hand tapping him rhythmically on the shoulder. His unease intensifies as he realizes he is being stalked by the Black Butlers, Tenma's personal bodyguards led by a stern Eureka, who radiate a palpable, murderous intent toward him. He feels the weight of their gaze, but the armored helper suddenly breaks the tension by opening a container, offering him leftovers from the previous night's dinner and asking if he's hungry. The armored figure stands silently as Kuga outlines the plan for the day. She insists they reach the 10th floor and encourages everyone to eat heartily, though she seems to be accepting a previous offer with some hesitation. Upon reaching their destination, the group arrives at the Ebony Pavilion, a grand luxury inn situated on the 10th floor. The architecture is traditional and imposing, a stark contrast to the rugged floors they just traversed. Sanjo, dressed in a light yukata, greets the group warmly. She informs Tenma that the reservations have already been made and invites them inside, a gesture the armored helper acknowledges with a simple nod. Tenma turns to Suda, his expression kind but firm. He explains that their paths must diverge here, noting that while guides are available for a fee, they will ensure Suda returns to the surface safely. He watches as Suda reaches out to shake the armored helper's hand. The young man expresses his sincere gratitude for all the assistance provided during their journey and voices his hope that they can remain friends. The helper waves a gauntlet hand in farewell, wishing Suda the best of luck in his future endeavors. Suda beams, thanking the mysterious assistant one last time and promising to see them back at school. As Suda prepares to depart, Kuga suddenly interjects, questioning if he is truly leaving. When he confirms his departure, she declares without hesitation that she will be accompanying him. She begins to walk alongside him, her pace purposeful. She suggests they pick up exactly where they left off, leaving Suda visibly bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. They move into a more secluded area with stone walls, where she reminds him of their unfinished business. She points out that he had fled before they could resolve their previous encounter, and now there is nowhere left to run. Her gaze sharpens, becoming intense and predatory. She admits she had expected him to reveal his true nature once they reached the deeper, more dangerous floors, but since he didn't, she intends to force the issue now. She had already investigated his past, finding a void where a history should be, but that no longer mattered. Her hand drifted toward the hilt of her blade, the decision made to uncover the truth he was hiding. She believed she had to force it out through combat, convinced that conventional methods would never reveal his true nature. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed that defied his expectations of a level 6, she lunged, leaving him scrambling in a panic. This operative, known as Kodon Kuga, was a level 24 rogue and a spy from the United States who had successfully infiltrated under a false identity. While she was determined to expose his secrets, she was equally committed to ensuring her own true capabilities remained a secret from any other prying eyes. He didn't wait to find out what she was capable of, bolting down the stone corridor as fast as his legs could carry him. She was right on his heels, her movements fluid and predatory as she pursued him through the labyrinthine halls. Realizing he couldn't outrun her forever, he reached for a small, ornate ring, a magical item he had hoped to save for a greater emergency. With a heavy heart and a sense of regret, he prepared to activate its power to make his escape. She rounded the corner into the next chamber only to find it empty, her target having vanished into thin air. She scanned the area, her eyes sharp and searching, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. Standing alone in the gate room of the 10th floor, she realized he had slipped through her fingers. The silence of the stone walls was the only answer to her frustration as she contemplated his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, he found himself reflecting on the chaotic events that had led him here, specifically the shadow step technique he had employed during the desperate struggle against Voldemort. It occurred to him then that Kano, much like the woman pursuing him, had also embraced the path of a rogue. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a swirling mass of dark energy manifesting in a nearby doorway. He froze, his eyes widening as the shadows coalesced into a tangible form. From within the gloom, the familiar, heavily armored figure of the helper stepped forward, its presence both imposing and silent. He watched as the guardian emerged, wondering what this unexpected arrival meant for his current predicament. The armored figure lifts his visor, revealing a familiar face that brings a sense of relief to the young man. Suda realizes with a start that the imposing warrior who came to his aid is actually his own father. He expresses his gratitude, noting how much the assistance will help, while his father enthusiastically suggests they spend the next day together playing games now that the pressure is off. The man laughs off the idea that his heavy plate armor is excessive for the 10th floor, admitting that he had always harbored a dream of wearing a full suit of knightly gear regardless of a necessity. Joining them, Suda's mother beams with joy, thanking her son for showing them such a productive hunting ground that has boosted their levels and even cured her chronic shoulder pain. Her husband explains the mechanics of their world, noting that the process of leveling up grants a rejuvenation effect, a physical improvement that is often overlooked when surrounded by younger students. Watching them, the boy feels a quiet sense of satisfaction, glad that his efforts to help his parents have yielded such positive and visible results. The conversation shifts as his father mentions that Kano is absent today due to some personal business, while his mother recalls the girl asking for an advance in magical stones to make a purchase. Turning back to his son, the father inquires if he has any insight into Kano's sudden errand, but Suda simply shakes his head, claiming total ignorance of her plans. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, the quiet facade of a specialized shop stands nestled among the trees, its stone architecture suggesting a place of significant commerce. Inside the establishment, a sharp-eyed merchant with pointed ears accepts a heavy pouch of currency, finalizing a transaction for a customer whose needs remain a mystery. She presents the reserved equipment, a specialized mask, to her waiting customer. The transaction is finalized with a quiet word of gratitude as the gear is handed over, completing the errand and preparing the recipient for the challenges ahead. While she completes the transaction, he stands within the communal area of the Ebony Pavilion, facing a blunt inquiry about his commitment. The thought of abandoning the mission crosses his mind, but the sight of the massive Class B luggage reminds him of the stakes. Desertion would likely mark him as a target for retribution. Despite the exhaustion weighing on his shoulders, he makes a definitive choice to persevere, resolving to continue his descent into the dungeon. The group marches through the stone halls on the 4th day of the class competition. The armored helper questions why Suda hasn't lost weight, considering he's reached level 3 in just 2 months. He insists that he's been dieting and doing other things to stay fit, finding it strange that his weight remains unchanged despite the physical exertion of their journey. Suddenly, a massive, screeching bat-like beast swoops down from the shadows. Before it can strike, a blur of motion intercepts it as a skilled warrior leaps into the fray, her movements precise and deadly. She stands composed after the brief skirmish, her maid attire remarkably pristine despite the violence. Suda and the others watch in awe as she dismisses the threat, noting that clearing the path is simply part of her duty. The group eventually reaches the 13th floor, a desolate, rocky plateau where construction is already underway. Huts and scaffolding dot the landscape, marking the progress of the various classes. While observing the site, he listens as Majima explains that this area, known as Windy Hill, is a strategic safe zone with an excellent vantage point. The biting cold of the high altitude begins to sting his skin, making the lack of preparation by their own class even more apparent. As night falls, he prepares for the freezing temperatures, pulling a thick, insulated hood over his head to trap whatever warmth he can. He huddles on the hard, uneven ground, wrapped tightly in a sleeping bag alongside a companion, trying to find rest amidst the harsh conditions of the mountain. His sleep is abruptly interrupted by a voice asking if he requires a blanket. He blinks awake, his vision blurry as he tries to process the sudden intrusion into his rest. Looking up, he finds himself staring at 2 imposing figures in dark suits. They deliver a stern message. Their boss demands an immediate audience. He realizes with a jolt of recognition that these men belong to the Tenma family, the legendary Black Butlers. He walks across the desolate, windy landscape, flanked by the stoic butlers. As they progress, he seeks clarification, questioning if the boss they mentioned is indeed the person he suspects. He is led toward Yurika Kurosaki, a woman who, in the established lore of this world's history, is known as the personal maid to the Tenma family, a figure one would inevitably encounter when following Tenma's path. Her reputation precedes her. She is so well regarded that many had once petitioned for her to have a more prominent role, her popularity rivaling that of the primary heroines. However, the woman standing before him now is a far cry from a gentle maid. Her face is contorted with pure, unadulterated rage as she spits out insults, demanding to know how he has the audacity to show his face. Her harshness and aggressive posture are completely at odds with the Yurika he thought he knew, leading him to wonder if he is speaking to a twin sister as he notices the small army of suited men standing at attention behind her. He is given no time to process this as she leans in with a menacing glare, commanding him to stop lying and demanding he reveal his true objective for being there. She boils over with fury, accusing him of manipulating the young lady of the house with some fabricated sob story while he remains utterly bewildered by the accusation. She continues her tirade, leaving him unable to fathom why this entire organization is so fiercely protective and enamored of Tenma. His confusion stems from a lack of knowledge regarding the family's history. Originally manufacturers of gear, the Tenma house rose to the rank of new nobles after their technological breakthroughs in dungeon exploration were recognized by the state. Beyond their wealth, they provide a sanctuary for former adventurers who have lost everything to the machinations of high society. These individuals, having abandoned their past lives, now serve as the family's elite guard, bound by a debt of gratitude that manifests as the terrifying intensity currently directed at the young visitor. He stands firm as the young man attempts to explain his presence, identifying himself simply as a friend of the Tenma family. Suda realizes that in the original game, Yurika would have met Akagi, making his sudden appearance a natural cause for suspicion. Despite the intimidating circle of guards closing in, she maintains a calm facade, insisting her intentions were purely social. Suda can only stare in disbelief at the sheer number of elite warriors now surrounding them. He begins to doubt his approach, wondering if his attempt to teach her a lesson for her rudeness has backfired spectacularly. She isn't finished with him yet, calling him a brat and demanding to know if he intends to honor the agreement they made. He gives a firm, single-word refusal, his gaze shifting toward the silent, armored figure of the E-class helper standing nearby. The massive, iron-clad guardian remains a stoic sentinel outside the camp's main tent as the evening settles over the rocky terrain. By the following morning, the situation has shifted drastically as the students of Class C are forced to abandon the competition. Though their combat skills were formidable, their casters have completely depleted their mana reserves, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. He takes a moment to rest, pulling his hood low as the weight of the halfway point in the competition settles in. The challenges ahead are only expected to intensify from here. As the fourth day begins, the focus shifts to the task of defeating the designated monster team, but the toll of the previous days is visible on the faces of the participants, with some already offering apologies for their exhaustion. He is leading the designated monster team in Class D, a role that highlights his exceptional leadership. Despite his prowess, the group reflects on their current standing, noting that even with him on the team, they are still in last place. Hayes acknowledges the difficulty of their opponents, specifically mentioning Korea's role in the opposing class. Because of his steady hand, the team has managed to stay afloat. He admits that having Korea assigned to them was a significant advantage, a sentiment echoed by his teammates as they assess their situation and the tactical decisions made by the other classes. As the conversation continues, Hayes turns her attention to the designated quest team, questioning if he was able to handle the pressure of their specific objectives. Risa listens intently as Hayes explains that while it was tough, the team managed to clear their assigned tasks successfully. He remains a pillar of reliability when it comes to mental fortitude, providing a sense of security for the entire group. Meanwhile, Risa has proven invaluable with her uncanny ability to predict quest contents, and Hayes notes that the biggest hurdle remains the magic stone count managed by Sakurako's group, which they must keep up with to stay competitive. Later, the group gathers before a display of information, their thoughts turning back to the mysterious incident involving a train on the second day. The identity of the person responsible for that chaotic event remains a frustrating enigma, casting a shadow over their current progress. If only they had a clear image to work with, the mystery might be solved. Risa remarks on the malicious intent behind the train's appearance, certain that whoever was behind it will likely strike again, given the calculated nature of the disruption. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a new piece of evidence is presented. They find themselves forced to confront the reality of the train incident once more, their expressions hardening as they prepare to examine the details of a newly discovered lead. Thankfully, the team was united during the crisis, with Amiya and Kikuchi working to keep everyone safe. The tension spikes when it's revealed that a photo of the culprit was actually captured by Tachijai, and the data is immediately being transmitted for identification. She stares at the screen as the image loads, her mind racing to connect the dots. A simple confirmation escapes her lips as the visual evidence finally becomes clear, confirming the presence of a suspicious individual at the scene. Looking at the figure in the photo, a man with a distinctive ponytail and a heavy coat, a chilling realization dawns on her. She has a nagging feeling that she has seen this individual before, a new threat emerging from the shadows of her memory just as the competition reaches its peak. A haughty classmate looms over Suda, demanding to know why he is being so ungrateful for the privilege of serving those above him. Suda remains silent, his mind racing as he acknowledges his own limitations. At level 3, the overwhelming aura of the monsters in this place is already pushing him to his absolute limit. Yet he struggles to keep his composure under the verbal assault. Later, he finds himself in the company of Kuga, who sits perched on a chair with an air of casual authority. She offers him a rare deal, stating that she will escort him to the deeper floors of the dungeon for free, though she pointedly reminds him that he should be deeply thankful for her generosity. As they venture further into the crumbling stone ruins, she pauses to eat, her sharp eyes never leaving their surroundings. He watches her, calculating their progress and noting that at their current pace, they will be forced to continue this dive for at least 2 more days. Her patience finally reaches its breaking point, and she declares that she is done waiting for him to reveal his hand. She finds it suspicious that a low-level adventurer shows no fear toward the monsters on the 15th floor, concluding that he must be a faker, hiding his true strength. The atmosphere grows thick with hostility as she threatens to strike him, her hand moving toward her blade. He tries to reason with her, fearing the trouble a fight would bring, but she is relentless, challenging him to prove he can move faster than her if he wants to avoid being hurt. In a desperate, lightning-fast motion, he drops to the ground in a deep, submissive bow. He begs for her forgiveness, his forehead pressed against the cold stone in a display of total surrender. She stares down at him with an expression of pure annoyance, her irritation mounting at his refusal to fight. He realizes he lacks any combat skills to counter her, so he frantically searches for an ultimate move that might salvage the situation through words rather than steel. Still prostrate on the floor, he suggests that they form an alliance instead of remaining at odds. His proposal is cut short by a sharp cry of pain as she plants her heavy boot firmly onto the back of his head, pinning him to the ruins. Her gaze narrows, her eyes cold and predatory as she looms over him. She commands him to continue his explanation, her voice dripping with a dangerous curiosity. She reminds him of the last time he fled and coldly vows that she won't allow him to make the same mistake again. Muffled against the ground, he politely asks if she could first remove her foot, noting that it is quite difficult to conduct a proper conversation in such a position. He felt the weight of her threat as her gaze pierced through him, her eye narrowed with a predatory intensity. She made it clear, any attempt to flee would result in him being crushed underfoot. As she maintained her crushing grip, he struggled to steady his breathing, realizing her mission as a spy was to unmask his true identity. He forced himself to remain calm, knowing he needed a clear head to survive this interrogation. His mind raced through the known hierarchy of adventurer roles, contemplating the existence of unique jobs that stood apart from the rest. He thought of the prestigious titles like samurai or knight, and specifically of the saint role, a mantle likely to be claimed by someone of Sarasan's caliber. Recognizing that her objective was to gather intelligence on these very jobs within Japan, he decided it was time to play his hand, certain now that she was an operative from an outside organization. Still pinned to the cold floor, he pitched a desperate alliance, arguing that regardless of her affiliation, they both needed the cover of a normal school life. He suggested that moving alone would only draw more suspicion, whereas an alliance would provide them both with a necessary alibi. She looked down at him with cold skepticism, questioning the validity of his ordinary student act given their unusual origins. While she didn't immediately reject the proposal, she made it clear that any cooperation would depend entirely on his usefulness and whether he could prove himself trustworthy. Standing over him, she demanded to know his ultimate objective, her voice echoing in the quiet corridor as he looked up from his submissive position. The question hung in the air, reflected in the lenses of his goggles as he carefully weighed his next words. He began to speak, his voice steadying as he prepared to reveal the motivation behind his actions. With a sudden, unexpected gesture, he pointed directly at her and declared that his goal was simply to see her smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. He stands frozen as the spy's hand inches toward his face, the tension between them thick enough to cut as they finalize their precarious arrangement. After a moment of deliberation, she accepts his proposal, though not without a caveat of her own. She demands that he continue to act as the group's porter for the duration of the exam, and in exchange, she will be the one to finally unmask him when the time is right. As the sun sets over the sprawling rooftops of the city, a silent plea for forgiveness hangs in the air, a weight on the conscience of those caught in this web of secrets and lies. Time marches forward, and by the 6th day of the class competition, the students find themselves deep within a rugged, sun-bleached canyon, far from the safety of the city walls. The group's leader approaches with a cheerful wave, his presence a stark contrast to the harsh environment as he notes how much more capable and seasoned everyone seems to have become over the past week. However, his expression soon turns somber as he offers a sincere apology to his teammates, admitting that despite their role as the primary monster hunting squad, their recent results have been disappointingly lackluster compared to their potential. The weight of their failure hangs heavy over Class E, a group that has struggled to find its footing despite the individual talents of its members. Refusing to let morale sink further, he rallies the troops, urging them to put the past behind them and start fresh with renewed determination, while acknowledging the grueling effort his own team has already put in to keep them afloat. His companion offers her gratitude for his willingness to take on the burden of leadership, but he simply shrugs it off, insisting that the plan was his idea to begin with, and he intends to see it through. The talk soon gives way to action as they descend into the 6th floor, a place he considers his personal hunting ground. With a confident grin, he leads the charge against a massive, snarling beast, his team moving in perfect synchronization to meet the threat head-on. He stands with his squad, reflecting on their journey and the fact that they surpassed 100 other applicants to be here. Risa is genuinely impressed by their progress, noting that her role as a helper might soon be unnecessary. However, the moment of reflection is shattered by a frantic warning that another train is approaching, signaling an imminent threat. In response to the alarm, Tima takes a stand, urging the rest of the group to prepare for an escape while he stays behind to buy them precious seconds. He offers a quick apology for the burden he's placing on them, but Majima refuses to leave him alone, stepping forward to offer his own strength. Risa quickly follows suit, her resolve hardening as a predatory beast lunges from the shadows. The skirmish erupts instantly, with Majima and Risa engaging the snarling, wolf-like creatures in a blur of steel and motion. Kuga, watching the chaos unfold, realizes she cannot simply stand by and rushes into the fray to assist her companions. As the battle rages, she breaks away from the main group, her sharp eyes catching a glimpse of a figure moving through the trees. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges at the stranger, driving him into the dirt and pinning his arms behind his back. The man snarls in protest, claiming he is merely a victim trying to flee the chaos. But Risa arrives and compares his face to a reference image, confirming that they have found their target. She stares down at the captive, her expression grim as she verifies the match against the portrait in her hand. The prisoner struggles against her grip, baffled by the overwhelming strength of the young woman holding him down. Realizing he cannot break free alone, he bellows a command for his hidden allies to reveal themselves, and a line of heavily armored figures emerges from the forest to surround the squad. The tension in the courtyard is palpable as a group of elite students looks down upon their peers, hurling insults and labeling them as nothing more than lower-class trash. One girl, her face contorted in defiance, screams a warning that she won't let them get away with hurting her brother, her voice cracking with the intensity of her protective rage. In response to the escalating hostility, the man in the dark jacket clicks his tongue in irritation, his gaze fixed on the confrontation with a mixture of boredom and annoyance. Nearby, a command is issued to release a captive, noting the presence of the Soleil insignia as a mark of their supposed superiority and right to dominate the space. Because of this arrogance, the aggressors continue their verbal assault, mocking the group as losers and warning that any interference with Soleil will not go unpunished. They seem relieved to have arrived, ready to silence those who were speaking ill of their faction, their posture radiating a dangerous level of confidence. Moments later, a broad-shouldered student steps to the forefront, his expression determined despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him. He acknowledges the rumors of Soleil's poor reputation, but notes that their recent behavior has crossed a line into outright abuse, even as the elites mock his resolve and dare him to try and stop them. Seeing the danger, he urgently commands his companions to flee, realizing that the situation is spiraling out of control and they are not prepared for this level of violence. The girl stares in disbelief as the aggressors laugh, questioning where they could possibly hide when they are only armed with tools meant for monsters, not for combat against trained humans. As the chaos unfolds, the young man with glasses steps forward, his voice cold and analytical as he asks if they truly understand the weight of pointing a lethal weapon at another human being. He reminds them that their blades were forged to slay beasts, and using them in this manner reveals a fundamental lack of discipline and respect for their craft. Meanwhile, the leader of the opposing group dismisses the warning with a casual shrug, his tone dripping with condescension as he claims to understand the stakes perfectly. He remains unimpressed by the moral lecture, his focus already shifting toward the physical confrontation he is eager to initiate. Suddenly, the standoff shatters into violence as a student raises a shield to block a heavy, overhead blow. The dark-haired girl reacts instantly, her hand flying to the hilt of her sword as she prepares to defend her comrades from the sudden, aggressive onslaught. In the ensuing melee, the muscular student lunges forward, his movements a blur of practiced aggression as he attempts to thin the ranks of their attackers. One of the elites is sent sprawling to the ground, a shout of triumph echoing through the courtyard as the first significant blow of the skirmish is landed. Amidst the clashing steel, the young man with glasses calls out a warning to his companion, who is already deep in the fray. The warrior parries a strike with ease, mocking his opponent's predictable movements and noting that they are only striking with the blunt side of their blade, a sign of either hesitation or extreme arrogance in the face of a real threat. He maintains his grip on the fallen student, his presence looming over the gathered group. Nearby, Kuga watches the scene unfold, her mind racing with the weight of the secrets being kept and the danger they all face. She realizes that the facade of a simple school life is crumbling, replaced by the harsh reality of their situation. After pinning her opponent to the ground, she looks down with a mix of uncertainty and determination. Eureka suggests they alert the guild immediately, but Kuga is caught in her own thoughts, questioning if her display of force was a mistake or a necessary revelation of her true capabilities. This moment of hesitation triggers a painful memory of past regrets and the faces of those she felt she failed, specifically Narumi and Risa. She knows that if she remains passive now, the cycle of remorse will only continue, and she resolves to push forward despite the fear. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward, her movements a blur of practiced efficiency. The internal conflict that once held her back vanishes, replaced by a grim acceptance that her path as a traditional adventurer has reached its end, and a more violent necessity has taken its place. The impact of her strike sends shockwaves through the area, leaving Majima and the others reeling in disbelief at her sheer power. She realizes that this strength is her only leverage. If she can dismantle their attackers here, she might actually be able to protect the others from the encroaching threat. She stands her ground, her clothes torn but her spirit unbroken, as the massive armored figure before her bristles with indignation. He sneers at her, dismissing her efforts as the futile struggles of a mere kitten, unaware of the resolve burning behind her eyes. While the tension between them thickens, the focus shifts to a distinctive medal, a symbol of high-ranking authority that catches the light. Suda and Eureka watch the exchange with bated breath, while Majima struggles to process the incredible speed he just witnessed, his composure finally beginning to crack. He takes a moment to regain his footing and begins to explain the complex web of power they are entangled in, detailing the hierarchy of the Colors organization. He reveals that Soleil is merely a tertiary branch of the massive Golden Orchid clan, a revelation that underscores the true scale of the forces aligned against them. Continuing his explanation, he notes that the discovery of a mysterious, unknown area prompted the Golden Orchid to take a direct interest in their affairs. To ensure their objectives are met, an executive from the primary clan has been dispatched to oversee Soleil's operations personally. With a flourish of arrogant pride, he introduces the man who will dictate their fate, the formidable Kagadaigo. The massive warrior stands like an immovable wall of steel, his presence alone signaling a terrifying shift in the balance of power. He stands as a looming threat, his presence forcing a confrontation where refusal is met with cold promises of retribution. As Kuga lies grounded, the voice of the opposition sneers, vowing to make her pay for her defiance and labeling her a mere fast brat who has overstepped her bounds. Before this moment of crisis, the group had witnessed a display of overwhelming speed on the 18th floor. A woman in gleaming white armor moved with such velocity that she seemed to flicker in and out of existence, her blade carving through the air as she engaged a massive, shaggy beast. Watching from the sidelines, the companions listened as the armored woman's prowess was explained. She hailed from a prestigious family, and her opponent, a Barghest, was a creature capable of turning intangible to evade strikes. Kuga watched the display with a silent, focused intensity, her eyes tracking every movement of the high-class warrior. She couldn't help but fixate on the warrior's posture, noting that while the stance appeared standard, there was something fundamentally weird about the way she held herself. Sensing her curiosity, her companion asked if she found the stranger's particular style of combat intriguing. To the inhabitants of this realm, the fluid, low-slung posture was a rare and exotic sight, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the exaggerated combat stances found in the digital worlds of Old Earth entertainment. Continuing her silent evaluation, she surmised that the warrior's blade must be imbued with a holy enchantment of immense value, a weapon so costly it could rival the price of a manor. It was the only logical explanation for how a physical edge could possibly find purchase against the spectral form of a Barghest. Despite her analytical exterior, the pressure of the situation began to manifest as a visible strain on her features, an ostentatious display of stress that did not go unnoticed by those standing beside her. Observing her reaction, the young man shared a quiet word with his friend, agreeing that while the armored girl possessed undeniable skill, she still carried the unmistakable air of a pampered child of privilege. He remained confident, however, believing that even with her high-class training, she was no match for the combined strength of his group or the unique advantages he held in reserve. With exhaustion finally beginning to weigh on the entire party, including their silent armored protector, the group reached a consensus to propose a joint withdrawal once they reached the 20th floor, acknowledging that their limits were fast approaching. He listens as the armored helper explains the decision to withdraw, noting that both they and Sarasen agree it is the safest course of action given the dangers the younger members would face on the deeper floors. Expressing his gratitude, he thanks the veteran for their concern. However, the helper's curiosity is piqued, and they ask who was responsible for suggesting the retreat in the first place. With a steady gaze, he reveals that the proposal came from Sue, while Kuga watches the exchange from a short distance away.